Which example did you take? We were discussing from farmer example. Right. Right. So there were two parties, right? One was the farmer, other was the outlet. Right. So, and did I tell you that we have to look at long and short position with respect to asset? Another one is with respect to the derivative product, right? So, if I talk about with respect to asset, who was long and who was short?
Whoever holds the asset is long.
Whoever holds the asset will be long. So in this case, suppose farmer has the asset, potatoes, so farmer will have the long position. And who is short? Then
The other party.
the other party will be short, right? You see, whosoever is holding the asset will have a long position, and the other party who doesn't have the asset but they need it in near future, they will have the short position, right? Now, what about with respect to derivative?
Sir, whoever will buy the contract, buy the derivative will be long, and the other party is short.
Okay. In derivative, whenever I have to see long and short positions, so whosoever will purchase the contract will always be long. Okay. The other way to say this, whosoever will receive the delivery of the product, whosoever will receive the delivery of the product is long. So in this case, who is going to receive the delivery?
Outlet.
Outlet. So outlet will be long, and also they are purchasing the contract. We can also say it in that way. Am I clear? Yes. So if outlet is long, and what is the position of farmer?
Short.
Short. It is clear, right?
Sir, or simply put, if somebody is taking a certain position with the mindset that this thing is going to go down, we can easily say that he is in a short position.
If it is beneficial to them.
If it's beneficial to him.
If declining price is beneficial to me, I must have a short position. Right? So, in this case, what was the price of the contract?
$5.
$5 per bushel. Price was 5. So,
सर
हाँ
थोड़ा सा बोल्ड कैसे कर सकते हैं?
हाँ कर सकते हैं. Who will do it? Visible? Is it visible? Bhargav?
Yes, sir.
Visible?
Yes.
So now, you see, what is written here? If rising price gives you gain, you are long, right? If rising price gives you losses, you are short. If declining price gives you losses, you are long. And if declining price gives you gains, you are short, right? So for example, if I look at, let's talk about with respect to derivative first. Okay. So suppose the price agreed is 5, and tomorrow at the time of delivery price becomes 8. So can I say farmer has to still sell it at 5?
Right. Because already he made that.
Because he is already into the agreement, right? But at the time of delivery, the price in the open market is 8. So how much he is losing? 3. So can I say rise in price is equal to my loss or the farmer's loss?
Yes.
Right? So what is written here?
They are short.
If rise in price gives you losses, then you must be
Short.
short, right? Therefore it is short. And rise in price gives you gain, then you must be long.
Yes.
Therefore the outlet is
Yes.
long. Are we clear?
Yes.
Right. Going the opposite way, if price had been 2, then can I say this is declining price?
Yes.
Right? So in this case, who is benefiting?
Farmer.
Farmer. He might have to sell it at 2 in the open market, but now using the contract, he can sell it at
5.
you can sell it at 5, right? So a declining price is to the benefit of the farmer. He must have a
Short.
short position. Am I clear? And to whose loss it is? Outlet, right? You see what I am saying? That the price has declined, right? So price is 2 now. So outlet has to buy it still at 5. In open market, they could have purchased it at 2, right? So basically, A decline in price is giving you losses, then your position must be
Long.
long. Therefore, outlet is
Long.
long. Am I clear?
Yes.
This is with respect to a derivative. If I talk about, if I use same definitions with respect to asset, will they hold true? With respect to derivative, you are clear?
Yes.
Just now which I explained. Right? If I use same definition with respect to asset, do you see the position is opposite here? If I am long on the asset, I am short on derivative. If I am short on asset, I am long on derivative, right? So that's the most basic thing, that whenever you are hedging, when you are trying to reduce the risk, you have to take opposite positions. Okay, long, short, long. Am I clear? But if you are speculating, then you might have same position. You might be short in asset and might be short on derivative. Or you might be long on asset, you might be long on derivative. Then you are actually enhancing the risk. So when you have same position, so suppose instead of long short, it was long, then actually I'm increasing the risk. But if I'm long short, I'm cancelling out the risk. I'm reducing the risk. Am I clear? Huh? Achha, let's talk about with respect to the asset. Suppose, so when I have the asset, I'm long, right? Suppose farmer has potato, so he is long. Then you don't have the asset, but you need it in near future. Then you are short, right? So in this case,
Sir, एक बार थोड़ा सा can we discuss about speculation?
we will, when the time will come, we will discuss. Look at this. In this case, farmer has the potatoes, right? I am saying the person who has potatoes will always have the long position, right? This is what I said. Now going by this definition, right? Suppose a farmer has potatoes, right? Obviously he will sell them in near future, right? Now, a rise in price in the spot market. A rise in price where?
In the spot market.
Because I am talking about asset here, right? So when I am talking about asset, I have to talk about the spot market. When I am talking about derivatives, I have to talk about the derivative market. Am I clear? Now suppose in the spot market or in the cash market, the price of potato goes up, right? Is it beneficial to the farmer?
No.
Why not? Why not?
The present value of
For 1 second, forget the contract. Suppose there is a farmer who has potatoes. Suppose there is a farmer who has potatoes, right? He is not into derivatives. Okay, he is only in the spot market.
okay.
I am only talking about the spot market with respect to asset. Okay, suppose he has potatoes, and in the spot market, initially the price was 3, now the price has increased to 6. Is it beneficial to the farmer?
Yes.
It is beneficial to the farmer, right?
Yes.
So can I say, if rise in price gives you gain, then you must be long. If rise in price gives you gain, you must be long. I am talking about the spot market now. That's why he is long here. Is it clear?
Yes.
Is it clear? Huh? Now look at the outlet. Outlet is short, right? In the spot market, why? They don't have the asset, but they need the asset in near future.
Right.
Am I clear? Now let us say today the price of potato is 5 in the spot market, right? Tomorrow the price becomes 10. Huh? So what is the position of the outlet? I don't have the asset today, but I need it in near future. Am I clear? Or suppose today the price is 5 and tomorrow price becomes 1, right? Can I say it's a declining price? And tomorrow, today, if they purchase today, then they have to purchase it at 5 in the spot market. But if they purchase tomorrow, they might have to purchase at 1 in the spot market.
Yes.
So decline in price is beneficial to the outlet.
Yes.
Am I clear? So this is what I am saying. If decline in price gives you gain, you must be short. Is it clear? Here I am only talking about the spot market. Here I was talking about the derivative market. Here I was talking in terms of contract. Here I am talking in terms of the spot market or the asset. Is it clear? Is it clear to all?
Sir, so same goes like outlet get rise in price for the outlet. Like potato goes for 7 rupees in spot market in future. Then it will be long.
For
For
outlet?
outlet. Yes.
I don't get it.
So I'm just confirming that with the rise in price goes like 7 rupees, then the outlet positions for asset in the spot market goes long.
No,
No.
position will not change. Suppose today the price in the spot market is 5.
5 rupees.
Tomorrow the price is what, 7? So, what is the position of the outlet? They don't have the asset today, they need it tomorrow.
Yes, they need to.
That's why they are short.
Yes.
So today the price is 5, tomorrow the price is 7.
7.
So if they buy tomorrow, they have to buy it at 7.
Yes.
If they buy tomorrow, they have to buy it at 5. Or today.
Today,
If they buy today, they have to buy it at 5. If they buy tomorrow, they have to buy it at 7.
7.
Increase in price is equal to their loss.
Increase in price, yes.
So if increase in price is equal to your loss, then what is your position?
Short.
Short second line.
Okay. In both
So
conditions.
there in both conditions they are short only the outlet.
Both conditions which?
So like if the price rises, then also
They will be short.
they will be short.
They will be short.
They are, look at this. Suppose today the price is 5 in the spot market. Okay? Today the price is 5 in the spot market. Price tomorrow suppose price decreases to 2. Only I'm talking about only about the spot market, right?
Yes.
Today they buy, if they buy, they have to buy it at 5. Tomorrow if they have to buy, they have to buy it at 2.
Yes.
So decline in price is equal to their benefit. They must be short. Am I clear? Decline in price is equal to the benefit of the outlet. They must be short. Or suppose tomorrow price becomes 10. So if they buy today, they can buy it at 5, but tomorrow they have to buy it at 10. So increase in price is equal to their losses. If increase in price is equal to your losses, then also you are short. So these are the two conditions. Both the conditions are fulfilled. Increase in price is equal to your loss, you are short. Decline in price is equal to your profit, then also you are short. Position will always be short. Are we clear?
Yes.
So one question, I don't think it's related, but recently we had a contract with ITC to purchase that paper, right? And we did contract like that, ki up to 50 rupees, means that's the limit. 50 rupees kg, we fix that paper price. If price drop, then they have to revise that price.
Okay.
Or if price goes up, we are not going to pay more than 50 rupees.
Okay.
This is a contract for 1 year. What is my position right now in this case?
With respect to asset,
Yes.
you are short. You are going to receive paper,
Right.
you are short. With respect to contract, you are long. Using the contract, you are going to get the asset,
Right.
you are long. If you are short on asset, automatically in the derivative you have to be long. To reduce risk, if you are short on asset, you don't have paper today. You need paper from them tomorrow. So you are short on asset. So if you are short on asset, automatically your position in the contract will be long. Because using the contract, you will get the asset. So outlet, using the contract, outlet is getting the potatoes. Therefore, outlet is long. If using the contract, you are getting the delivery of the asset, you must be long. Am I clear?
Let's say, what about ITC in this particular example? Because rise in price is like not giving them losses.
There will be.
Because as he discussed, like if there is a price increase, if there is a price increase,
So it's now a specialized contract, right? Where they are putting bounds to the prices. That's fine.
But price can go up to 80 rupees. Last time price is up. Meko mil hai for 1 year, but they have to means they have some plan for manufacturing or something, so that
You can modify the contracts as per your requirements. There can be several types of contracts, but this is the basic definition, which will hold true in most of the cases.
Sir, here in this case, the contract was created by the outlet, right? It was initiated from.
It was created by both the parties.
It was agreed by both the parties.
It was created by both the parties as well. So but whenever you are agreeing to a contract, it has to be created by both of them in a way. If you don't agree to this, then you will say change this condition. So if you are agreeing, that means both the parties are creating the contract.
Can there be a situation where farmer is long? Obviously, farmer will be long on asset always, but he can be long on derivative too.
Why not? Suppose, let's forget farmer. Suppose you have gold. Okay, you have gold, and you don't want to sell it. Right? In fact, you believe that in coming time the price of gold is going to go very high. Am I clear? So if you have gold, you are long on asset. Let us say in derivative market also you go long as well. In the contract also you go long. What is the meaning of that? That in the derivative market also you will get gold. You already have gold, but if you go long, so you have gold, you are long on asset. So this condition is fulfilled, you are long on asset. But if in the derivative contract also you go long, so you are long, So you have the asset, and in the derivative market also you are long, which means in the derivative market also you will receive the asset.
Okay.
Am
So
I clear?
while creating the agreement, we need to define whether I would be long or
Of course, you have to take the position.
Sir, as you said, in the gold market and derivative, I don't have the product right now. So how I will be long in that case? I'm sorry.
You can go long. You need the product. Suppose you have gold, right? Suppose you have 1 kg of gold. So can I say you're long on asset? Clear? Now you think no, after 1 month I don't need 1 kg is not enough. I need 2 kgs of gold.
Then today I have to make an agreement, right?
So you have already 1 kg. You need how much? 2 kg. So for another 1 kg you will go long in the derivative market. So you will be long here and you will be long here.
Sir, for 1 kg, that is my asset, right? That I'm keeping aside.
You have asset
Yes.
1 kg. You need 1 more kg.
For the 1 more kg, I'm going for a contract right
You
now.
are going for the
But
contract.
if the price increases, I'll be on loss.
Price increases, then you profit, no?
In the contract,
I'm not speaking about the asset, I'm speaking about the derivative.
derivative, yes. In the okay. Arey, wait. You have 1 kg of gold
Yes, sir.
in asset. Are we clear?
Yes, sir.
Now here also in the derivative also you are long, and you are long on how much gold? 1 kg. Am I clear? What is the meaning of this? The meaning of this is that today you enter into a contract.
Yes.
Let us say in the contract the price you mention is 50,000. So you will receive gold after 1 month or 2 months, whatever the time period is. How much gold you will receive? 1 kg.
1 kg.
For that, how much you will pay? 50,000. Am I clear? Right? Now, this price is fixed for you. After 2 months, when you will take 1 kg of gold, you will always pay 50,000.
Yes.
Is that clear?
Yes.
Now look at this. Rise in price gives you gain. You must be long. What is the meaning of this? At the time of delivery, suppose the price of gold is 80,000.
Yes.
The price of gold is how much?
80,000.
80,000. You can still get it for 50,000. It's beneficial to you, right?
Yes.
Rise in price gives you gain. Therefore, you must be long in the contract. First line. Read the first line. Rise in price gives you gains. So suppose today the price is 50. Right? You fix that price. That I will using the contract I will get gold for 50. Tomorrow price becomes 60, 70 or 80. It's to use your benefit, right? You can still buy it for 50. Rise in price is giving you benefit. Therefore, you must be long on the contract. Is this clear?
So in case of spot prices that we are talking about, so the farmer is long on the asset and he is holding the market becomes the other entity, so the derivative becomes long. So that's long position for a farmer.
In this, sorry,
In
in the farmer.
for the spot prices when they are increasing for the farmer, then
Increasing.
then the other entity becomes the farmer and the market, the spot market.
Other entity means?
Like we have made a matrix for a farmer and outlet and it's studying their positions in both the markets. So the other entity, in case we are relating it to the spot price of the market.
Oh,
So,
this price, spot price?
yes.
Okay, okay.
So the farmer is long on asset and he is long because he is benefiting from the increase in price. So he is long on the derivative.
No, he's short on the derivative.
Here it is he is short, but I'm talking about when he is selling it in the market, the current market, wherein the prices are rising. The example.
Spot market?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
okay.
So he is making gains from the increment of prices.
Okay.
Yes. So he has a long position in the asset and the long position in the derivative. Did you say, sir?
No.
Short,
No.
short in derivative.
He's short on derivative.
In the spot market as well.
No.
When he's not
This is
into
spot
a
market.
when he's not in a contract.
But is,
When he's not into a contract.
if you are not in the contract, cancel this or this doesn't exist.
Yes, yes.
This whole
yes.
column doesn't exist.
Yes.
Then what is left? This is left.
He's long and the rising price is giving you gains, then you are long. So that's it. Long,
That's it.
long, long.
Let us
on
suppose
asset.
the farmer is not into the contract.
Yes,
He has potatoes.
yes,
So suppose today the price is 5.
yes,
Suppose tomorrow he has to sell.
yes.
Tomorrow price becomes 10 in the spot market. Increase in price is beneficial for the farmer. He must be long.
Yes.
So that's what I'm saying, he's long.
Okay.
Today is also long, tomorrow is also long.
Yes.
Rise in price gives you benefit. Position will not change. I'm only saying that if price changes, how the losses and gains are changing. Position will not change. Are we clear?
Yes.
Okay. Did we discuss this?
Yes.
What did we discuss here?
How to arrive at the future price.
How to arrive at the future price. So basically I was saying that this price, which is equal to 5, this is not a random number. Okay. So if I enter into a price and I write on the contract, I write that, after 6 months, farmer will deliver the potatoes, outlet will receive the potatoes, and outlet will pay $5 per bushel. So this number 5, this is not a random number, right? This number has some calculation in behind, and that calculation depends upon many factors. And one of those factors is the spot price today. That what is the price of potato today in the open market? Am I clear? What is the price of potato today? So this is spot. What is e raised to power RT?
Continuous compounding.
Continuous compounding, right? What is R here? R is history rate. What is T?
Time to maturity.
Time to maturity, right? Now look at this. So can I say that using the price of today's price, which is 4.86, I put it into this formula and I get the price of the derivative, which is 5, right? So using the underlying asset, which is today's potatoes price, or the price of potato today, which is 4.86, using that I can get the value of the derivative, which is the contract price for after 6 months. That's why they are called derivative. Can you see the values derived from the underlying asset? Am I clear? Now look at this. If I have to, can anyone tell me why the formula is like this? Why why the price of the contract is equal to S into e raised to power RT?
Every day it is increasing.
Yes.
What is increasing?
So it gets compounded on the
Price.
compound
Market
price.
price.
That's why we have S naught as a.
So but why? So it is getting compounded on the price. So why it is getting compounded on the price? Why I need to do that?
Sir, I have the asset, so I spend the amount and that return on that amount.
Because
So is the
maybe
question, sir, why we are compounding and why we are not discounting?
Why
Because
we are
discounting is
compounding?
also.
Why we are compounding?
the contract is made by the outlet or the person who is short on the asset. So they are speculating that there will be an increase in price. That will benefit them.
I think inherent assumption is that assets have incremental value.
Achha, who came last in the class? You came last. Can you close the door? I tried it, but it is, I don't know. No, I think you have to open the other one first. Sorry. Look at this. Do you know what is arbitrage?
Yes.
What is arbitrage?
So let's say in a particular market the price of gold is lower, and in the other market if the price is higher, then what you do is you take gold from this particular market and sells it there to make profits or gains.
Achha, suppose price of gold is in India is 50,000. Price of gold in Dubai is 40,000. Is there any opportunity?
Yes.
No, because the taxes and
It really depends
You
on
are
taxes
saying
and
that
other
somebody is
factors.
trying to stop arbitrage. Taxation is trying to stop arbitrage.
And so there is also a limit.
Price difference, let's say 0.5 at a particular moment. I buy stock from this and sell.
The basic definition of arbitrage is that in one market, the entity is selling for less price. Let us say in India the gold is selling for 50,000, in Dubai it is selling for 30,000. For a moment you might think that what I will do, I will go to Dubai, buy the gold, come back to India and sell it at a higher price, right? If you are able to do that, then you are able to do arbitrage. If you are able to do that. Am I clear?
Yes.
Okay, that's called arbitrage.
Basically benefiting from the asymmetry in the price.
Basically benefiting from the asymmetry or unfair prices in two markets. Okay. Now look at this. And look at this. Why here we have a formula like this, right? Now, in the last example, this was the spot price 4.86. What was the forward price? 5. Okay. Now, can we do arbitrage here? Look at this. Suppose I am not a farmer, but I still enter into this contract. This guy, I am this guy.
Yes.
Right? I don't have potatoes. You know what I'm planning to do? What I will do? I know price of potatoes today how much? 4.86. So what I'm thinking that today I will buy potato for 4.86. I can do that, right? In the open market it is selling for 4.86.
Yes.
Today I can buy it for 4.86, enter into the contract, and after 6 months I can sell it for 5.
Yes, we can.
I can do that, right? Nobody is stopping me to do that, right? So basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to do arbitrage. That today I will buy at 4.86, I will enter into a contract, and as per the contract I will sell it at 5 after 6 months. Am I clear? So let us see if it is actually an opportunity or not, right? So let us say the money that I have today is 4.86 with me, right? And using this 4.86 I can buy potatoes because this is the current price of the potato. And at the same time, I take a short position in the contract. Because if I take a short position in the contract, I will deliver the potato after 6 months. And I will receive how much? 5 as per the contract, right? Now, this is the first option. Enter into a forward contract, right? The other thing is that I can invest in risk-free asset. I can buy treasury bills using this 4.86. Am I clear? Either I can buy potato at 4.86 price, or I can use this 4.86 and I can invest it in the treasury bills. I can do that, right? Government bonds. So if I go with option 1 and I buy the potato today at 4.86, right? So can I sell it at 5 after 6 months?
Yeah.
Yes.
How much is my profit?
5.1.
Can I say my profit is 0.14? Am I clear? Look at the option 2. The option 2 is that I invest this 4.86 into treasury bonds or treasury bills. Right? And how much returns are treasury bills providing? 6%.
Yes.
So if I invest this 4.86 into treasury bills and treasury bills are giving 6%, then after 6 months, what will be the value of this 4.86 at the rate of 6%? 6% return, right? Can you calculate what is the value of this 4.86?
It will be 3% to the half.
3%, that will be half.
Time is
0.1458.
Huh?
0.1458.
What is that 0.14?
इंटरेस्ट करना है इसमें ऐड करना है 4.86
It will be 5 rupees.
It will be 5 only.
5.127.
5.12. I am saying that I am investing 4.86 in the treasury bills that are giving me a return of 6%. Then can I say under continuous compounding, this 4.86 will become this much 5,
Yes.
right? Right? So if 4.86 will become 5, if I invest in treasury bills, then how much is my return? The difference, which is 0.14. And what was the return in the previous case? Then is there any arbitrage opportunity? Do you get my point? What I'm trying to explain here. That initially I might think that I will be making a profit, right? But then why would I do the first exercise by entering into the contract and taking all that pain? While on the other hand, I can simply invest in risk-free asset and get same return. Which
But
is
sir,
0.14.
in this particular case, there is the interest rate on annual basis. It is not continuous compounding here.
It is continuous. E raised to power R into P.
In formula we have put e raised to power RT. That is the formula for continuous compounding. But in normal cases, if I deposit my money in the bank, then they are not giving me continuous compounding.
They are not giving continuous.
So in that particular case, so how can I reach to this particular number 5?
Achha. In that case, you will not reach at this number 5.
No, no.
You will not reach at this number 5. No, but I am telling you that, assuming that market is providing you enough opportunity to reach this at number 5. My assumption is that market is providing you enough opportunity that if you have 4.86 today, in 6 months you can make it 5. That's what I am not saying using the bank you have to make it 5. I am saying in the capital market, which assumes continuous compounding, which means at every moment you can earn on the money that you have invested. Am I clear? That will allow you to make it 5. That's what I'm comparing. Is it clear? Yeah.
So, but normally what we see that every time in a big market, in a kind of asset market, people try to gather as much asset as possible, and then they create shortage sometimes. And then after, by the time after 1 month, they lose their asset with the bet of price increase. So they can gain more if the asset was in a continuous state, like today is 5, tomorrow will also be 5. day after tomorrow that might be 5.5. But after creating a shortage, they make it 6 just after 15 days, and then after 7, then after 8. So this is the exactly they are creating, they are earning extra for sure. They are making sure they are earning. So this could be the 100% arbitrage.
Achha, in case there is a demand supply mismatch.
He's saying
yes,
he would
yes,
demand
yes.
supply.
That you are able to create a demand supply
Yes,
mismatch.
yes,
Right.
yes.
Right.
Hoarding basically is talking.
For sure they are making arbitrage.
You can do that. You can do that. You see, these are market aberrations. What you are telling me.
Yes, sir.
These are situations created in market where there is a demand supply mismatch.
Yes.
Okay. Under ideal assumptions, the assumptions that I am making here, I am assuming that market is efficient.
Okay. Got it.
You get my point? Because here I am saying that he is not able to do arbitrage. You see, both the opportunities are giving same profit,
Same.
0.14.
7.1.
Then there is no point that I do the first one, because in the second one, without taking any risk, which is by buying a risk-free asset, I can get same return, 0.14. Then why will I do the first one? Am I clear?
Got it, sir.
Here my assumption is that market is efficient. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Now, so basically there is no arbitrage opportunity here in this example. But what I am trying to tell you is that this formula or this price, it is designed in such a way that whatever price I fix in the contract, that price is fair price.
Okay.
So that the other party or any party is not able to do arbitrage. Is it making sense?
Sir, for example, somehow we went into a contract with farmer, the seller, with a price more than.
I will come to that. Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So this is the formula, okay? So theoretically this should be the price, right? As per using this formula, this should be the price. Right. Now you see, can you see it's an equation? Right? Now, whenever left hand side of the equation is equal to right hand side of the equation, what is left hand side? 5?
5. Yes.
Right? The price of the contract. On the right hand side, what do I have? 4.86 into e raised to power r into t, right? So if this number is also equal to 5, can I say left hand side is equal to right hand side?
Yes.
So whenever left hand side is equal to right hand side, you can say that there is no arbitrage opportunity. You take any financial formula, and whenever the left hand side of the formula is equal to the right hand side of the formula, I can say that prices are balanced. Is it making sense? Or nobody can do arbitrage. But the moment left hand side is not equal to right hand side, you see, as per the right hand side, what should be the price?
5.
5. When you put in these number, price should. But in the contract, suppose you mention 4. In the contract you mentioned 4. Then can I say left hand side is not equal to right hand side? In that case, somebody can do arbitrage. Is it making sense?
Yes.
Look at this. This is the price. Forward price is equal to spot price, and can I say interest of 0.14? On the right hand side, using that example, what was that? The 0.14 that I got on treasury bills. That was interest, right?
Yeah.
At 6%. So can I break it like this? 4.86 plus the interest for 6 months.
Yes.
Am I clear? Right? So now look at this. So this is how so basically I can also say, till now, my price of 5 has two components. One component is the spot price, and the remaining component, which is 0.14, it is coming from e raised to power RT, which is the interest on risk-free rate. Am I clear? Now look at this. There is something called cost of carry, and we need to adjust this also into the pricing. Now look at this. Suppose a farmer who has potatoes, right? And when is the delivery?
After 6 months.
After 6 months. So if delivery is after 6 months, then can I say if he has potatoes today, he will have to hold the potatoes for 6 months,
Yes.
put them in cold storage, maybe buy insurance against the storage so that they don't get damaged. Can I say there will be some additional cost attached to holding the asset? So whosoever is holding the asset, farmer is holding the asset, he is holding the potatoes. So if one party is holding the asset and that party is incurring cost in terms of storage cost or insurance cost and whatnot, then what will farmer demand? In the contract, what will he demand?
More price.
More than 5.
Can I say he will demand that you also compensate me for the storage cost? Can I say he will demand that? Am I clear? Right. So he will demand that, and this cost is called cost of carry, right? Because he has to hold the asset, he has to put it in cold storage. Therefore, he will say that I should be compensated for this, and therefore he will say that the price in the contract should be increased. Am I clear? Is it making sense? Right? So then, if price in the contract has to be increased, then can I say the formula will change? Till now, in formula, do we have storage cost? In the formula, we don't have storage cost till now, right? But if farmer is demanding compensation, then he will say, you increase the, you change the cost for me. You look at this. Can I say the price should be this now? Spot price plus the interest, whatever that interest was, plus the storage cost. This should be the price now. Farmer should not be getting 5, but something more than 5 because he's also spending something on the storage. Am I clear? So, but then what we can do is, we can change the formula to this. Do you see another factor is coming here, U? And this factor has a positive sign in front of it. So that means that when you have a positive sign in front of this factor, the price is increasing. It is R plus U into T now. Am I clear? Am I clear? And what is U? U is 0.05. What is U? 0.05. So now can you put in the numbers and tell me what should be the price in the contract? Rest all items are already given to you. So what should be the price in the contract? Hmm?
5.13478.
5.13?
478.
Okay. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. So if you put everything and you put U also here, you will get a price of 5.13. Right? Then can I say because of this storage cost, the price is not 5 anymore, but it has increased to 5.13? Right? This is because of U, which is storage cost. Am I clear? Right? So because of storage cost, there is an upward pressure on the prices. Upward pressure, prices are increasing, right? From 5 it has become 5.13. Are we clear? Now, look at this. There is another concept. How many parties are there in this contract? Two parties are there, right? Now tell me one thing. Who has the asset?
Farmer.
Farmer. And what does the outlet have?
Contract.
Just a piece of paper? Huh?
Yes.
The outlet has just a piece of paper, right? And on the other hand, what farmer has? The asset. Okay. Now, who is at benefit?
It depends. So it depends. Future में condition क्या होगी?
ठीक है, depends future में condition क्या होगी, but मान लो कि condition favorable होगी.
किसके?
Economy के.
नहीं ऐसे नहीं.
ऐसे नहीं. Let me take another example. Suppose that we import crude oil, right? From where do we import? Gulf, right? Gulf. Let us say the economy is expanding. Can I say in coming times there will always be high demand for crude oil? It's not a recession, and I'm not expecting recession for next 5 years. Can I say that?
Yes.
Right. Now today, suppose our country, India, enters into a contract with any of the Gulf countries.
नहीं sir, we cannot say this.
अरे wait भाई, बोलने तो दो. Can I say what?
कि अगर इकोनॉमी ग्रो होगी, टेक्नोलॉजी बढ़ेगी तो प्राइसेस विल गो अप, क्योंकि लास्ट अगर आप देखो लाइक बिफोर कोविड तो प्राइसेस वर लो.
Am I clear? What I was saying. So what I'm saying is that suppose we enter into a contract with Gulf, right? Now as per the contract, we will receive crude oil, and Gulf will export crude oil. Am I clear? as per this contract, who has the asset? Girl, what do we have? The contract, right? Now, assuming that we are into expansion phase and there is a high demand for the crude oil across the world, right? So in this situation, where one country has the asset and we only have the piece of paper, which is a contract, who has more advantage? The one who has asset, why?
Because there is a high demand across the world, you said. So there are a lot of buyers in this case.
Okay.
There's a high demand.
Okay. But why they have this sort of advantage?
They can refuse.
No, let us say that they cannot refuse. Still, why do they have advantage?
Because eventually we will need.
They will get assurance that that is the price they are going to sell.
They can decide the price.
They can, you see, the party who has the asset, okay, the party who has the asset, generally, I'm saying generally, not always, I'm saying generally, they have advantage. Is it making sense? Suppose there are two parties, suppose I want to buy gold and she wants to sell gold, and we are into a contract. Can I say she has the asset?
Yes.
Can I say she has the asset? Now, she has to deliver it to me after 6 months. How much time? 6 months. But after 1 month, the price has increased. After 1 month, what has happened? Price has increased. She has the asset. She can immediately sell it. Am I clear? She can do that, right? She can immediately sell the asset at a higher price. She is still in contract with me, but contract is for 6 months. After 1 month, she sold the asset, right? Now, she again waited and price again came down. And she again purchased the asset. And then delivered it to me. Is it making sense?
Yes.
Is it making sense? When price went up, she sold the asset. Then she waited for some time. Price again came down to the same level. Then she purchased the asset. Then can I say by doing this exercise, she was able to make some money? Can I say that? By doing this exercise, she was able to make some additional money. But why she is able to do it? Because she has the asset. I cannot do it. Because I don't have the asset. I just have a piece of paper. But the party who has the asset will always have some advantage. They can control the demand and supply in the market. Am I clear? Is it clear what I am trying to say? So because she has the asset, she got some opportunity to make some profits or some kind of advantage. But I don't have that advantage. She has it. So what will I demand? I will say that we are two people into the contract. You have this advantage because you have the asset. Right? As the prices will fluctuate, you can make use of it. Right? You can do whatever you want with the asset and later on deliver it to me. So if she has this advantage of this kind of opportunity she has, I don't have it, then what will I say for the contract?
Make it binding to sell it to one
Sir,
person.
but you have the money, na? You have the money, you can invest it like on continuous compounding and still reach to the same amount and then pay the like
But
after
with
6
respect to
months.
that asset, the price of that asset is going up now. The net asset is more than risk-free rate.
If like there are two parties,
It-
they can do
The
whatever they want.
asset,
and
the
other
advantage
parties-
related with asset, I cannot have it if I have the money. The advantage with respect to asset, suppose it's crude oil and price of crude oil is shooting up. Even if I have the money, I cannot take that advantage. She can take it because she has crude oil. Is it making sense? So if I don't have the asset, what will I demand in the contract? How will I demand compensation? I will demand compensation. I will demand compensation. You see, in a contract, always it should be a fair contract. Both parties should be at same level. If she has some advantage because she has the asset, I will say you compensate me.
But the contract is to sell the that material after 6 months, right? And she is not breaking anything. Like she has promised that I will deliver the material after 6 months. And
That is fine.
She is delivering.
That is fine. But I'm trying to say, let us say assume that she will deliver the material. But because she has the asset, she can make some profits out of it.
But that is
Wait. She can make some profits out of it. Can I say that? Can I say that? Now I will say, you see, because in the contract, you had an advantage and you are making some additional money out of it, I need some part of it. Is it making sense?
No, sir.
It's not making sense.
Sir, मुझे तो अभी तक कोई example ही
I
नहीं
can
उतर
give a
रहा
better
है
example.
continuous compounding वाला.
Let's say I have gold and I have a contract with him. I can use the gold to wear for party occasions. That I can use it. In that sense, I think it is.
What occasion?
Let's say sir, अगर कहीं जाना हो
Rental.
तो mortgage कर सकते हैं,
Mortgage
short
का
term
ये
loan
होता
ले
है।
सकते हैं।
I want to say that let us say it is a gold contract. Let us say it is a gold contract. Right? The moment we enter into the contract, that gold is marked for me, right?
Yes, right.
That asset is marked for me. But because she has the possession of the asset for the next 6 months and she can do anything with it, she can make an additional opportunity, she can make additional profits out of that. I am simply saying that if you do that, I will need my part in that, or I need to be compensated for that.
Why will she
But
disclose
your
that? Why will she
claim
disclose?
is
Why
not
will she
after
disclose
6
that I
months.
am making?
Sir,
So why will she disclose that I am making?
अरे ये नहीं बताएगी, market बताएगा मेरे को.
But
Sir, different-
your
She will not
claim-
tell me.
But-
oh, she will. I am not talking about one contract. I am talking about billions of contracts which are trading for billions of dollars of amount. Is this making
But
sense?
when the
I'm not, you don't see it as a one-to-one contract. Look at it from the market point of view.
But when
The market is saying that the party who has the asset and the party, because we are into contract, right? So because, and they are still able to generate additional profit because they have the asset. So the other party who doesn't have the asset, they will say that I should be compensated.
So let her make the money, but at the
Sir,
end of the
ऐसे
6 months,
तो-
as long
एक
as
second.
Shivangi is obligating that thing, that's the only concern for me,
Sir,
right?
sir, एक second.
Why I am
Sir,
worried that in the
शिवांगी-
interview how
शिवांगी
she
भी
is
तो आपको
doing.
बोल सकती है ना कि you have the money and you can invest it like for next 6 months, or you can also make money, like additional money out of it. तो आपकी money भी you can hold it.
What is the एक मिनट ये डोर किसने खोला?
बाहरी है सर.
अच्छा क्लोज द डोर. नहीं पहले वो वाला बंद करो.
पहले वो बंद करो फिर ये.
अरे और प्रॉब्लम है भाई.
Now look at this. Suppose we are into the contract. Okay, the contract is for crude oil. Am I clear? Now the moment we enter into the contract, the assumption is that we are nullifying the risk. Is it clear? Is it clear? That is the assumption that both the parties are reducing the risk. Okay. Now what I am telling you that because she has the asset, right? And if prices go up, she has the opportunity to make profits. Is it clear? Because she had this opportunity to make profit, if prices go up, I will say you compensate me.
And if it goes.
Wait. I will say you compensate me because you are getting some additional profits. As per the contract, we both should be at same level.
Correct.
That's the idea of the contract. But if you are making some additional benefit out of it, I should be compensated. Imagine a reverse situation. Prices go down. And somehow, because the prices are going down, she has some advantage because of that. Some disadvantage because of that. Am I clear? Assume. Suppose it is crude oil only, right? And prices are going down, and then her company will face huge losses during that period. Can I say that? Then, when the prices are going down, she's facing some disadvantage. Then she will demand that I am facing this disadvantage. Then I should be compensating.
Sir, now I bring a picture from Shivangi for you, sir.
Hmm.
You have the cash. Now Shivangi says you have the cash that is marked for Shivangi, but you are going and investing in some very high risk investment at 13% rate. Now you are making a profit.
But this
Now you
contract
come
is
and
for what?
compensate.
This contract is for what?
For
For the asset, right?
Sir,
Or this contract
No,
is
sir,
for cash.
money to gold is
Contract
not-
is for what?
Gold.
Contract is for gold. So any price movement with respect to gold, any price movement with respect to gold, whether on the upside or the downside, has to be compensated.
Okay, you are making gold as the base.
I am making gold as asset is the base here.
One thing you can
Sir, but we are exchanging asset with cash, ना?
So
दोनों चीजें include होगी ना?
but
Base gold.
she has the advantage because she has the asset. She has gold or she has crude oil.
The definition of derivative is based on the asset, underlying. That's,
I am, wait a minute, the contract that I have, the contract is designed to kill the price risk associated with the asset.
asset. And definition.
Not with respect to cash.
Correct.
So if the party who has asset, if she has advantage, then I will ask compensation. If she has disadvantage, then may have to provide compensation. Is it making sense?
But sir, while the contract is signing today,
Hmm.
the claim on the asset starts after 6 months.
Hmm.
So that is the gap that I cannot able to understand, that if my claim starts after 6 months, how am I asking for compensation for the 6
in the
months?
market where it is you are dealing the asset. I'm talking about the exchange market. In that case, she doesn't have a right to sell at others. She cannot trade that asset.
She doesn't have the, let us say she doesn't have the right, but she can still manipulate her, production. suppose prices fluctuate, and prices fluctuate in her favor, right? She can increase the production of the crude oil. Company that particular company can increase the production of the crude oil. Basically, the advantage with respect to fluctuating prices, the company will have the opportunity to exploit it. You see what I am saying? Suppose it is a crude oil company, right? I am not saying I am simply saying that during the period of the contract, the prices go up. She will increase the production rate of the crude oil, right? So because of the price fluctuation of the asset, will be able to make more profits, right? Do I have that opportunity? On the other end, the other party, I don't have that opportunity. So what is the base of this contract? The price of the underlying asset. And if the price of the underlying asset goes in her favor, she will be able to generate extra revenue. On the other hand, I cannot do that. If I cannot do that, I will say, because I am also into the contract, right, for the same asset. Right? So ideally, this price fluctuation should benefit both of us. But it is only benefiting her. I only have the piece of paper. So if it is not benefiting me, I will demand for compensation. This is how markets work. This is not about just one person. This is how the capital market is working. If one party is having some advantage, another party can see it. Because other party, you see, the other party is already giving the assurance that we will purchase your product. So you also get that assurance, and during the meantime, you are also making profits. Is it not double advantage to you? In the contract, you are also getting the assurance that your product will be sold to me and I will pay you this much price. And during this is one advantage you have, and the other advantage you have is that you can also, using the price fluctuation, you can make additional profits. Is it clear? So what is the advantage for the other party? The other party will say, you reduce my price. Is it making sense or not? If it's not making sense, then talk to me in the second year. I will give you more light on this.
Sir, we can take an example like
No, wait. We will not take more examples.
No, sir.
Basically, I am trying to say which one is more valuable, the contract on potato or the actual asset. Actual asset is always more worth. Actual asset will always have more worth. And because I don't have the actual asset, she has the actual one, then she should compensate me. Real example यही है.
I can explain, sir.
Look at this. Now, the forward price should be spot price plus the interest plus the storage cost, and because I am demanding some compensation, I will say you reduce the price. And this is called convenience yield. This additional advantage which she has and I don't have. This is called convenience yield. And because of this convenience yield, I will say it will put a downward pressure on the price. Am I clear?
I have a contract, okay sir, for 6 months, for a particular asset, okay, at a price of 5. And what I did, I know the price of the asset will going to rise. So I did a deal with another guy. And I said, I have a contract.
Sir,
I got your point. You got my point, right?
Yes.
But I was that's
Mutually agree on that.
Are we clear with this?
Yes.
No, because we need to go forward. We have to cover other things also. इसी पे नहीं बैठे रहेंगे कि convenience yield. Am I clear?
Yes.
Okay. So can I adjust the formula like this now? Look at the formula. Now there is another factor here which is y, and this y is convenience yield. And do you see that there is a negative sign in front of y? So what is the meaning of negative sign?
Compensation.
A negative sign means it will put a downward pressure on the price. Am I clear? It will put a downward pressure on the price. So if I give you the numbers, if I say convenience yield is 3%, then can you calculate the price, forward price?
कितना? 3%.
Yeah. Storage cost is given to you, R is given to you, time is given to you, convenience yield is given to you, spot is given to you. Can you tell me what should be the price, forward price?
So 5.05834.
5.05.
05834.
Yes, 5.058. Okay. So can I say because of this convenience yield, the price is coming down? Can I say that? Yes. Because of this factor. So basically, because of storage cost, it went up. Then now because of convenience yield, the price is coming down. Am I clear? Yes. Can we go forward? So in this case, it is putting a downward pressure on the contract. Okay. Now, there is something called cash and carry arbitrage. I will very briefly tell you what is cash and carry arbitrage. This was the formula. Can I say this is the formula for the forward pricing? What is the formula?
Spot price
Spot price
plus
so forward
minus
price is equal to
convenience.
spot plus interest plus storage cost minus convenience yield. This is the right. Now suppose I tell you that forward price is 104. That forward price is in the contract the price which is written which is it is 104. Right? Let us say spot is equal to 100. And the sum of this plus this plus this or this plus this minus this is equal to 3. Right? Suppose I give you this number that there is some interest, there is some storage cost, there is some convenience yield, and when you add all of them you get 3 and the spot price is 100. But in the contract you have written 104. So do you see that the left hand side is not equal to the right hand side?
Right.
Do you see that? So if left hand side is not equal to right hand side, then what will happen?
Arbitrage opportunity.
There will always be some kind of profit making opportunity. Am I clear? Now this profit making opportunity can be exploited by a mechanism called cash and carry arbitrage. How can I exploit it now? Can you tell me?
Give a cash discount.
Can you think what is the price today?
100.
100. Suppose I do this. That today I buy the asset. At what price I will buy? 100. Okay. So can I say it's a minus 100? If I buy the asset today, right? And at the same time I short the contract. At the same time I do what? I short the contract. So if I short the contract, then at what price I can short it?
100.
What is the contract price?
104.
104. Right? So if I go short on the contract, my price will be 104. Is it making sense? You see what I am doing? I buy the asset today, whatever that asset is, right? So I have to pay 100 because spot price is 100. At the same time, I short the contract. Short the contract means I am promising somebody that after 6 months, whatever the duration of the contract is, after 6 months, I will give you the asset. For what price? Can I say after 6 months I will receive 104?
Yeah.
Can I say that? So that will be cash inflow, but it is after 6 months. Is it clear? Is it clear? Now, if I buy the asset today, I will have to store it. There is some interest cost as well. I am talking about these costs. Whatever the storage cost and other cost attached to this asset is, let us say that is 3. Am I clear? So that's a cash outflow for me, right? Whatever the cost I will have, because I buy the asset today. When I will deliver after 6 months. So during these 6 months there is some cost attached with it. That cost is this, 3. Am I clear? That cost and convenience yield. Is it clear? So what is my total cash outflow? 103. And what is my cash inflow? 104. So what is my arbitrage profit? 1. Am I clear?
Yes.
Am I clear? This is what we call cash and carry arbitrage. You see in cash and carry arbitrage, this is what we do. You go long on the asset. So this is what I did. When I buy the asset, can I say I go long on the asset? When I buy the asset, I go long on the asset. Right? I open a short position in the contract for the same asset. This is what I did. I shorted the contract. So I open a short position in the contract for the same asset. Right? And both this long and short position are open together on day 1. So I am doing both. I am buying the asset today and I am also opening a short position today only. On the day 1 I do both the activities. Huh? This is arbitrage. Hedging is not hedging. This is arbitrage. Huh? Am I clear? I understand why you are confused, but let's call it arbitrage for me. Huh? Am I clear?
Yes, sir.
Huh? So you do both these things, open long and short position together at the beginning, and at the end, if your calculations are correct, suppose you are calculating that my cost will be 3 during these 6 months, and you are correct, and your cost is actually 3, then you will be able to make some profit. Is it making sense?
Yes.
So you have to be correct with respect to the future calculations you are making with respect to the other costs. Is it making some sense or not? How much you are spending today? 100, right? Then in next 6 months you will be spending 3 more on additional cost, everything. You should be correct with respect to these additional costs. The forecast should be correct. And if you are correct, and if your total cost is 103, then when you will sell the asset after 6 months for 104, so the arbitrage profit will be 1. Is it clear?
Yes.
This is called cash and carry arbitrage. Okay, let's talk about currency forwards now, very briefly. In currency market, is there any risk? In currency market, is there any risk?
So inflation.
Huh?
Inflation.
अरे currency में inflation risk होता है या फिर change of exchange rate का risk होता है? Because exchange rates are changing, right? Can I say it is some risk? Especially in import export.
Yes.
Can I say that? If exchange rates are highly fluctuating, there will be some risk. Now, what is a currency forward? A currency forward or a future will lock in your currency price or will lock in your exchange rate. Right? So suppose I need to buy dollars, but I don't need dollars today. I need dollars after 2 months. So do I have any risk? No. I don't have any risk.
Yes.
I don't have.
We do.
We do have risk.
Yes.
Especially under the current circumstances, I have a lot of risk because the dollar is appreciating, the rupee is becoming weaker. Right? So if I wait for 2 months, it might be possible that dollar will become expensive.
Yes.
Can I say that? So if dollar can become expensive, then I have a risk, right, in that case. Right? But if I enter into a forward contract where I fix the dollar price for me, that okay, even after 2 months, I can buy $1 for 80 rupees. No matter if in the open market it is for 83 or 84 or 85, I can still buy it for 80. Then I am able to reduce the risk, right? Or I am able to hedge the risk. Is it making sense? Same the case, whatever the case with potato, instead of potato, just replace it with dollar now. Right? So that kind of contract will become a currency forward. Am I clear?
Yes.
Let's take this example. Suppose there is an American company who wants to sell 1,000 computers and at this price, 500 Canadian dollars. So they are selling computers in Canada. Okay? So if they are selling computers in Canada, can I say they will receive these many Canadian dollars?
Yes.
Right? So it's 500 into 1,000, 5 lakh Canadian dollars. Right? And if the current exchange rate is 1.1, the US dollar and Canadian dollar exchange rate is 1.1. Then can I say this American company will receive these many dollars? As per the current exchange rate. They are supposed to receive these many dollars. Basically 1.1 into 5 lakhs. Can I say that? Is it clear? Is it clear?
Yes.
Okay. Now, but assume that when the computers have to be delivered, exchange rate can change, right? Today it is 1.1. So as per today's exchange rate, they are supposed to receive 550 or $550,000, right? But at the time of delivery of the computers, the exchange rate has changed, and exchange rate has become 1.05. Exchange rate has become 1.05 between US dollar and Canadian dollar. Now, as per this exchange rate, can I say they will only receive this much? 5 lakhs into 1.05. So how much are they receiving? 5,25,000. So that's a risk, right? How much are they losing if the exchange rate changes? 25,000, right? So that's the exchange rate risk. Is it clear? Right? Can they hedge it? Let us say they enter into a contract. They buy a forward on dollars. So if they buy a forward contract, if they enter into a forward contract where this rate will be fixed, this 1.1. Let us say I am able to fix this rate, either 1.1 or 1.09, but it is much, it will be above than 1.05. Then can I say I am relatively safe? Is it making sense? Then can I say I will be relatively safe? Let us say Bob Computers buy a forward exchange contract, right? And the rate they fix is 1.08. They enter into a forward contract, right? And as per the contract, the rate they will be getting is 1.08, right? What was today's spot rate? 1.1. 1.1, but what is there? Are they getting as per the contract? 1.08. So now at the time of delivery, when they will receive Canadian dollars, they can convert it into US dollars at this rate. How many Canadian dollars they were supposed to receive? 5 lakh? They will receive 5 lakh Canadian dollars. Now these 5 lakh Canadian dollars should be converted into US dollars. But now they will not look at the current spot rate. They will not look at the current exchange rate, which might be 1.05 or 1.04. They will not use that, but rather they will use this rate, 1.08. Why? Because they are already into a contract for this rate, 1.08. Is it clear? So if they use this rate for here, so can I say they will receive this much? 5 lakh into 1.08, these many US dollars, right? So receiving 5 lakh 40,000 is better than receiving 5 lakh 25,000. Am I clear? So can I say to some extent they are able to reduce the risks if they are able to fix the exchange rate using the currency forward? Is it making sense?
Sir, here the amount of currency is also fixed. So let me say 1,000 currency and 1 million currency. So there should be a limit on that quantity also, sir, which I will be purchasing, right? Because someone cannot give me so much.
Contract locks the exchange rate for a currency's purchase or sale at a future date. They're essentially hedging instruments with no upfront payments. However, they involve binding agreements that cannot be broken when one party stands to lose. Suppose Bob's Computers, an American company, plans to sell 1,000 computers to a Canadian company for 500 Canadian dollars each. The current exchange rate is 1.1 US dollars to 1 Canadian dollar. So Bob's Computers expects to receive 500,000 Canadian dollars and exchange it for 550,000 US dollars. But Bob's Computers is worried that the exchange rate may move to 1.05 US dollars to 1 Canadian dollar before the computers are sold. It would only receive 525,000 US dollars in this event. So Bob's Computers enters a currency forward contract with the bank, which offers a 6-month forward rate of 1.08 US dollars to 1 Canadian dollar. Bob's Computers receives 500,000 Canadian dollars as planned and gives it to the bank, which makes the exchange for 540,000 US dollars. Per the terms of their contract, currency forward settlements are made on a cash or delivery basis. The contracts are over-the-counter instruments and do not trade on an exchange.
Was it clear? The same thing, whatever I said, it was the same thing. Was it clear?
Yes.
How much time we have? Okay. I want to cover one more topic, right? Then we will take it. Lunch is at 1, right? Now, let's look at another concept. Let's say, there is another type of arbitrage called covered interest arbitrage. What covered interest arbitrage is, that suppose you are sitting in US or India, you have any domestic country, but from whichever country you belong to, and you observe that the interest rate in your country is 5%. How much is the interest rate? 5%. And then you look at European market, and you observe that in European market interest rate is 15%. The interest rate in the market is how much? 15%. Right? Do you see any opportunity?
Yes.
What's the opportunity?
I can get better interest rate in the European market.
You can get a better interest rate in the
European market.
European market. So
I can transfer my funds into
you can transfer your funds.
Take a loan out in India and lend it out in Europe.
Take a loan out in India. And, okay, you borrow here, and then you invest that money in the other country.
right.
So if you are able to do that, okay, if you are able to do that, then suppose in India you are only getting 5%, but in Europe you are getting 15%. So what you do is that today you invest your money in Europe, let us say, then how much rate you will earn? 15%, right? And after 1 year you convert it back to the domestic currency. Am I clear? So if after 1 year you convert it back to the domestic currency, can I say in that case you are able to make additional profits because of the interest rate difference? If you are able to convert it back and you see that there is substantial gains for me, then I can say that you are able to do covered interest arbitrage. Am I clear?
Yes.
If you are able to do it, right? If you are able to do it. ये डोर बंद कर देना. See what is covered interest arbitrage? this is the example I am taking. Suppose in one country, suppose in USA the interest rate are 5%. In Europe it is 15%. So there is difference in interest rates, right? So suppose somebody is sitting in US, that person may try to invest in Europe, earn 15%, and then convert back those euros to dollars after 1 year. Is it making sense? That today you invest, you earn 15%, and after 1 year, so when you will earn in euros, and after 1 year you convert it back to dollars. Am I clear? And suppose you already know. So what are the things you are going to do? So suppose you are sitting here in US, right? This is right. So suppose today you decide that I will invest in Europe, and after 1 year I will convert it back to USD, right? So can I say today whatever money you have, you will convert it in euros at spot rate, right? And you will invest those euros in Europe, which will give you a return of 15%. Can I say that? But today when you are converting, what rate will be applied for converting it to euros? Spot rate, whatever the rate is today, exchange rate. Am I clear? Okay. Now, you already know that after 1 year, it has to be converted back to US dollars, right? So if you already know that after 1 year you need to convert it back, what will you do?
Forward
currency forward. Why will you take the risk that price can fluctuate, exchange rate can fluctuate, right? So what you can do today itself, you can enter into a contract, right? You can enter into a contract, forward contract, which will give you some forward rate. Forward rate means at what rate euros will be converted back to dollars. So you can fix that rate today, right?
Yes.
Right? But today you have to enter into the contract. Am I clear? So today what are the two things you are looking at? Today you are looking at the spot rate. That if today I convert it to euros and invest in Europe, then what is the spot rate today? Because using that only your money will be converted to euros. Am I clear? The second thing is that what is the forward rate I am getting today? That after 1 year, when I will earn in euros, I have to convert it back to United States dollars. Then what is the forward rate I am getting today on the contract? Is it making sense?
Yes.
Huh? Is it making sense at the back? It's making sense. It's making sense. Yes. I am always concerned about the backbenchers. Making sense, right? Because I was also one attachment. So, okay. Is this what we are doing? Is this what the same thing? Right? So there is some investor in US, convert euros and invest in Europe, earn 15%, and after 1 year convert it back to dollars, US dollars, using a forward contract. But that forward contract has to be entered into today. Right? Now, let us say this is the data given in the example. This is the spot rate today. What is the spot rate?
1.39.
1.39. So today when US dollars are converted into euro, can I say at this rate they will be converted? Can I say that? They will be converted at 1.39. Right? Then, and let us say this is the forward rate I am getting. What is the forward rate? 1.35. So after 1 year, when euros have to be converted back to dollars, at what rate they will be converted back? 1.35? Is it clear? Is it making sense? Huh? Okay. And what is this euro/USD? What is the meaning of this?
The US is the domestic currency and euro is the international currency.
1 USD. What is the base and quote? What is base and quote? Yesterday was the quiz, right?
Yes.
What is base and what is quote?
The USD is domestic, which is base, and euro is
Which is
quote.
base? Euro.
USD is base, domestic currency.
USD is base.
No, euro is.
The euro is based.
Domestic USD होगी ना? Denominator में.
Base कौन सा होता है? The first one is always the base.
पढ़ना पड़ेगा.
1 euro is equal to how many USD?
1.39.
And first one is always base. Second one is always quote.
हाँ बेस ऊपर वाला होता है।
कल था ना क्विज? कब था?
तो बस क्विज में भी यही हो गया फिर तो।
मार्क्स में भी यही होगा फिर मत बोलना मेरे को कि मार्क्स सर क्यों कम आ रहे हैं क्या है। क्विज का एवरेज 12 नंबर है वैसे।
12 आगे सर?
आउट ऑफ कितने क्वेश्चन थे?
26।
आउट ऑफ 26 एवरेज 12। हाँ?
सर खुश हो गए क्या?
Not minus 12, plus 12. It's 12 point something. I think both the sections are around 12 point something. Okay. Are we clear with this? Huh?
Sir, in this case of contracts, we are gaining in two ways. One is interest from the other.
Let me finish first. Then we will see if you are gaining or not. Are we clear with this till now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now look at this. This is the interest rate in USD and this is the interest rate in Euro. Now, suppose I can invest this much money in Euro. How much is this? $1 million? 1 million. Right? So if I invest this much in Europe, assuming simple interest, how much will it become after 1 year? Huh? No, but these are dollars, right? These are dollars. So can I say today it is equal to these many euros? This is my investment today in Euro. How much it is? 719,424. Because as per the current spot rate, I need to convert. This is the current spot rate, right? 1.39. Are we clear? Now, when these many euros are invested today, so in 1 year, how much will they earn? At what rate? 15%, right? So can I say this much will be the earnings? 0.15 into the investment. Then can I say total will be principal plus interest equal to this much? Can I say that at 15%?
Yeah.
Now after 1 year, this is the amount. 827338. Can I say that?
Yes.
So after 1 year, this much amount has to be converted back to USD. Using what rate?
Forward rate.
Forward rate. Am I clear? So if I use the forward rate, can you calculate how much it is when I convert it back at 1.35? This is how much it is. Okay. If when I convert it back to USD, this is how much it will become in dollars. How much it is? 111 something. 690. Am I clear?
Yes.
Am I clear? Right? So when after 1 year I am receiving these many dollars, right? I am receiving these many dollars. Then can I say, and suppose I had invested in US only, then can I say this much it would have become at 5%? Because in US I am only getting 5. So had I invested only in US, it would have become 1 million into at 5% this much. Am I clear? But now how much it is becoming? This much? 1,16906. When I invest in Europe and convert it back, then can I say whatever the difference is, that is equal to my arbitrage profit?
Yes, sir.
Can I say that? Had I invested in US, I would have earned this much. But after doing this whole exercise, I got this much. So can I say the difference is simply my arbitrage profit?
Yes.
Right? This is called arbitrage profit. Okay? So whatever this difference is, 66,906. This is called arbitrage profit, if I am able to do it.
So there are two arbitrages. One is the currency arbitrage and the other one is the interest rate, or only one?
It is covered interest arbitrage, which is based upon interest rate. Interest rate. Am I clear? Am I clear? Now tell me one thing. Is it not a very easy way to do it?
No.
It's not easy.
So
Why? No, not for you, for the market I'm saying. Is it not easy for market? If there is arbitrage opportunity, then to exploit it like this. Is it not very easy for the market?
Yes.
All the big players in the market, not small players like us, but for the big players in the market, is it not very easy?
Yes.
Do you think market will allow to do this? What do you think?
So in your very first session, you told that this kind of activity is not possible at all.
Not at all, not at all. I'm not saying it is not possible at all, but I'm saying there are restrictions to it. Market will always try to stop this kind of activity. Am I clear? Market will always try to. Okay, look at this.
Covered interest arbitrage is a trading strategy that investors use to try to profit from the differences in two countries' interest rates. For example, the interest rate in the Eurozone might be 15% per year, while the interest rate in the United States is 5% per year. Unfortunately, unfavorable exchange rates could eliminate investor profits. To avoid this scenario, covered interest arbitrageurs use a forward currency contract so that they know what exchange rate they will receive when they convert their investment back into their original currency. Investors need to know two things: the exchange rate when they initiate the trade. For example, €1 equals $1.39, the spot rate. And they also need to know that they can later convert euros back to dollars at a rate of €1 equals $1.35, the forward rate. For the trade to be profitable, this hedge must cost less than what the investor will earn from investing in the currency with the higher interest rate. Angela has $1 million to invest. If she invests at home, she will earn 5%, bringing her total to $1,050,000. But what if she uses covered interest arbitrage instead? First, she converts $1 million to euros to get 721,500 euros. This investment earns 15%, bringing her new total to 829,725 euros. She then converts her investment back into dollars, receiving $1,120,129. Opportunities to profit from covered interest arbitrage are rare, especially in highly active markets where all market participants are equally informed. Also, the market usually brings any imbalances back to equilibrium when investors who identify such an opportunity place a flurry of trades in an attempt to make a quick, riskless profit. Their profits are typically small, and taxes and transaction costs can eliminate gains from covered interest arbitrage.
Look at this. Did I tell you that even he was also saying that it's not very easy to exploit this kind of arbitrage? There are transaction costs and other mechanisms using which market will try to stop you. Am I clear? Right? What was the forward rate I was getting?
1.35.
1.35. What was the spot rate?
1.39.
1.39. Right? Because the forward rate was 1.35, we were able to do arbitrage. Am I clear? Because the forward rate was 1.35, I was able to do arbitrage. Suppose that market decides the forward rate in such a way that I am not able to do it. Is it making sense? That market decides the forward rate in such a way that I am not able to do arbitrage. Look at this. Why I am able to do arbitrage? Because of what? What is the core reason? Difference in the interest rate
and exchange rate.
and it is basically interest rate. Difference in the interest rate. Okay. If I decide my forward rate based upon the difference in the interest rate, can I try to stop arbitrage?
Yes.
Is it making some sense what I am trying to say? I am trying to say forward rate was how much? 1.35. I say I change this forward rate. And how do I change this? Depending upon the difference in the interest rates. There might be a possibility that I can stop the arbitrage. Is it making sense? Look at this. If I calculate the forward price like this, what is the forward price? It is spot into 1 plus interest rate in domestic currency, which is US, divided by 1 plus interest rate in the foreign currency, which is Euro. And then I calculate the forward price. Right? So if these numbers are given to you, right? Spot is given to you 1.39. How much is interest rate in the domestic currency? 5%. So this will become 1.05. What is the interest rate in the foreign currency? 15%. This will become 1.15. Then can I say this should be the forward rate? Let us say this is the forward rate. How much it is? 1.2613. Is it different from 1.35?
Yes.
It is different from 1.35, right? Now how many euros I was earning after 1 year?
66,000.
How many euros? These many? 827338. These many euros you were earning, right? When we at 15%. Can you convert these euros back to dollars using this forward rate?
Yes.
Convert?
Multiply.
Are karna multiply?
Sir, but usually currency exchange rate would dependent on economy, right?
You first do this. How much it is? Sir, it's a forward rate. It's not exchange. It is a forward rate of the contract. The rate of the contract.
Sir, 150 आ गया. 10 lakh.
How much? How much it is?
1,050,000.
1,015,000? right? If you multiply this with the euros that you have received, it is equal to this much, right? Is there any arbitrage opportunity now?
No.
Had you invested in US, you would have made this much. By doing this whole exercise and converted it back to dollars using the forward rate, it is the same amount, right? Then what's the point of doing it? There is no arbitrage. Am I clear? Basically, what I am trying to say is that when you will enter into the contract, the price of the contract will be written in such a way that ultimately you are not able to make anything. The market will ensure that the forward price is equal to 1.26 or close to 1.26, so that anybody who is trying to do the arbitrage will ultimately not be able to make any substantial profit. Is it making sense? Is it making sense? Huh?
Sir, I do not enter into any currency forward.
Don't enter.
I flow with the market currency.
Flow, how then?
Sir, there is a possibility that I will have a more value.
You can do that, but you are not hedged then.
Yeah, that's fine.
You are exposed to a limited risk.
No, sir. Means I can.
You want to flow with the market?
Yeah.
Flow with the market. Even then, you flow with the. Who is asking you to hedge? Don't hedge.
Yeah, that's what.
Nobody is
Because
asking.
he wants
In
this
that
because
case, we still have taxes associated.
You flow with the market. So taxes can also play a role.
Taxes will play a role if you are
They will.
using spot exchange.
What I feel is कि जो भी book में एक बार लिखा गया ना, you cannot do fraud on that.
Which fraud?
कोई भी जो भी आपको MBA में पढ़ाया जा रहा है बुक्स में लिखा गया उसके बाद you cannot do fraud on that things. You'll have to be really clever if you want to make profits using such kind of techniques. मतलब you need to make ensure किसी और को ना बताओ ये चीजें. क्योंकि एक बार बुक में हो गया तो फिर सबको पता है.
It's a very common thing. It's very common knowledge. It's very common knowledge covered. But some large corporations can profit. Because you see, forward price is ultimately an official product, right? If you can convince the other party to not make it 1.26 but 1.28, then you can make some arbitrage. But then maybe the other party will agree only if the amount is very high, the notional amount of the contract is very high. I'm not saying that nobody can exploit arbitrage. Maybe large players in the market can exploit arbitrage. Convince the other party to not make it 1.26. Is it clear? Then you can make some arbitrage. But when should we meet again? The other party will agree only if the amount is very high. Not when. We will meet at. I'm not saying that nobody can exploit arbitrage. Maybe large players in the market can exploit arbitrage. We can meet at 11:50. Is it clear? 11:50. So when should we meet again?
उसके बाद भी डेरिवेटिव्स पे इतने चौकन्ने हुए में आ गई वो पढ़ रहे हैं
because their job is the fixed agents where they can do it.
That is a spot market. Very intelligent. They will give you whatever currency you need on the spot basis.
But they will give this basically company normal averages of the bank.
They will have some transaction fees on top of that. So whatever rate you are getting on top of that, they charge you.
All they will charge the transaction amount from you.
From you they will charge. Financial markets, in derivatives, there are three types of trades in the market. One is called hedger, second one is arbitrage, third one is speculator. If I talk about hedger, that potato example that we were discussing, farmer and outlet, right? Both are hedging. Am I clear? Can I say this was the position of the farmer, long short, long on asset, short on contract, and this was the position of the outlet, short on asset, long on contract, right? So whenever you see this kind of mechanism where people have taken opposite position, they are actually hedging. Am I clear? Right? So here the objective is to reduce the risk. Right? So who is hedger? Hedger is that person who wants to reduce the risk. His objective is to reduce the risk. Someone who is trying to reduce risk of the portfolio by buying derivatives. Am I clear? Right? That person is called hedger. Right? Arbitrager is somebody who is trying to make profits because of the price difference. Did I tell you that suppose gold is cheap here, expensive in Dubai or vice versa, then you will try to buy it at one place and sell it at another place, right? So what you are doing here, you are trying to make profit because of the price difference, right? Because the price is not fair. because the price is not fair, or because the left hand side of the equation is not equal to the right hand side of the equation, then price will not be fair, right? So in that scenario, the hedger will try to exploit the market because of the price difference and will try to make the profit. Am I clear? Am I clear? So basically, I am trying to exploit the price inefficiency. What I am trying to exploit? Price inefficiency. Okay. Now, these arbitrageurs, they also use these long short positions. Okay. Just like a hedging strategy, they will also take long and short positions. But their objective differs because first of all, they don't want to reduce risk. They want to maximize returns. There is a difference, right? They don't want to reduce risk. They want to maximize return. Also, they are ready to take some risk. Hedger wants zero risk, right? But an arbitrager will be ready to take some risk because if you want to increase the return, some risk has to be taken, right? Return only increases when you take some risk, right? So arbitrager is ready to take limited risk and maybe increase the return. Hedger doesn't want any risk and is okay with no increase in return, but risk should be zero. Am I clear? You see the difference in the objective? Both have different objectives. Okay. The risk level is usually limited or less. Now the third party is speculator. Who is speculator in the market? Speculator in the market who wants to take high risk to maximize the returns. He will take positions in the market. He or she will bet against the prices so that the risk can be maximized. For example, Hindenburg. What are they doing? Hindenburg, this Adani exposure. They are speculating. They are not actually speculating. I shouldn't call it pure speculation. But still, their risk exposure is very high. But what is the position of Hindenburg in this Adani scenario? Short selling, right? So basically, if Adani prices go down, Hindenburg makes profit. Am I clear? If Adani prices goes down, Hindenburgs make profit, right? Because they have a short position. Remember, declining prices gives you profit. You must be short. So declining price of Adani will give profits to Hindenburg. They must have a short position. Am I clear? Am I clear? But if their objective is to reduce risk, are they reducing some kind of risk?
No.
Are they protecting some kind of portfolio? No. They are simply speculating on the prices. Am I clear? So these speculators, they take high risk. They are into high risk game. So they face high risk in market as their actions are usually instinct based. So basically they have this instinct that prices are going to go down or prices are going to go up. Based upon that they play. They are not trying to reduce the risk. Okay? Right. Right. Now tell me one thing.
Certain time frame, like if they are instinctively feeling that because of a report or whatever, the price will go down. So what is the time frame or time limit in which they have to, or there is nothing?
In this case, so they are controlling the time frame. They decide when to release the report, right? Hindenburg decided when they will release the report, right? So, but I am saying in general, suppose you are a speculator and you feel that a particular company, suppose TCS, the price will fall in next 3 days. Am I clear? Based upon your assumptions and your hunches, you have this feeling, you will go short on TCS. Now declining the price of TCS will give you profits. Because you are short. Declining price will give you profits, right? But that is based upon your hunch and your instinct. Are you trying to protect something? Are you trying to hedge? Are you trying to protect anything? No. You are not hedging. You are simply speculating on the prices. Am I clear? So you have to see how the objective is different. The hedger wants to reduce risk. He wants to take zero risk. The arbitrager will take limited risk. Less risk, limited risk. He wants to make profits because of the price inefficiency. That in one market price is different, other market price is different. He will try to exploit that. The speculator will take high risk and he wants to maximize the returns. Am I clear? Out of these three, hedger, arbitrager and speculator, whom do you think is the most important player in the market? Out of these three, hedger, arbitrager and speculator, whom do you think is the most important player in the market?
Important in the sense.
Huh?
Important in the sense.
Important or important for the market?
Speculator.
Speculator?
Speculator. Because he increases the liquidity.
He increases the
liquidity. He ensures the liquidity in the market is available.
liquidity. Hedger will not increase the liquidity.
May or may not.
Arbitrager will not increase the liquidity. Tell me. Why do you think? Acha, why do you think speculator is the most important person? Liquidity, you are saying.
Only they create instability also, no sir?
Instability. Acha, tell me one thing. Can I say speculation is pure betting?
Yeah.
It is. Yes.
Can I say that? Just playing on the prices.
Yes.
Then if you are purely betting, then don't you think you will make the market unstable?
Yes.
What do you think?
Hedger in the other case makes the market.
Hedger wants to reduce risk. He's very calculative. On the other hand, hedger is taking positions to reduce risk of something. Then he's very calculative, right? Then what do you think is more important?
The hedger because he stabilizes
Every
the
hedger
market.
there has to be a speculator, right?
Then? No.
Balance that hedger is taking a short position. In order to balance that, someone has to be there.
One has to be.
He's saying that if someone is taking that position, there will be on opposite side there will be a speculator.
Can't there be hedger on the opposite side? Hedger against hedger. Can't that be the case? What do you think? Do you agree with me now that hedger is more important than speculator?
No sir.
Or do you?
No sir.
Who is saying no? Why?
So speculator actually helps a lot with the price discovery.
Why? How can speculator help?
For example, Hindenburg has gone short on Adani right now. That will creates a better idea of the value than the shareholders. If they were going short and
what is the
if there was value in the share, you would keep holding it despite them taking a short.
This is price discovery.
Yes. Them taking a position in the market actually
Manipulation of the prices.
So actually, I think
This is not what we call price.
Sir, hedger is the most.
You are correct on this part that speculators provide price discovery. Till that part you are correct.
Sir, hedger is the most important because they holds that shares and whatever the asset, and all these two players are just playing with that price only.
Just playing with the price.
If that asset is not available into the market, how they can I mean that derivatives also not exist.
Oh, okay, that's a good point. That's a very good point. Do you see what point he's making?
Yes.
Can you explain to them what is the point you made?
If asset is not there into the market for trade, then how the both
The other
two.
two cannot be.
What he is saying that gold has to be there.
Yes.
If gold is present, then only I can create a contract on gold.
And
then people can enter into that contract because somebody is promising that I will deliver gold. Am I clear?
Yes.
This is what you are saying? Now I have a fun fact for you. Out of 100 contracts, am I clear? How many?
100.
In the entire world. Let us say there are 100 derivative contracts that are trading. Am I clear? Out of 100 contracts, only 2% of the contracts
Is having the actual asset.
are backed by the actual asset.
Yes.
Is it making sense? So suppose there are 100 contracts. And in 100 contracts, people are promising each other that I will deliver gold, I will take gold. Am I clear? Out of the 100 contracts, maybe only in 2 contracts, actual gold will be exchanged. And in the remaining 98 contracts, actual delivery of gold will never take place. Is it making sense? Is it making sense? Now, where is your name tag? Name tags. You don't have name tags today? How come you don't have name tags today?
Yesterday we had a chairman meeting and both rooms are merged. Table was kept aside. So at the time name tags was.
So name tags, Rupal, you could have should get name tags on there. Can we get it for the next session?
Yes, sir, my last name.
Who will printouts need to be
I
taken
think
then?
this is last session.
This is the last
We'll go tomorrow.
I have another session. I'm talking about Just see if it is possible. Okay, just see. Oh, what's your name? I'm sorry, I forgot the name.
Mukund.
Mukund was absolutely correct in both the explanations he gave. But what was the first explanation, Mukund?
First is that's a
No, not his name. What is his name?
Susi.
Sushil.
Yes, sir.
He was absolutely. You are also correct. You are also correct. He was also absolutely correct in both the explanations. What was the explanation you were giving?
Is to maintain liquidity.
One is to maintain liquidity. But when I am saying that in 98% of the contracts, actual gold is never exchanged, right? So if in 98% of the contracts, actual gold is never exchanged, then can I say 98% of the people in market are actually speculators?
Yes.
Who is hedger? Hedger is the person who may have gold and who is trying to protect the value of the gold. He is hedger, right? But if in 98% of the contracts gold is never exchanged, maybe 98% of the people in the market are simply speculating. Am I clear? Now if 98% of the buyers and sellers are speculating, then can I say they are providing liquidity? What is liquidity? Buyers and sellers in the market? If 98% of the people are simply speculating in the market, then these 98% of the people are actually the liquidity of the market. What was the other explanation you were giving?
So for every hedger there has to be a speculator.
Absolutely, he is correct here also. What he is saying that suppose somebody wants to hedge, out of these 2%, these people are hedging. Suppose these 2% people are hedging, right? Now when these 2% people will take long or short position, on the other end most probably, because the other party will most probably will come from these 98. And these 98 are speculators. So for a hedger, when he is taking a position in the market, maybe the other party on the other end is a speculator. Again, same thing. Speculators provide liquidity to the market. Speculators provide depth to the market. Right? Speculators are very much needed in the market. They are not there to reduce risk. They are only there to make profits. Right? Their objective is to maximize the profits. Right? But still, they are very much required in the market, because if they are not in the market, price discovery cannot take place. What is price discovery now? What is price discovery?
Determining the real value that a
Real value of the asset. Now when I am saying, when these 98% people, because these 98% people are there, right? Now when I will go to the market to look at the price of the contract, I have 98 options. Can I say I get a fair price? I can enter into contract with any of these 98 people, right? Then can I say I will, there is a high chance that I will get a good price on the contract.
Demand and supply balance.
Demand and supply will be balanced, because there are so many speculators. Suppose these 98 people are not there, then only one person is there, then that person will dominate. Am I clear? So that's why speculators are the most important out of these three, and in majority also. Am I clear? When derivative markets were invented, when derivative markets started, the objective was hedging. When they started, when derivative market, when products were designed initially, the objective was hedging. But later on, as the markets developed, speculation came into picture, and now 98% of the people in the market are simply speculating. They are not there for hedging. Are we clear? They are important because they provide liquidity. Large number of transactions in the market are only because of the speculators, right? This is fine. Fine. You see, anyone can do speculation. Anyone can do speculation. You and me, we can try to enter. We can try to speculate prices, and we can take a long or short position. But arbitrage is usually done by large financial institutions or hedge funds. Because I told you, right, it's not easy to exploit arbitrage by small players. So maybe large financial institutions or hedge funds, they can, when they play large bets, maybe they can exploit arbitrage. But we will not be able to exploit arbitrage. Is it clear? Or it will be difficult for us to exploit arbitrage. Is it clear to all? Now, from forwards, I would like to move to futures. Forwards is clear? Right? Forward contract, for example, long, short, long. Right? Hedger, arbitrage, speculator. Let's go to futures. I will open that.
Mintos खा के Mintos अब नहीं खाया ना चाहिए
Now look at this. Futures contracts. Did I tell you how they are different from forwards?
Yes. Third party involved.
Third party, right? You see, in future contracts, both the parties are obliged. The term I am using is obliged. In forwards, I may not have an obligation. By obligation, I mean if I am into a forward contract, I am not in a position where somebody is forcing me to honor the contract. Am I clear? Because in a forward contract, there are only two parties, right? Any of the party can back out from the contract, right? And if they back out, I can go to court of law, but that will just be another exercise for me, right? But in futures, there is a party who will enforce me, and I will be obliged to honor the contract. I will be forced to honor the contract. Is it clear?
Yes.
Right? So when you bring this obligation, a forward becomes futures. Is it clear? When you are forced to honor the contract, the forward contract automatically becomes the futures contract, keeping everything else same. Keeping everything else same. Okay. So basically it ensures that obligation is fulfilled in futures. Okay. Now unlike forward, future contracts trade on exchanges. For example, Chicago Mercantile Exchange. CME. Did I tell you about CME? I did not. It is the largest derivative exchange in the world. Okay. Chicago Mercantile Exchange is the largest. It is the Mecca of derivatives. Okay. Most of the derivatives products, when they are first innovated, they are innovated on this exchange, CME. Is it clear? In India also we have derivative exchanges, but they are very small as compared to CME. Okay. Right. Now, in India, the futures that are available are equity index future, for example, futures on Nifty 50, right, or futures on Sensex. We can have single stock futures, maybe futures on TCS. Okay. I can have commodity futures, maybe futures on cotton coffee, exchange, cotton coffee crude oil. These are commodity futures. And I can have currency futures. The example where we saw, like we have currency forwards, right? So similarly, I can have currency futures. Am I clear? The basic idea is same, that I will fix the price. There will be a contract, I will fix the price, and I will get that fixed price on or after some time. After 6 months, I can buy that asset. This is the price, this is the quantity. Same idea, same concept. The only difference is now exchange will ensure that I do not run away. That's the only difference. They are traded on exchange. So if I need to buy a futures, I will not go and look out for the other party. I will directly go to exchange. So I will go to exchange, she will also go to exchange. Am I clear? So if I go to, suppose I want to buy, right? If I want to buy, exchange will become the seller for me. If I am the buyer, exchange will become the seller. If she is the seller, exchange will become the buyer for her. We will never meet each other, or we will never talk to each other. For me, the other party is exchange. For her also, other party is exchange. Am I clear?
Sir, is it the role of market maker in this?
Huh? Market maker will still be there. Market maker is always there, who's always ready to enter into positions. But let's not get into market maker now.
Sir, for crude oil, countries make contract with each other, right? And that is forward contract.
Those are, if exchange is not involved, if the contract is just between the two countries, then it is OTC.
There also exchange might involve?
No, it will not be involved. If it is just between Saudi and India, then it is a forward contract.
It is always forward.
It is, yes, it is always forward. All the large transactions, when the transactions are there between the countries on that scale, they are never on exchange.
Yes.
They are mostly over the counter, OTC. They are forwards. Am I clear? These are the characteristics of forwards and futures. So you see, forwards are OTC, over the counter. Futures are traded on exchange. Forwards contracts can be customized. Now because they are between two parties can decide the terms of the contract, right? But futures contracts are standardized. They are not customized. Either you take it or leave it. Exchange will show you this is the contract. This is the contract for July month. You want to buy it or you don't want to buy it. As simple. You take a long position or a short position, that's it. Other than that, you have no say. Am I clear? Third one is there is high counterparty risk in the forward contract. Because the other party can run away, other party can breach the contract. So there is high what risk? Counterparty risk. In futures, there is no counterparty risk. Exchange will ensure that the other party doesn't run away. Am I clear? Okay. Forward contracts are not regulated. Do you see anyone regulating the contract? But future contracts are regulated by SEBI. Am I clear? Forward contracts are not transferable. Suppose you enter into a forward contract. It will be difficult for you to transfer your contract to somebody else. Suppose the initial contract is between me and her. And after some time I feel, no, I don't want to be in this contract. I ask her, do you want to enter into this contract? I want to get out. That is not possible in forward. Am I clear? In futures that can happen. In future, suppose initially we are into the contract. Okay, after some time I feel, no, I don't want to be into this contract. I will go out and maybe she can come in. And now these two people are in the contract. That's possible in futures or on exchange, because exchange is there now. So on exchange it is possible. Am I clear? Okay. Time bound. You see, forward contracts are time bound. Time bound means, for example, that potato example. Once I enter into the contract, I have to wait for 6 months. And only after 6 months, one party will deliver potato and other party will receive cash. It is time bound, right? But if it is on exchange, if it is a futures contract, suppose today I enter into the contract, and after 10 days I feel I am done. I don't want to stay in this market anymore. I can get out. I don't have to wait for 6 months. Even though it is a contract for 6 month period. The expiry is after 6 months, even then I don't have to wait for 6 months. Am I clear? Suppose we initially enter into a contract on futures, on exchange. Initially the contract is for 6 months. After 1 month I feel I am done. I want to get out. I will get out. She will come in now there into the contract and I am out of the market. Am I clear? And the last one. Forwards, the settlement is either physical or cash. What is the meaning of that? The meaning of this is, we were talking about potato example, right? In potato example, after 6 months what will happen? Farmer will deliver the potato, outlet will take the potato. That is called physical settlement. Asset is exchanged physically. Am I clear? Asset is exchanged physically. Okay. On the other hand, there is something called cash settlement also. I will explain in a while what is cash settlement. In cash settlement, you don't exchange the asset. You simply transfer the cash from one account to another account. Is it making sense? Is it making sense? Huh? No? For making. You see, did I tell you that out of 100 contracts, only two contracts are backed by the actual asset? So, which means only in 2 contracts the actual asset is exchanged at the end of the contract. In 98% of the contract, only money is exchanged or only cash is exchanged, and that is called cash settled. Am I clear? So this physical delivery you can find it in forwards, but future contracts are mostly cash settled. Mostly 98%, you see, mostly cash settled, right? 98% of the futures contracts are cash settled. Am I clear? Is it clear to all? Is it? It's not. Okay, I got it.
Forward contracts and futures contracts are financial instruments that allow market participants to offset or assume the risk of a price change of an asset over time. However, a futures contract is distinct from a forward contract in 2 important ways. First, a futures contract is a legally binding agreement to buy or sell a standardized asset on a specific date or during a specific month. Second, this transaction is facilitated through a futures exchange. The fact that futures contracts are standardized, ensuring quantity and quality of the product for all participants and exchange traded, which eliminates counterparty risk, makes these instruments indispensable to commodity producers, consumers, traders, and investors. An exchange-traded futures contract.
1 second.
It's not matching.
It's not matching, right? Why is that?
Some problem in the video.
Some problem in the video.
Futures contracts are financial instruments that allow market participants to offset or assume the risk of a price change of an asset over time. However, a futures contract is distinct from a forward contract in two important ways. First, a futures contract is a legally binding agreement to buy or sell a standardized asset on a specific date or during a specific month. Second, this transaction is facilitated through a futures exchange. The fact that futures contracts are standardized, ensuring quantity and quality of the product for all participants and exchange traded, which eliminates counterparty risk, makes these instruments indispensable to commodity producers, consumers, traders, and investors. An exchange-traded futures contract specifies the quality, quantity, and physical delivery time and location for the given product. This product can be an agricultural commodity, such as 5,000 bushels of corn to be delivered in the month of March, or it can be a financial asset such as the US dollar value of 62,500 British pounds in the month of December. The specifications of the contract are identical for all participants. This characteristic of futures contracts allows a buyer or seller to easily transfer contract ownership to another party by way of trade. Given the standardization of the contract specifications, the only contract variable is price. Price is discovered through bidding and offering, also known as quoting, until a match or trade occurs. Futures contracts are products created by regulated exchanges. Therefore, the exchange is responsible for standardizing the specifications of each contract. The exchange also guarantees that the contract will be honored. Every exchange-traded futures contract is centrally cleared. This means that when a futures contract is bought or sold, the exchange becomes the buyer to every seller and the seller to every buyer. This greatly reduces the credit risk associated with the default of a single buyer or seller. The exchange thereby eliminates counterparty risk and, unlike a forward contract market, provides anonymity to futures market participants. By bringing confident buyers and sellers together on the same trading platform, the exchange enables participants to enter and exit the market with ease, making futures markets highly liquid and optimal for price discovery.
Could you hear the last point that he was saying? He said that because it is a futures contract, you can anytime exit the market. In forward, I cannot exit. In forward, I have to wait for 6 months. After 6 months, I will get my whatever potato or cash I have to get, right? But in futures contract, at any time I can exit. So if at any time I can exit, can I say more people will go towards futures market? Yes. If more people will go towards futures market, can I say it will be more liquid? Yes. Automatically, it has to be more liquid. Am I clear? So because of this feature, futures markets are highly liquid, which means maximum buyers or sellers are on futures market. Number is higher, number. But if I look at the amount, that is more in forward.
Does this hold in India?
What? Futures?
Yeah, exit at any time.
Any time. It is whatever is set till now holds true for India.
But in Europe, you can't exit the futures contract before the expiration date.
No.
You can.
You see, for writer, that's another case. For who is writing, that is another.
Are you talking about options? Those are European options that you have to wait till expiry.
Yes, that's option.
Okay, you can. It holds true in case of India, whatever we have heard till now. Are we clear? Okay. Right. So future contracts are easily tradable, right? Because I can enter any time, right? Okay. Settlement can be physical or cash. Settlement can be physical or cash, right? Mostly it is cash. Cash settlement. Right? See what is the meaning of this. Let us say there are two parties. One party is long, other party is short. Can I say? That farmer example, farmer and outlet. Who was long, who was short on the contract? Farmer was short on the contract, outlet was long on the contract, right? So outlet was long on the contract. So whosoever was long on the contract will take the potatoes. Outlet will take the potatoes because they are long on the contract, and farmer will deliver the potatoes, right? So let us say, as per the contract, what was the price? 5? Potato price was 5, which was decided. Am I clear? Now look at this. So let us say when potatoes have to be delivered at that time, the actual price was 6 of the potato. What is the actual price of the potato? Here I have written crude oil. Let us say same example. We stick with potatoes, right? So in the contract price was 5. But at the time of expiry, the actual price in the open market is 6. The actual price in the open market is, or spot price, what I say. Spot price is how much? 6. Now as per the contract, farmer has to provide potatoes at what price? 5? Right? So it's a loss to farmer?
Yes.
How much is the loss? How much is the gain to the outlet? $1, right? So now what will happen? Can I say this is the difference? 5, 6 minus 1, it is the gain for the outlet or loss to the farmer, right? So now, if it is a cash settlement, then what will happen? Farmer will simply transfer $1 to the account of the outlet. Am I clear? Instead of actually delivering the potatoes, putting it in a truck and delivering it to the outlet, instead of doing that, simply $1 will be transferred by the farmer to the outlet, because that's the gain of the outlet, right? Outlet will receive $1. Am I clear? Am I clear? This is called cash settlement. Had it been physical settlement, in that case, farmer will have to actually deliver the potatoes to the outlet. Is it clear? Similarly, if at the expiry price is 3, then who is benefiting?
The farmer.
Farmer is benefiting. Now he can sell the potatoes at 5. When the price in open market is, how much is he benefiting?
$2.
2. And how much is outlet losing?
$2.
$2. So now what will happen? Outlet will transfer $2 to the account of farmer. And that's what cash settlement. Am I clear? Outlet will simply transfer $2 to the account of farmer. Is it clear? Right? So this is called cash settlement. So most of the contracts, most of the futures contract are cash settled.
Sir, here asset is not involved. In this case also, do we call it as hedging?
Huh? If you are taking a long position, yeah, you can call it hedging. You can call it hedging. You see, because you are saying, because it is cash settlement, it cannot be hedged. It cannot be hedging. Is that what you are saying?
That I'm asking. Yes.
Is that you are asking? So no. In this case, you can also hedge, even if it is cash settled. Am I clear? For example, suppose you have gold. You have gold, 1 kg of gold. Can I say you're long on gold? You have gold, right? Now you go to derivative market. In derivative market, you look at the gold contract. That gold contract, let us say, on the contract it will be written, let us say it is a cash settled contract. Am I clear? This is mentioned on the contract, whether the contract is physically settled or whether it is cash settled. Okay? Now you go to the market, you look at a gold contract and it is written this contract is cash settled, right? Which position will you take in the contract? You want to hedge. You are long on asset.
Yes.
What are you? Long on asset. In contract, what position will you take? Short, opposite position we take. If you are long on asset, you must go short on the contract, right? Now, even though it is a cash settled contract, but your position is still long short, right? You are hedging. So what if it is a cash settled contract? Is it making sense? You are long on asset, you go short on contract. Even though it is a cash settled contract, doesn't make difference to you. You are still hedging. Is it clear?
But if you are going long on contract also, then it would be basically speculating.
Then that is not hedging. No. Long plus long will increase your risk.
Can we say that as speculating?
Then you are speculating. So whether you are hedging or speculating, that will depend upon what position you have taken, not on the type of contract. Whether if you are long short, then you are hedging. If you are long, then you are speculating. If you are short, then you are speculating. If you are short, long, then you are hedging. So long short or short long, both are hedges. But long and short, both are speculations. Is it clear? Okay. Multiple time frames are available on futures contracts. Multiple time frames means, which month is this right now? February, right? So if I go to the exchange and I look at the contracts available on the exchange, there can be a contract expiring in February, there can be a contract expiring in March, there can be a contract expiring in April, there can be a contract expiring in July, August, December. And I can buy any of the contract, depending upon my time frame. Am I clear? Right. Do you see which all contracts are available? February contract is there, this is old screenshot. So February contract will be there, March contract will be there, April contract will be there, May contract will be there. Am I clear?
Suppose I have taken stand on May contract, May 2023. Can it be traded before May or only in the month of May?
Traded means trading to
No. We start trading. You can start.
The trading, when you say trading,
Not trading. I mean, I've taken stand of
Long for that.
long. And can I in futures, because it can be done before the closure of.
Can be done what?
Exchange. It can be exchanged to other.
Transferred. Yes. Yes.
That can be done before the.
Yeah, that's what. Yes.
Yes.
Suppose today is
You
February.
can enter in February.
Suppose today is February, and in February you are buying this contract. It is a May contract.
Yes.
So can I say expiry is after how many months?
3 months.
3 months, right? But in March you feel no, I don't want to stay in this contract. I want to get out. So what you can do, you can close the contract and get out of the contract. Right? You don't have to wait till May till the contract expires. Are we clear? Right.
सर ये ऑप्शंस में OPT क्या लिखा हुआ है?
हाँ? इस पे options पे available होंगे on the same asset. Look at this. Look at the last line. अच्छा, by the way, suppose right now it is the February month, right? Can you see there is one contract expiring in February?
Yeah.
That is called near month contract. What we call it?
Near contract.
Near month contract. Then do you see when is the next contract available?
March.
That is called next month contract.
Okay.
What do we call it?
Next month
contract. And after that, which contract is there?
April.
That is called far month contract.
Okay.
Which is far away. Am I clear? Now, if I ask you that most of the trades will be happening in the near month contract, which is the contract for February. Most of the people, if you look at number of transactions, then most of the transactions will be for February month contract. Can you think why?
Yes, sir. Sir, reason behind is that if you are going for a long, far away contract, the price is very high, and as people want, means. No, but trading risk is high.
Tell me why do you think the near month contract has the most liquidity?
Sir, actually it should be.
You understand the question? What is the question? The question is there are all these contracts are trading. Okay. Look at this. There is February contract, there is March contract, there is April contract, right? Now when you look at the data, let us say in February contract there are 1 million transactions that are happening per day. If you look at March contract, there might be 20,000 transactions happening per day. If you look at April contract, there might be 1,000 transactions happening per day.
So it's long position that should be.
So you understand the question that in the February contract, why the number of transactions are so high? Why?
So it's long high risk. Actually.
High risk, right?
So that's why they don't want to go for high risk. They want to sell it.
Predictions become a little easier in the short term.
Anyone?
Traders are more.
Sir, actually it should be the opposite, because if I get more.
No, it's not the opposite. It's like this. It's not opposite. It's like this.
Sir, hedgers are playing with long term,
So
but that
traders are playing with the short term.
Traders, yes.
So you correct then. So
They want money immediately, na sir. That's why they are.
Okay.
They are playing
want
with.
to play safe, sir.
Yeah, most.
They want to play
There are-
safe. Okay.
Most people to play like this.
Any other explanation? Any other? Shuklaji? What happened?
Nothing, sir.
Okay. No,
Speculators.
Is it not common sense?
Sir, more speculators are
Sir,
there than hedgers.
of course, sir, the risk, that's a different story. Risk, that's a common sense, but I know, sir, you will say.
Then
you are
tell me the
free.
reason for the common sense.
So the common sense is obviously the time frame, the risk, more the time, the more the risk I'm exposed to the risk in the market.
That's not common sense.
Okay.
There would be certain kind of interest rate also on that money which they are being.
Okay, look at this. Let me explain. For example, suppose I'm into the month of February and I have taken a position in the contract. Suppose I have a long position in the contract. What is the meaning of that? What is the meaning of that?
I want that asset in February.
Huh?
I want that asset in February.
I want that asset in February. If I have a long position. Suppose contract is expiring on 28th of February. Then on 28th of February I have to take the asset. Either gold or crude oil. Am I clear? Right? Now. Suppose I am short on the contract. Then what is my position?
I have to provide that asset.
I have to deliver the asset. Whosoever is short on the contract has to, for example, farmer was short on the contract. He had to deliver the asset. Am I clear? So in this case, I may have to deliver the asset. Right? Right? On when? 28th February? Today is what date? Today is? 8th February. So 28, only 20 days are remaining. Right? Now, 98% of the people don't want to take the asset or deliver the asset. They are speculators. Understand my point?
Okay.
98% of the people actually do not want the asset. They are just there to make the money.
Yes.
So they are just there to make the money. If they wait till 28, they will be forced to deliver the asset or to take the asset. Is it making sense? So to avoid that, just before the expiry of the contract, maybe around 10th or 12th or 15th or up to 20th, many people will exit the contract. Many people will try to exit the contract so that they don't have the position till 28. Is it making sense?
Yes.
So many people will try to exit the contract, what will happen with the number of transactions?
Increase.
It will be very high. Am I clear?
Yes.
Now when this contract expires, when February contract expires, which is the next contract in line? March. So as the expiry of March will come closer, what will happen? People will try to exit the contract. Am I clear? Are we clear?
Yes.
That's why the number of transactions are high for February contract. Okay, because speculators are closing out their positions.
The speculator's agreement is already written that it is a cash settled.
It
They
is-
will cash settled, right? That's what we understood in the previous slide. That the contract very clearly states that this is a cash settled or as a settled. So anyways, even at the end of the contract, I am not going to take the cash. I only take, asset. So why I
But
need,
suppose if it is physically settled then?
but the 98,
Wait. Suppose one thing is if it is physically settled, you will
that
get
is a
out.
problematic.
Second thing, you will get out because you want to roll forward. Now you will ask what is roll forward,
Correct.
right? So that I don't want to explain now because I have to move forward. That's why I explained it. Am I clear? So what that amount of information I am giving right now is sufficient. Okay? If you want to roll forward, then talk to me in the second year. Is it clear? Acha, one thing, in futures market, every day settlement takes place. Every day what happens? Settlement takes place. Okay. So suppose you enter into the contract and you decide that price should be 5 for the potato. What was the price? 5. Suppose tomorrow, but contract is for how many months?
6 months.
6 months, right? Let us say it is a contract on exchange. Where it is? On exchange. Now what will happen tomorrow? That suppose price becomes price in the open market. In contract the price is 5, that is fixed. But the price in the open market increases. From 5 it becomes 6. Right? In the contract what is my price?
5.
In the open market what is the price tomorrow? How much is my gain for one day? Farmer's gain. No, farmer's gain. Whose gain is this? Outlet's gain. Achha. As per contract price is 5. Tomorrow price decreases in the open market, it is 4. Now farmer can sell it for 5, right? In the open market price is 4. 4. So how much is gain for the farmer?
1.
That is for one day. That gain will be immediately transferred into his account next day. Do you get my point? Immediately his account will be reflected with a gain of $1. He doesn't have to wait till 6 months. So every day, however the prices are changing, there is some gain or loss against you. So right, so because you agreed to 5. If next day price becomes 4, you are gaining. Price becomes 6, you are losing. So if it becomes 6 and the farmer is losing 1, then 1 will be deducted from his account.
So like till the time of the expiry of the
Till the time you are into the contract, not expiry. Because you can exit after 1 month. Till the time you are into the contract, this mechanism will take place. Am I clear?
That is just a value, sir, unless until we are not exiting or means trade-off happening there, right? Once we book that profit or loss, then only we can claim reflect on it.
How do I play this?
So is it an embedded link?
It is an
So you can copy the link and start. I don't
right
think
click
it's-
Copy the link.
Then it's not, I don't think it's a link.
All futures contracts have a specified date on which they expire. Prior to the expiration,
Elon Musk जो करता है, Elon Musk करता है.
all futures contracts have a specified date on which they expire. Prior to the expiration date, traders have a number of options to either close out or extend their positions without holding the trade to expiration. But some traders will choose to hold the contract and go to settlement. Settlement is the fulfillment of the legal delivery obligations associated with the original contract. For some contracts, this delivery will take place in the form of physical delivery of the underlying commodity. For example, a food producer looking to acquire grain may be looking to take delivery of physical corn or wheat, and a farmer may be looking to deliver his grain to that producer. Although physical delivery is an important mechanism for certain energy, metals, and agriculture products, only a small percent of all commodities futures contracts are physically delivered. In most cases, delivery will take place in the form of cash settlement. When a contract is cash settled, settlements take place in the form of a credit or debit made for the value of the contract at the time of contract expiration. The most commonly cash-settled products are equity index and interest rate futures, although precious metals, foreign exchange, and some agricultural products may also be settled in cash. For traders choosing to go to settlement, the form of delivery will be highly dependent on the needs of each trader, as well as the unique characteristics of the product being traded.
Is this clear? The same thing what I was explaining, settlement. So cash settlement and physical settlement is clear, right? Okay. Now next one is daily settlement, what I was talking earlier. What is daily settlement? Daily settlement is your everyday profit and losses are reflected into your account. Am I clear? So that is called daily settlement or mark to market. What do we call it? Mark to market. Your profits or losses are mark to market. Every day they are reflected into your account. Is it clear? Look at this. What is mark to market? So you see, suppose that you want to enter into a contract. Suppose that you want to enter into a contract, right? So tell me one thing. Let us say it is a contract for 1 kg of gold. Okay. So if you enter into a contract for 1 kg of gold, what is the price per gram? 50,000. Let us say 5,000.
Gram per gram.
Per gram, that is for 10 grams per gram. So per kg, how much it is? 5,000 into 1,000. This is per gram, right? This is 1 kg price. So how much is this? 50 lakhs. This is 50 lakhs. Then can I say the total worth of your contract is 50 lakhs?
Yes, sir.
If it is a contract on 1 kg of gold, then total worth of the contract is 50 lakhs, right? Now, when you will enter into the exchange for trading, right? What exchange will say that the total worth of the contract is 50 lakhs, right? Exchange will say, okay, to ensure that you don't run away, right? What we need to do, what you need to do is you need to deposit some initial margin. Okay. So what is the total value of the contract? 50 lakhs. Exchange will say you might have to deposit 2% of that. So what is 2% of 50 lakhs? How much?
1 lakh.
1 lakh, right? So exchange might say, okay, that you might have to deposit 1 lakh on day one when you enter into the trade. This is called margin requirement. What it is called? Margin requirement. What's your name? Subhod. Huh? Sorry sir. Sorry, name नाम बताओ. अभी नाम ही पूछा बस. हाँ? शुभोजीत. Yes. So what do you know what I do in MBA class when people are sleeping? Rupal, do you know what I do? You must remember, right? What do I do?
So you call them in front and give them water to drink?
I call them in front and offer them water to. No, you come into the front. Come here. You will feel. Come here. You need water.
Bottle लेके आना.
Bottle लेके आओ.
ज़्यादा है. उन्होंने सब टी-शर्ट गई है. सर हमें सुनने आया था सेक्शन ए में किसी को चाय भी पिलाई थी हमसे किसी प्रोफेसर
उसको भी नींद आ रही थी.
आपने पिलाई थी क्या?
मतलब मैंने बोला था 2 चाय लाओ मेरे लिए उसके लिए. कॉफी थी या चाय थी? कॉफी थी. लो पानी. I'm serious. I always ensure that we have protein shake also.
Coffee.
You can give him some sugar.
सर हमारी भी कोई उठा के ले गया.
You see, people who are sleeping, right, especially in my MBA classes, I always humiliate them. I always bring them to the front and I ask them more questions after this. I do that. And I don't know, surprisingly they start performing better after 1 or 2 sessions. After I humiliate them, maybe from 3rd session onwards they are very attentive and they revise also properly and their grades see improvement as well. That happens, right? But with you guys I'm a little lenient, okay? Because I can understand that you guys are busy and you have your work, your parallel you're working also. So, but those guys with them, Rupal can tell, those are always on the edge of their seats. Okay? Anyways, shall we go forward? Right. So, mark to market or daily settlement, right? So, what did I say here? Suppose the contract value is 50 lakhs. Then exchange will ask you to deposit 1 lakh as margin requirement. Am I clear? Now, suppose on day 1 you enter into the contract, right? And on day 1, at what price you enter the contract?
1 lakh.
That's the margin requirement. 50 lakh is the contract price. 50 lakh is the contract price. Now, suppose next day, or maybe on that day itself. So this is the price per gram, right?
Yes.
This is the price per gram. So suppose on the same day, you agreed for this price, right?
Yeah.
5,000 per gram.
Yes.
Suppose on the same day, the price declines to 4,500 per gram.
Okay.
The price declines to 4,500 per gram. And your contract is for how many grams?
1,000.
So if it declines from 5,000 to 4,000, in the open market I am saying.
Okay.
Gold price in the
Open market.
Open market. Let us say it declines from 5,000 to 4,500, right? Then tell me one thing, how much is your loss?
5 lakhs.
Nothing.
Sir, actually that is happening on physical market, right? Not on exchange.
But futures prices will also change. Because future prices are tied with spot price.
Yes.
Acha, forget which price. Price has declined.
Then
you agreed to this price?
Yes.
Now the price is this.
Yes, then
how much are you losing?
5 lakhs.
10% directly. Means
You are losing 500?
lakhs, yes.
You are losing 500?
Yes.
You agreed for 5,000 price. On the same day the price became 4,500.
Yes.
So can I say 500 is your loss?
Yes. Yes, sir.
So if 500 is your loss for 1,000 gram, how much is your loss?
5 lakhs.
5 lakhs.
5?
Yes, 5 lakhs, sir. 500 multiply 1,000.
Have I made a mistake? What is the mistake?
Nothing, sir.
Ah.
Just put
So
1 zero.
500 into
1,000 gram we are purchasing and at the rate of 4,500 now.
Sir,
500.
50 lakhs was the total contract value, now it decreases to 45 lakhs.
Yes.
Arey nahi. Per gram my loss is 500, na?
Right, sir. And 1,000 gram we are holding.
1,000 gram we are holding.
Yes.
So what is the loss for 1,000 gram?
5 lakhs.
5 lakhs.
Actually this is.
Yes.
Wait a minute.
सर आपने ज़्यादा लॉस कर
मैंने ज़्यादा लॉस करवा दिया
क्योंकि वो 1 लाख से सेटल नहीं हो पाएगा ना
हाँ वो 1 लाख से अच्छा suppose price declines to 49.50 then what is my loss
50,000 no
suppose the price on that day is 49.50 okay how much is the price 49.50 now how much is my loss 50 multiplied by 1000. Am I clear? So how much is this? 50,000. How much I deposited in the account initially? So this, from this 1 lakh, 50,000 will be deducted on the same day. And then how much I am left with? 50,000. Am I clear?
Yes.
So this is called daily settlement.
So what if this is more of a loss than?
I'm coming to that. Is this clear?
Yes.
Okay.
Sir, one question. In the futures contract, it is very flexible for anyone to get in and get out because you know there are so many people. For example, if we are nearing the end time, and so that no one is getting in, so that I wouldn't be able to get out, right?
You can get out.
So if everyone gets out from the contract, then what happens? Then what about the physical delivery?
No delivery will take place. Then no delivery will take place. You see, suppose she is into the contract, I am into the contract, right? We both are. She wants to sell gold, I want to buy gold. Just before 1 month before the contract, she says I want to get out of the contract. I also say okay, I also want to get out of the contract. We both are agreeing to get out, right?
Okay.
Then will delivery take place?
No.
That's what you are saying.
I mean, if
she is also exiting, I am also exiting. Then who will take the delivery? I am just giving a hypothetical. That is possible, right? Now there is something called open interest of the contract.
No, my question is, she wants to sell and you want to buy. So the first we enter in future contract. Then you are out. Then the third
Let me explain. We are into the contract.
Yes.
She wants to sell, I want to buy.
Yes.
Suppose a situation occurs where both of us decide we want to get out of the contract. Both are out, nothing will happen. It's done.
Yes.
Okay. But suppose she doesn't want to get out, but I want to get out.
Yes.
If I want to get out, then she has to come in.
Exactly.
And stay in the contract.
Exactly.
Am I clear?
Now my question is, like this it happened with the many people and we are nearing the end of the contract and finally if some other guy, for example, I am there, she still wants to sell but I don't want to buy. Now what will happen? And I can't get out because no one is entering the contract.
On exchange, you will always have liquidity. You will not face liquidity crunch. You are assuming that there will be liquidity crunch. And if you are not able to exit, when you want to exit, and the cutoff date is, there is something called cutoff date with every contract.
Yes.
Let us say delivery is on 28. Cutoff date is 10th of February. Right? If by the 10th of February you do not close your position, then on 11th February you cannot exit. Cutoff date is 10th February. Contract is expiring on 28th February. If till 10th February you are not able to exit for any reason X, Y or Z, then on 20th you will have to take a delivery.
I will have to take
You
it.
cannot run away then, if delivery is there. Am I clear?
रोल फॉरवर्ड भी कर सकते हैं ना?
अरे वो नहीं कर सकते ना, कैसे करोगे? डेट निकल गई, कट ऑफ डेट निकल गई,
डेट के बाद नहीं कर सकते.
उसमें नहीं उठाना है.
So we will talk about that later. Are we clear with this? What is initial margin? Money needed to be deposited initially to enter into the contract, right? Now this is the example. Suppose you buy 2 December gold future contract. How many contracts? 2. How many contracts am I buying? 2. Right? December gold contracts on New York Exchange, New York Mercantile Exchange, right? It is also derivative exchange. Now, let us say the current price is 1,450 per gram. What is the current price? 1,450 per gram, right? And contract size is 100 gram. What is the contract size? 100 gram. And what is the price per gram? 1450. And how many contracts I am taking? 2 contracts. So how many grams in total? 200 grams.
Yes.
Am I clear? One contract is 100 grams, so 2 contracts are 200 grams. Right? So total my position is what? Can I say I am long on 200 grams of gold?
Yes.
I am long, right? I am buying the contract. Remember, if you buy the contract, you must have a long position.
Yes.
Is it clear? Okay. Now, initial margin, let us say initial margin will be 6,000 per contract. Then can I say for 2 contracts it is 12,000?
Yes.
Can I say? So can I say when I enter into a contract, at least this much I need to submit? 12,000 I have to submit, right? For 2 contracts, okay. Now, after each day, then can I say the prices will change each day?
Yes, sir.
And how much did I deposit initially? 12,000. Now next day, if I face losses, then can I say that loss will be deducted from my 12,000?
Yes.
Or if I see profits, then can I say that profit will be added to my 12,000?
Yes, sir.
And my account balance will change.
Yes, sir.
Is it making sense?
Yes, sir.
Now there is something called maintenance margin. What is maintenance margin? Maintenance margin is the minimum balance that your account balance cannot go below that. You see, what is maintenance margin here? It is 45,000 per contract, right? So if it is 45,000 per 4,500, sorry, it is 4,500 per contract. So for two contracts, what is the maintenance margin? 9,000. This means that at any point of time, your account balance cannot go below than 9,000. Is it making sense? It cannot be 8,500 at any point of time. Is it clear? If it is above 9,000, I'm fine. If it is 9,500, 9,200, I'm okay with that. But at no point of time it should be below 9,000. Am I clear? The moment it goes below 9,000, the exchange will ask you for a top up. To what level? 12,000. To the initial margin again. Am I clear? So the moment it becomes 8,500 or 8,900, suppose it is 8,900, then exchange will ask you deposit 3,100. So 8,900 plus 3,100 is how much? 12,000. 12. Are we clear? So this is called maintenance margin. It will ensure that your account balance is always above a certain level. And what is that level here? Now this is a threshold basically. Your account balance cannot go below this threshold. Am I clear? Now, let us say on day one, when I enter into the contracts, can I say I entered the contract at this price? On day one, the price is this. When the market closed, the price became 1,441. Is it a loss for me or is it beneficial to me?
Loss.
How much is the loss?
9.09.
Can I say the price has decreased by $9?
Yes.
To what price I agreed? 1,450?
Yes.
Now the price is 1,441. It's a loss of $9 for me, right?
Yes.
Per gram.
Yes.
For 200 gram, how much is the loss?
1800.
1800. How much did I deposit initially in my margin account?
12,000.
12,000. So 1800 is my loss on day one.
Yes.
Then on day one, what is my account balance?
10,200.
Your account balance is this. You enter the trade at this price. On day one, the closing price is this, 1,441. Right? So your loss is 1800. And your account balance has dropped from 12,000 to 10,200. Am I clear? Am I clear? Hmm? Okay. Now, look at this. Next day, the price has gone from 1,441 to 1,438. Can I say it is a further loss?
Yes.
How much is the loss? 3? Compared to previous day, the loss is 3. And on 200 gram, how much is the loss? 3 into 200? 600. Then 600 are further deducted from my account. Can you see almost 600 are further deducted from my account? Am I clear?
Yes, sir.
Right? Then next day, the price has increased. And from 1,438, the price has become 1,444. How much is the increase? 6. And how many grams? 200?
200.
So how much is the gain?
1200.
6 into 200 is 1200. So from here, approximately an increase of 1200 you can see. Your account balance has gone up by 1200. Am I clear? So every day as the price changes, the profits and losses are reflected in my account. Every day the price changes, the profit and losses are reflected into my account. Look at this. When the price has become 1,429, what is my account balance? 7980. Is it below the threshold?
Yes.
What was the threshold?
9,000.
9,000. It is below 9,000, right?
Yes.
So what do I need to do?
Top up to
You have to again put how much? 4,020. So when you put 4,020, so this plus this again become how much? 12,000. Am I clear? And so on and so forth. So in this example, I have two margin calls. I have a margin call here and I have a margin call here. So whenever my account balance is below 9,000, for example, here also the account balance is below 9,000. It is 8,200. So whenever account balance is below 9,000, there will be a margin call. Am I clear? What is the benefit of this margin call? Is the exchange not ensuring that you cannot run away?
Yes.
Is the exchange not ensuring that counterparty risk is zero now? Because whenever you will go below the threshold, exchange will say, either you deposit or we will automatically kick you out from the contract.
Sir, settlement price is more than the trade price.
Huh?
If the our initial trade price is 1450, and on day 1 or day 2 settlement price became more than the trade price.
Then your account will be credited. You will get.
We can get profit.
Suppose you get a profit of 1,000, then it will be 12,000 plus 1,000, it will be 13,000.
Sir, here once we go less than maintenance margin value of 9,000, we have to pay a minimum amount such that initial margin has
Initial margin 12,000, so that you reach 12,000. That's why now it is 8,000, close to 8,000. So you deposit 4,000 more, it becomes 12,000. Yeah. Am I clear?
Yes, sir.
So by doing this, because this kind of mechanism is there on the exchange is ensuring that party cannot run away, that there is no counterparty risk. Am I clear? That you timely deposit everything, whatever the margin calls are, so that every day whenever you will deposit, right? So whatever you are depositing, it is reflected as a profit in somebody else's account. Am I clear? So whatever losses you are taking, it is zero-sum game, right?
Correct.
Hedging is a zero-sum game. So whatever losses you are taking here, those are credited into somebody else's account as profits on the same day, right? And the moment that person feels I have made enough profits, he can also get out of the market. Or maybe you feel that I have made enough losses, you can also get out of the market. That's the benefit of futures market, that at any point of time you can exit. You can also exit, the other party can also exit. Because every day your profit and losses are reflected into your account. Am I clear? Yes.
One of the defining features that make the futures market unique is the daily mark-to-market of prices on all futures and options on futures contracts. The final daily settlement prices are the same for everyone. Mark-to-market has always been a distinctive feature of the futures markets and is now being adopted by certain OTC markets due to recent regulations. Prior to these reforms, most OTC forwards and swaps didn't have an official daily settlement price, so clients never knew their daily variation except as described by a theoretical pricing model. However, the futures markets have an official daily settlement price set by the exchange. Individual contracts may have slightly different closing and daily settlement formulas established by the exchange, but the methodology is fully disclosed in the contract's specifications and the exchange's rulebook. Once a futures contract's final daily settlement price is established, the broker calculates your profit and loss from the previous day, and, if required, the clearinghouse via the broker will make all the appropriate debits and credits into the account. This means no account losses are carried forward. They must be settled up every day. The dollar difference from the previous day's settlement price to today's settlement price determines the profit or loss. If your daily loss results in net equity falling below the exchange-established maintenance margin levels and any additional requirements from your broker, you will be required to provide additional funds to replenish that amount back to required levels, or risk liquidation of your position. Mark-to-market enforces the daily discipline of exchanges' profit and loss, eliminating any carry forwards that might endanger traders, brokers, and the clearinghouse. This is the primary way the exchange provides financial safeguards to the futures markets ecosystem. Having one final daily settlement for all means every open position is treated equally. By publishing these daily settlement values, the exchange provides a great service to all market participants, including those that may derive prices from the underlying products.
Was it clear? Was it clear? What he was trying to say is that every day exchange will publish a daily settlement price. At the end of every day, exchange will publish a daily settlement price. So when I was saying that from 1450, the price has come to 1441. So that 1441, how much is the loss? 9. So that 1441 is the daily settlement price. Am I clear? So this 1441, which is the daily settlement price, based upon this your profit or loss is calculated. And there is a formula how do you calculate the daily settlement price. It is an average price of all the trades that have taken place in a certain time frame. Am I clear? What is the average price on that day? So suppose average closing price on that day is 1441. It is called daily settlement price. And based upon this price, my profits and or losses are calculated. Am I clear? Now.
ज़्यादा हुआ तो दे आप कॉन्ट्रैक्ट से नहीं
Now, did I tell you that any point of time I can exit the contract? Right? That's the beauty of the futures market. At any point of time I can exit the contract. So how do I do that? How do I exit the contract? By transferring?
Selling it to someone else.
How do I sell it? What is the mechanism?
Maybe the exchange will help you with the process.
Exchange will help me with the process, but the point I'm trying to focus here is that what is the background process which is happening. I tell the exchange, suppose initially we two are into the contract, right? Now, contract will expire after 6 months, but tomorrow I feel I want to get out of the contract. So, but I will tell the exchange that I want to get out of the contract, right? But she is willing to stay in the contract. If I want to get out of the contract and she is willing to stay in the contract, then what will happen? Somebody else has to come into the picture. So that I can get out, and now the contract is between her and her. Am I clear? Right? So, what will happen? So, suppose I am into the so let us say she has a long position in the contract, right? And I am the other party. What is my position then? Short. Okay. Right. So now. So, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Shivangi. Yeah. So this is Shivangi, and this is me. Okay. Now, she has long position, I have short position. Next day, I feel I want to get out of the contract. What will I do? I will tell the exchange. Basically, what I want to do is, in this contract, I want to remove this short position. If I am getting out, this short position should be cancelled, right? Am I clear? Because my position is short, so this short position has to be cancelled, right? Now, to cancel this short position, what I have to do is,
you'll have to be at long. You'll have to be at long and make other person short.
Be it. So if I want to cancel this, and I have a short position, so what I will do, I will open a long position. Am I clear? Right? So you see, earlier I was short. What is the meaning of short? That I will take delivery of the product. Right? So when I say I will take delivery of the product, and but what is the second thing I am doing? I open a long position. What is the meaning of that?
I will give delivery of the product.
I will give delivery of the product. So when I am saying that I will take delivery and I will give delivery, so effectively I am doing nothing. No? If I say I will buy something and I will sell something, so I am doing nothing basically. My total outflow is 0. Is it making sense? Right? So if I am short, I open a long position. So basically when I do this, the overall net effect is what? 0. Am I clear? Am I clear? But to open this long position, there should be somebody else in the market who is ready to open a short position. Maybe Anubhuti is ready to open a short position. Am I clear? Am I clear? So when I open a long position and Anubhuti opens a short position, so basically I am out of the market, long short cancelled out, right? Now, what is the position of Anubhuti? Short. What is the position of Shivangi? Long. So now the contract is between two of them. Now Shivangi is long and Anubhuti is short, and I am effectively out. Am I clear?
So the party which has the asset, can they exit it?
Can we?
Can they exit it? The contract. Then it will be totally based on money. There is no asset.
Why not?
Or maybe, okay, got it.
Got it?
Got it.
But he is saying that Shivangi wants to exit. But he is saying Shivangi wants to exit, right? So what is the position of Shivangi? To exit, what position she has to open? She will open a short position. So when she will open a short position, can I say her net effect is 0? And she is out of the market, long short. But to open a short position, there should be somebody else who is ready to open a long position. Am I clear? So when she is out, now the contract is between this guy and this guy.
And sir,
Now they are long short.
How the exchange will maintain the quality? Like I trust Shivangi, let's say, and due to that I opened this whole thing.
You don't know Shivangi. You will never know Shivangi on exchange.
So quality कैसे maintain होगा इसमें?
Exchange will ensure quality maintain होगा ना.
Like the quality of potato or something.
अरे exchange will ensure. Exchange will ensure even the moisture content of the potato. इतनी quality वो ensure करेंगे कि if you are into a contract, let us say it is a contract for rice or coffee or anything, right? Exchange will also decide कि अगर वो चावल का दाना है तो उसका diameter कितना है. Even up to that quality they will ensure जो deliver हो रही है. Am I clear? And for that they have designated people who ensure the quality of the product. Okay, so there are designated warehouses where the product will be stored, or maybe where the guy who has to provide the delivery, he will take the product there, and there the exchange will check the quality, and only after the quality check, if your product doesn't match the quality check, you will be fined. Suppose you want to deliver rice, exchange will check what is the moisture content. Are you delivering basmati or are you delivering something else? And if anywhere you mismatch with what you have promised and what is there in the contract and what you are providing, you will be fined. Am I clear?
Yes, sir.
All these things are taken care of by the exchange.
Kafi is then they must charge some high premiums because if they are providing all these services.
So there will always be costs attached to that. Transaction cost will always be there. Now look at this. To close a long position, one has to open a short position. To close a short position, one has to open a long position. Are we clear?
Yes, sir.
Right. This is what it was. Suppose there is one person with a long position and there is another person with a short position. Usually this is the contract, right? What I explained basically, right? So this guy is long and this guy, class is not over. Okay, we will extend for a while. So I don't like this sound of closing notebooks. Whenever I hear this sound, I automatically extend by 15 minutes. I do that. Okay. So if I hear one more time that any notebook is closing, till the time I say it's over, it's not over. Am I clear?
Yes.
Okay. So this guy has a long position and this guy has a short position. Now I am saying that this guy wants to get out of the picture. So if he has a long position, which position should he open? He will open a short position. Now if he will open a short position, this guy X. So he was initially long, now he opened a short position. Can I say he is out? Long minus short is out. But to open a short position, there will be some other party Z in the market who is ready to open a long position. And therefore now this X is out and the contract is between Y and Z. Where Y is short and Z is long. Am I clear? Is it clear? Shall we go forward? Yes. No, not payments. On this. Shall we go forward on this?
Yes.
Yes. Right. Did you hear this news?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
In 2020? During COVID?
Yes, sir.
What was the news?
Price
will negative
below?
चले गए थे.
Negative चले गए थे, right?
Minus means
Because nobody was willing to take the delivery.
Nobody was willing to take the delivery. So how did this happen?
actually nobody was too willing to delivery and plant not stopped.
No buyer.
Manufacturing.
No, where the prices became negative? Futures market?
Futures market.
Not in the spot market?
No.
Not in the spot market? Right. So when we hear that prices have become negative, was it not like that in the petrol pump we were getting paid? No? We still had to pay in the spot market?
Yes.
Okay. But in the futures market, how was it? The prices became negative. Can you explain how?
Like they had excess production of oil and they were willing to export, but the countries were not willing to.
Then how? Tell me exactly how prices became negative.
Storage.
Using that same long short mechanism.
Like their machine didn't stop and there was
No,
storage.
I got your point. The production was too much. So anybody who is producing crude oil,
So
they don't want, like what will they do with the crude oil? Right?
The same storage cost.
Sir,
Storage cost?
no, the oil manufacturer at on short place, but that long place will be going
Right. This was the reason, yes. Now look at this. You see what happened? It was a, which contract? It was a May contract.
Yes.
It was which contract?
May contract.
May contract. So suppose today is 20th of April. Okay. On 20th of April, I can see the price of the May contract.
Yes.
Right. So on 20th of April, the price of the May contract became negative, and it was minus $37 per barrel. How much? Per barrel. Per barrel, dollars per barrel. Quite high number. That's why. Okay. So minus $37 per barrel. For, 20th of April. This is 20th of April. Right? And which contract has a negative price? May contract. May contract has a negative price. This means that if I buy May contract, buy May contract, so what is the meaning of buy? That I will take crude oil delivery?
Yes.
That is the meaning of a long position.
Yes.
That if I open a long position for the May contract, I will get crude oil.
Yes.
I will also get $37
Yes.
in the futures market. That's why price is negative. Am I clear? That if I open long position for May contract, I will get crude oil 1 barrel. In addition to that, I will get $37. Am I clear? How is it possible? That I get $37 and I also get the crude oil. Huh? How is it possible? Shuklaji?
Physically
Enlighten us. Enlighten us.
But the only possibility is that this amount, whatever the daily balance, what was ongoing on the screen, I can explain in that way.
This way. Which way?
The daily margin call.
Sir, they want to reduce the maintenance cost, so they will pay because their maintenance cost is
So
high.
physical delivery not possible that time.
No, Shukla ji will tell in terms of long shot, Shukla ji. In terms of long shot, can you try to explain? That who will be long, who would be short, what will happen when prices go negative?
Sir, there is no buyer seller, that's the only thing I can.
No, there are buyer sellers. There are. Market was still liquid. There was relatively liquidity crunch, but still, it was not that there are absolutely no buyer. You see, prices become negative to ensure that there is liquidity. You see, the moment, suppose I am not getting any buyer for a price of $5, price will become 4. I am not getting any buyer for $4, price will become 3. I am not getting any buyer for 3, price will become 2. I am not getting any buyer for 2, price will become 1. I am not getting any buyer for 1, price will become -1. I am not getting any buyer for -1, price will become -5. Is it making sense?
Yes, sir.
That's what sir told that there is no buyer seller existing, it's a mismatch. That's the reason that things were happening.
Because of this, the prices are becoming negative. Because nobody wants to buy crude oil. Nobody is agreeing for $1 or $2. So price became -1. Nobody is agreeing even for -1. Price became -2. Nobody is agreeing even for -2. Price became -10. Nobody is agreeing for -10. Price became -37. Then people agreed that okay, at -37 I will buy. I will also take the crude oil and I'll also take $37. Am I clear?
Yes.
Now see how it happened. So the contract was due to expire in May.
But this was futures market, na?
This was futures market.
But you said there is some regulatory in between will ensure the trade will
तो
happen.
खरीदने वाला नहीं आ रहा।
That the trade will happen.
Long.
Futures है ना?
Right?
Executive.
Now look at this.
Futures है ना?
There is party X and there is party Y. Am I clear?
Forward में करते हैं कम से
When is this contract expiring? May 2020.
2021.
What is the date today? Today, when the price became negative?
April.
The date was 20th April
Yes.
2020. Am I clear? Now let us say on 19th of April 2020, there are two parties in the contract. One party is X, other party is Y. Right? So this party X on 19th of April, can I say this party X has to take the delivery of the crude oil
Yeah.
in May?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Now on 19th, this party X, the party X sees that if I get delivery of crude oil in the month of May, then what will happen? What will I do with the crude oil? You see, everything was shutting down. Cars were not running, planes were not flying. Right? So this party X who is supposed to receive crude oil in the month of May, is it of any use for X?
No.
Would he want to take crude oil in the month of May?
No.
He would not want to take crude oil in the month of May. What would he want? What will he try to do? What will X try to do?
Someone
Try to
short
take short
term
position.
X will try to get out of the market. To get out of the market, what should X do?
Short position.
Open a short position. So X will open a short position. Am I clear? When X will open a short position, because X is avoiding delivery of the crude oil. Next month, X doesn't want the delivery of the crude oil, so X will open a short position. By opening a short position, can I say X is out? Can I say that? Can I say that? Right? Can I say that? If he is able to open a short position, can I say he is out of the market? Right. But to open a short position, somebody should be ready to open a long position. And let us say this somebody is Z. Let us say this somebody is Z. Now on 19th of April, when everybody is trying to get out of the market, do you think there will be somebody ready to open a long position? No. Because the person who will become Z, who will open the long position, now this person has to take the delivery. Am I clear? So now Z has to take the delivery. So if Z has to take the delivery, do you think it's easy to find Z? No. Nobody will agree to become Z. Right? Nobody will agree to become Z. So what X will say, that somebody, let us say he is Z. So I will, and I am X. So I will say, okay, you please become Z, open a long position, and I will also pay you $37 to open this long position. Am I clear? I am indirectly paying him $37 to open this long so that I can get out. So that I can get out. Now when he has the long position, now can I say he has to take the crude oil delivery? Yes. Right? So in the month of May, he will have to take the crude oil delivery because he has a long position. Now the contract is between Y and Z, where Y is short and he is long. So in a way, he is also getting the crude oil from Y. Right? Y will providing the crude oil and he also getting money from me, which is $37. So he's getting crude oil and he's getting $37. That's why the price is negative. The person who is getting the asset is also getting $37. Am I clear?
Yes, sir. So basically, after that, May, this price will become spot.
This price will become
spot.
Price
For example, Jet has received the oil, and that's the crude oil, right? Then if I want to sell it, since I got for lesser price, because I got $37 from X, the spot price is supposed to reduce when compared to April. If I'm selling it to the customers in May in my region, for example, crude oil.
So that's the problem. It's not if you can't sell because there is no demand. Rather, he makes
maybe after storage.
Then there will be storage cost. For compensating for the storage cost, more than
but for a country like India, there are so many.
Wait. Look at this. Look at this. What I'm saying is that this guy Z, he is receiving two things. One is the asset and another is $37.
Yes.
Right? Why he is getting $37? He's getting $37 because in the month of May, when he will get crude oil, he will not be able to sell it. He will have to store it. Right? So basically this $37 is nothing but a compensation because he has to store it. Till that time he is able to sell it. Am I clear? And during that time, because demand was low, storage cost was very high. So in a sense, this 37 is the compensation for that storage cost. Am I clear? You see, in normal scenarios, in normal market, when I say market is behaving normally, future price should be greater than spot price. In normal times, future price should be greater than spot price. But what is happening here?
Reverse.
Futures price is negative. Spot price was still positive. Can I say futures price is less than spot price? You see, future price is minus 37. Spot price was still 13. Spot was positive. In the open market, if you go and buy crude oil, it was still selling for $13 per barrel. But in future, so this is inverted market. Because of demand supply mismatch, the market has inverted. Am I clear?
Yes, sir.
Chalo, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That's all.
Don't no excuse, okay? iPhone वाले इस तरह के excuse नहीं करते। iPhone वाला तो standard होता है। ये लिखा हाँ भाई iPhone वाला नहीं है।
SEBI takes all the measures to control insider trading or whatever. For example, companies, let's say the results are coming out. So internally they know that what they had predicted or what they have performed, the results are not going to be that positive. So I think, or maybe correct me if I'm wrong, companies might be doing this sort of thing, that they might inform some other broker or some other people that we are going to get results, and they can always do that speculation kind of a trading and get profit out of those. So how does the and you can't control it, I suppose. And in India, I think it's quite prevalent, I suppose, as compared to US even.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. On the projector. The same the projector will be turned off in 30 seconds. So done.
मेरे सोने का टाइम है रात को 10 से सुबह 6 मुझे नींद नहीं आती चलो कितना बेटर है
Good afternoon. So, I hope everybody have their laptops with you.
Yes. Did you ask us to bring them?
I asked in a mail to have your laptops and all my
We did
classes.
bring in the last lecture, but not today.
Can we go and bring?
Two people should have one. If that is there, then you can sit with somebody. It's with the PSPP. The software should be there, not just the laptop. MacBooks also have. I have used the other class. No, there are people who have it in their MacBook also. So I don't know. You can check with them. How did they get it? Because there were many people who were actually having that installed. So I haven't used MacBooks. So I don't know. You can go get it.
We asked in the class that for MacBook it's software is not installed. We'll get for other alternative like this you have mentioned in the class. So I didn't install.
आप ये रख लो.
Sorry.
आप आ जाओ.
यहीं पे आ जाओ
ना कोई यहाँ पे एक आ जाओ.
नहीं हम तीनों के पास नहीं.
While we having the virtual discussion, same thing I have discussed with that. Myself and ma'am, we are unable to download that thing. You told that it was a free software. It will be installed in this. We need to find out other software.
So I was thinking like it was MacBook was not taking it in. So that was so after that I went and checked. So it is can be used in MacBook also. So I was thinking there was a pop-up which is coming in like a not secure software.
We need to accept that.
So it's like actually it is a secure software.
We need to, I will install.
Okay, so so I am not sure. Probably I wouldn't have sent a mail stating that. So I think I've said. So yeah, so it's like you can actually install it in your MacBook. If it is just a pop-up which is coming in, you can accept it. That's not a problem. So because it is a GNU software, so that is like. So now everybody have like every two people have one laptop.
Yes.
Okay. Which has it installed? Yeah. Yeah, it's just like we are actually not
doing any analysis today because we have not learned about any analysis, but it is like we are just having a hands-on so that if you get a data, you can put it in and you can do something, because the rest of the things is easily available online on like how to do it and how to handle it. So it's just a prep kind of a thing. So I'll just prep you with the software. So you might have questions like the other section was asking. So you can do most of the analysis that we do in Excel. So usually in organizations they do it in Excel because they actually create macros. So if you are a researcher who are using different methods and you cannot create all the macros by yourself, that's when these kind of softwares actually help you because it is GUI based. And are you able to are you downloading it? It will happen in like quickly. So just keep it for downloading if you have not downloaded, because like there's time. We have some more things to discuss. So yeah. So it is like can we have that door closed? Thank you. Yeah. So it is like you will be using different kinds of GUI based softwares. Yeah. So you'll be using different kinds of GUI based software which is going to help you close it and come in. After coming in, close that. Okay. So this is easy because it doesn't require you knowing code or syntax of anything. And as a part of this course, why we are learning, so the course per se should not be teaching you how to use a software, like a program or a software. So if it was something which was taught to you before, it would have been easier. So right now it is just an aid which will help us understand the results. So I tried couple of things, like 1 year I was giving only the output and I was telling them what that means. Second year I time shared the SPSS which was available with the available licenses that we have. So I felt both of them did not work. So you should actually do something to see that your results have come, so that you will try to understand. I hope after that also you try to understand what has happened. So that is why we thought SPSS will be a good option. And SPSS is like, as a BRM teacher, I would say that you should not be spending that much money for a software like that when we have open sources for all of the things. And now it is like Python and R which is actually gearing up, and Stata is also going back because of its cost and all that. So institution can buy. So this year when they asked, I said like, I don't think we should be wasting our money on this. We can put it somewhere else for doing something. So this actually has a syntax editor option also, where you can type the syntax in. Whatever option is not available in this, there is syntax available which you can run it. So probably next year I will make R modules so that it becomes easier for everybody. So that you don't have to do anything. The module is up there. But again, I'll have to teach you. Like you have to go do this and all that. So that is what I'm trying to do in this particular session. So this is like it should supposed to be like a free session. It should not be part of the 20 sessions which we actually have. So I'll let you know how we manage that particular interface. That's important. Once we know that, the rest of the things you will be able to do. So I'll give you the steps when we are doing data analysis. That's the third module. So we finished the first module last session, and now we are supposed to start the second module of research design. So I'll just introduce the data so that it is going to be easier for you, like you have a case in the next session. So if there is something which you want to put the data in and see, so you should be able to do it. So that is the intention of this particular session. So before going into PSPP, so it's about learning PSPP, learning or having a feel of PSPP, I would say. So before going into that, we have data broadly divided into two groups: qualitative data and quantitative data. So what is qualitative data?
Subjective in nature. The decisions are subjective in nature.
Subjective in nature. Then, for example,
Yes, no.
So anything which can be coded into a number, assigned to a number, that is quantifiable. So yes, no's can be put it as zeros and ones or twos. So anything which can be assigned a number and you can use that number to do things for you, then it is quantitative. You can quantify. Otherwise, it is qualitative. So usually I can say that it is strings, it's like text. So those are qualitative in nature. So when you go and download all the reviews, or you are actually web scraping all the tweets by some person or a group of people, so these will come in as a corpus file, like which has a lot of text in it, and you analyzing it is going to be difficult. So there also you can code using the frequencies, frequently observed words and all those things. So that could be done, but otherwise it is like it is there are lot many other things which we can analyze. What is that entire content talking about, right? It's not just frequently used words. So you should remove all the prepositions and all those things from between so that it makes a meaningful things. So those things are coming under the qualitative. Quantitative is numerical and anything which can be converted to or coded to numerical values. So that becomes your quantitative. So whatever we do in survey are those which we actually coded to some numbers. Okay? So qualitative altogether, so we will learn a little bit of qualitative data when we are doing exploratory research design. So that is going to be our, not the next one, when we are in online mode, the first session. So it is about like all the data you get from interviews and all that. So what we will be learning is about primary data. That is like interviewers, depth interviews and focus group discussions and all that. So in addition to that, all available generated data which is textual in nature, that's also qualitative. So how do you analyze it? Initially, like long time ago, we manually analyzed it. We try to understand certain themes. We try to come up with like how each theme is grouped to sub-themes and all those things, or classified to sub-themes and all those things. So then what happened, there were softwares which were giving you word clouds. So all those started coming in, and then now recently what is happening is you have programming languages like natural language programming and all that, which is helping you to do a whole lot with this automatically generated data. So that is what these days everybody is using. So everybody is using to analyze their textual data, and we use in research to understand and analyze what's happening there. All good. Yeah. So what? So it is like it will actually help you to classify, group, give meaning and sense to whatever data you are having in your hand. Okay. So again, so this natural language processing was always there when I think biostatisticians used to use natural language processing long ago. It got its traction from traction in the management domain, because at that point in time they were the ones who were working with a whole lot of sequences. So for example, like with the base DNA sequences, even though it is just 4 characters which comes in ATGC, what happens is like it's a combination and it's huge in size. So if you want to understand, so that in combination leading to like 20 amino acids, which in combination leading to the n number of proteins that you have, it has become really difficult for them to handle all these data. So that is where we wanted some tool to process the characters or the strings which is coming in. So they've been using them for like quite a long time. So which help help them in understanding. So there was algorithm which run behind, like your neural networks and all that, which helps them to analyze or predict what is the next set of sequences, which was important at that point. So later, in management, they started, so it was all in that domain. So computer science was using it, bioinformatics and related, all were using it, and it got adopted to management when we realized the power of big data. So up until a point, we were not even saving and storing the big data. This generated data just go wasted. So now we have figured out that we can use those data in many ways to learn a lot of things. And information is the key, and we want to gain all of that. So that is when we started adopting things which is going to help you break these down into some sort of information.
By big data, you mean the data which we were not storing earlier, not analyzing those data that we used to get.
So big data, I mean like those data which is getting generated and we were not using. Because it was, why is it big data? Because it's huge in size, and you thought like it is just, so it's like if you go to a retail store, the sales data is huge. Every person buying things and all that, like why would an organization use it? It was just documentation purpose at that point in time. They did not know that this documentation can give you information which can be used to improve their businesses at a point in time. When they realized it, they understood the vastness of the data that they called it big data. And that is when, how do you analyze big data? So analyzing big data became a little difficult so in every other analysis, so we say analysis to those where like we could handle the data and we already have a way in processing the data. So that's why we analyze the data. And big data, when it came in, it is not analysis anymore, it became analytics. Why? Because big data is, again, as I said, corpus for textual, it was like that. Even if it is quantitative, it was numerical, it was huge and it was not pre-processed. So it's like some random junk of data which has to be really pre-processed, stored and retrieved as and when we require for analysis. So when all these other processes came into picture, plus analysis, it became analytics. Because analytics involve that also. Analysis is just one part of analytics. So that is why big data analytics it became. And if you see, you will know like 20 years before how it was, 10 years before how it is, how it was, and now how it is. It is all analytics, right? I don't even know, like, I don't think even half the people who are saying analytics know the real meaning of what analytics is all about. So that is when analytics came into existence. And so we have to pre-process it. So any organization, so organizations have a lot of data. If you go and see, they store a lot of data, and most of the data they also have no clue how to analyze. So that is where we started getting, I mean, the people who are good with, what is that? Excel plus VB. VB and all that. So that was gaining importance because what do they do? What they do is like this 10,000s of data points which is there with around some 2,000 or 3,000 variable names which is getting generated. So it's not like rows. The columns are also huge. So some 2,000, 3,000 variables are also getting generated. These people started picking and choosing combinations of variables to predict or suggest the current state of something. So that is analytics.
So ma'am, is there any quantity you want to attach to the word huge? So GB means...
okay, it's not, I wouldn't call, so it's basically big rather than huge. So the big is like whatever which doesn't fit in an Excel sheet, comes in as a big. So if I have to say like, I'll say like you have a m by n matrix. which is going to be like somewhere around M is your rows. So rows has to be about 10,000 or 20,000. So it should be about 10,000s. And your column should be, even if it's above 500, it is big.
Okay. So a 500 by 10,000 matrix can be considered as a big.
And big data is normally like not the ones which we create. It's the ones which is automatically generated, because when we create, it takes time to reach that size. Getting the primary data of that is not easy. So big data is automatically generated one, where if we see an organization's data, what happens is they'll have master sheets, which is going to have everything pulled together and put it there. So we use like the basic function which is very important and uses VLOOKUPs to bring all things whatever you require together. So from there is when, so you can call it like this. So it's almost always automatically generated data, because we sitting and generating that bigger data is going to be big. So this is where analytics came into existence, and this is for the quantitative process. So this, using like dashboards and all, are the quantitative part of it. So you pull the big data, you capture, like for example 7 variables together, you apply an equation, you get one value which you call it as something which is a it is a statistics which is to be presented by an organization. So that you do, so that's the job of a data scientist. Identifying what variables goes together and all that. So this part is a pre-processing part of it. Now the same vastness is there with respect to qualitative data, and we use natural language processing for cracking them. So natural language processing is like, now it's in English, where you can actually, if somebody knows the real language and conversion and all, we can have it in different other languages as well. So in this one, what happens is like, you will have textual data. From the textual data, you try to understand themes and all those things. And there will be multiple algorithms which run behind, which you will code for and you will identify. And these days, I think NLPs are usually done using Python, because Python makes life easier compared to many other programming languages. So that's what they do. And these are the ones which are now saving us from understanding this, sentiment analysis and all is a very preliminary thing in all these. So it will just tell you the sentiment. So usually, part of speech is something which you should be well aware of to do any sort of NLPs. So that's what they do. So that's about the qualitative data. But with whatever we are doing, we still will go with the old rule of we trying to analyze it ourselves. So we'll have around some 20 interviews which we have done it, so we know how to group them. So we do it that way. The rest is not in my hands to teach. So that's what we'll do with it. And whatever is quantifiable, that one. So qualitative studies are not hypothesis testing. It will give you knowledge about something which can be phrased to become a proposition, but you have to do a hypothesis testing. That's always a quantitative analysis. And we are focusing more on hypothesis testing, which is a deduction approach, and for that we require some tools. So over here also, what should be the assumption that I have to take is like, if you knew how to do regression, how to get the results and all that, then it becomes easier for me, because my job here is to make you understand those situations where you have to do this regression. And while you are seeing the report, you will understand what does the result say. So these are your job, but over here we have to crack this part so that we can get the results also. So that you will also feel that you have done something to get the result. Because if I show the result and ask you to decipher each and everything, it's going to be like I have to tell the story behind all the variables. That's why we are learning this. Clear? And SPSS is a much easier version because lot many things are easily available there. PSPP, you search, you will get. And I am also, to tell you frankly, I am also using it for the last 2 weeks only. Because I am using it so that I can teach you that portion. It's an exact replica of SPSS, but the way it works, unless and until you sit with the data, you might not understand that quick way of shortcuts. You will not be knowing. So there are certain shortcuts which I am also not aware, which I know in SPSS, but somehow it's not working here, and I have to figure those out. But some of the things I have cracked. So we'll just have a quick overview on how these things are. So you can open SPSS or PSPP. Bhargava, you got it? Got it. So that is what. So it is like when you go to GNU, they say that Mac is one of them. All their projects are getting it on Mac. But even students, couple of them told me like somehow it's not working. So it might be the security level and system that you have put in. But it is not a big deal. You can sit with somebody and just see. Just sit with one person. Why I said 2, restricted to 2 is because of that only. Like, I mean, if it is 2 people, both of you will be doing something. Otherwise, you will look around and not check on what is happening. So yeah, so open it. It looks something like this. What's the first observation that you have?
Excel. Looks like
Excel?
Excel sheets.
Then how many sheets are there in this? 2 sheets. What are the 2 sheets? Data view, variable view. Data view looks exactly like Excel sheet. Variable view doesn't look like Excel sheet. So data view is exactly like your Excel sheet where nothing is marked. It looks like that, right? It just have row names, column names, that's it. Nothing else is there. Whereas variable view, some things are there, which is not like an Excel sheet. Now what you can do is go back and make a 5 by 5 matrix of digits. Yeah, any random digit, a 5 by 5 in the data view. Five by 5. Anything. It can be any digit. It should be digits. That's all. Doesn't need it. 5 column 25. You are able to install it? Okay. Yeah, so some of them is working, some I think it was
Just have to accept
exactly. So that's why I think while I've shared all the details also with you guys because it's safe to actually.
The website is directing us to an unsecured
Yeah. So I think since it's not gained that traction, it's a new one. It's just 6 months.
Yes.
So that is why it's a problem. So other projects which they have, that's all getting accepted by this one. So I was reading on those. Why it's not happening because the session is already dealt with the MBA students like 2 weeks before. So they came up with a lot of issues, but it's not like a lot of them have MacBook. They usually have other ones because they can use all sorts of cracked things inside
Mac
that.
Windows, we've got it. My version is from 10.3 and it is taking about 10.4.
So yeah, there are some issues. So this also they will figure it out. It's just 6-month-old software.
Actually, in Windows there is only one link. When I open that for OS, there are 3 links coming, and I'm not getting where to go.
Okay.
That is it. I mean, कुछ और ही कर रहा हूँ उसमें वो.
कर देंगे. He'll help you out.
So this will be a floating point because they are
0.00.
Yeah. So it will be floating point.
Yeah, it can take in a floating point.
No, it is taking floating point.
So that we can change.
That we can change.
So you guys did 5 by 5.
Yes, ma'am.
So how does it look?
करना नहीं पड़ते हैं
So it is there, right? Some numbers. So now you go to variable view. How does it look? It actually has taken up. So it is showing us that there are 5 variable entries, right? Which they have not named it. They have just named it 1, 2, 3, 4. And now, what will we do? So I have so it's not the floating number which I want. So that's the first one, decimal point. It's up to me to decide what it is.
So basically, when this particular tag tells us the property of the variable.
Yes. So it's like what exactly the variable is all about. So if somebody fills in, so what happens with the Excel sheets are, the names are there. What is that is something which you have to save it in another folder. So these kind of ones like SPSS and similar ones. So it has 2 sheets where one is the data and one is the description on what the data is all about. So now there are variable names, I'm happy with it. So variable names are like 8 character ones. It should start always with an alphabet and maximum it can take is 8 characters. Even if it shows that it can take more, when you do processes, it will consider only the first 8 character. Okay? So that's the width that it talks about, like how many characters. And now there is something called as this, numeric. It can take in any of these. So since I have given numeric, so over here also I can change the width and everything. So if you really want to enter a character variable, string variable. So let's assume that I want a new one with this one. I typed it in, it's not taking it. You know, that's because you have to go and say that it's a string variable.
So it is numeric by default.
It's numeric by default because it's usually numeric data that we will handle in the software. So that is why that's the default thing. So that's how it is. And now just knowing it, okay. So next is labels. So labels is the descriptor of the variable, what the variable is all about. So first one, let's assume that it is serial number. So it takes the explanation of that. So whatever your question is, you write over there. When I send the data with you, then we will see how it comes up.
What is this width?
Correct.
So width is number of characters which this can happen. Columns I still have no clue. Like it's the 4th class that I'm saying, I have no clue what it is. I've not searched and figured it out because it's not affecting me in any way. So you can search and figure out what that columns are. Column there is 8 again. So in SPSS also that is there. So it's like, so this is a sheet, SPSS sheet I'll show you. It looks like this. Data view and variable view. It's a different color. See over here also that column is there, which I don't know what it does. It has something to do with the storage space probably, but I don't care about it. It has not affected me so far, so I don't care about it. So now variable value labels. So value labels is what does your values over there mean. So that also when we upload a data, I'll show you what you write there. Okay? Missing value, if there is a missing value, how do you handle it? So they have a table where you have to write what are those missing values and how do you handle it if you have a missing value. There is a manual which you will get it with that. I mean in the same page. So you can check the manual. I prefer searching on Google. So the manual, the right place, that thing will come rather than opening the manual and doing it. Alignment is left alignment, scale. So this is a default one. So since it is serial number, I have to say that it is a nominal value. So scale is automatically there. So scale is used for ratio and interval scale. Nominal and ordinal you will assign. So if you don't assign, something happens, nothing is going to happen. Even if you put nominal, you will be able to do correlation, regression and all that. But again, as we all know, softwares are garbage in, garbage out. So if you define, it makes sense, otherwise it will not make sense. That's the only thing. So role is input because we are inputting the values. So I think role and alignment is new. In SPSS also for the last 2 or 3 years only that was added, and I don't know what it is going to help, how it is going to help us.
And what is measure? Can you please repeat again?
So measure is like how should you treat that variable. We learned 4 primary scales in last session: nominal, ordinal, interval and scale ratio. So what happens is like based on these measure value or measure the way that you are measuring it, what happens is the analysis that you can do is different. So there was a slide on that also. So we are just telling that what kind of a variable is that. When it is a serial number, it's just a name. So you put it as nominal. But when you are doing a Likert scale, it is a scale because it's an interval scale. So you do that. So that way, anybody who just happens to see the sheet will be able to understand what these are. So these are just description on what your data is all about. Okay? Clear? So let me just send you the mail. So I have shared the data with you. Email. Open your mail and get the data. Let him come back. So there's a mail sent to you. So open and get the data. Receive the data? All of you got the data? So there is actually an import data option, but the thing is I tried once, it was not working, so I just left it. So how does the data sheet look like? It has 2 sheets. First sheet is the data. What is second sheet?
Variable.
Yeah, it's a variable labels. So I tried importing, some error was coming. So I don't believe in wasting a lot of time on things like this. So I did the way it was easy for me. I copy pasted it. And I seriously don't think like I should just go and figure out how that works. Because when you import also only this works. Only the first sheet you can import, second sheet can't be imported.
Why? Why?
Because second is the variable details, no, that you have to enter it into your variable sheet.
तो manually करना पड़ेगा वो.
So I'll go to this. and I'm pasting it there. It's done. You can also go back and try inputting it and read all those manual and everything and do it, okay? I tried for 5 minutes and I just left it. I felt my time is more valuable than that, so I left it. So, you got the sheet? Yes. So now what happens is variable view. So you can see that there are around 37 variables. Yes. So this list is what is there in the next sheet. So one person from the other section asked me, like, why is it not as a first line? Why did not I put it as a first line in the Excel sheet? So actually the sheet I have shared with you is a copy made from the SPSS data file that I had. So SPSS allows you to copy it like that. So usually we don't have the title on the top. So we have it like it's in the variable view, and it was in this column. I just copy pasted that. That's why it came in 2 sheets. So now we have to enter. So all we are bothered about is the first 6, 7 of them. Okay? Variable details I am not telling you, but because you can see there. So this study was something which I have done in 2015 or something. So it's about mobile banking, how people are perceiving quality of mobile banking, and are they satisfied it, what are the factors that are affecting. So study was majorly based on it. So all the variables and everything I'll let you know when we are actually doing hypothesis testing. So we'll be handling this data as a base data. Okay, for learning all of the things. So right now we are bothered about, we saw that value labels, no? So how do you put that? So this is a process data. So over here what happens is gender, male, female. So the data is showing 1, 2. So that pre-processing is already done. And age, rather than the age, we have grouped the ages into something, and that value is also considered. So while all these are considered, even if you don't give the value labels, it's already taking all those things. But you have to assign the labels so that your output of the results will also show that labels. So we are planning to process this is called as a pre-processing of a data. The data is already available. So serial number, gender, so this till A1 I want you guys to mark, like go back to your data sheet and enter those.
Ma'am, how did you copy paste that? Can you show that?
You can't copy paste this to PSPP. You have to type it in.
One by one.
Huh. So you do it till A1. In the I'll also do it with you. So I copy pasted it from here. I copy pasted from here to the Excel sheet, but in PSPP you can't paste. You can't paste. So go and do it manually. Do it with me. SL number, gender. Yeah, it's in the variable tab. I am defining each and every. So I have put serial number and this one. So look at here. Serial number, gender. So it comes. Guys, are you with me?
Yes, ma'am.
We lost you in between somewhere.
Ma'am, first again.
मुझे पता है ना, बस यही तरीका है.
Huh? So select the data, guys. How did I copy? I did not import. I copy pasted from the Excel sheet. Excel sheet first data. I copied all that. I went to the first box and did a Control V. Got pasted. Okay, so that is done. I am very bad in teaching tools. I mean, handling the tools, yeah. So what you should do is, no, space, it cannot take space. There are certain things, it cannot take number in the first. So what you do, SL, number, enter. It goes to the next one. Keep that. You can enter the values? No, no. Good. You can put the last one, you can enter the rest also if you want, otherwise put the last one on F5. The last is F5, no? Why is it only 30 more? Go to the left hand and copy all. Where are you copy pasting? You're supposed to paste it in a data sheet.
अरे पता है मुझे पता है हाँ तो इस तरह से ऑल्ट करो ऑल्ट नहीं होता ना
मैं क्या होता
Just copy paste it. So I tried couple of times importing and all that. So everything was coming on the same column. And I'm like, okay, now I don't have time for it, so I did not do it. So yeah, you guys have this now, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You went and filled in the variable?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So it cannot take space. If something, like it cannot, there should not be any space in between. If you want space, put an underscore. It's because of the software. It requires a lot of. Huh?
Processing.
It depends on your RAM. RAM is 8 GB. Mine is also getting stuck. Mine is 16 GB.
Why is it getting stuck? Where is it getting stuck?
So yeah, so no, it's all about how much other things are there, no? Other softwares are installed and how much space that it takes and how much are running parallelly to it. It depends on all those things. So yeah.
And they closed it down working there.
Sometime AHT call and some.
अभी तो मैं बाहर
So it's all done, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So now all of them are numeric as of now because we have entered numerical data. So I'm not changing anything. I don't like decimal points, but I don't want to copy paste and all that, so I'm just keeping it there only. And now labels. So whatever you write in labels, you would have seen, no, Excel also, if you make a pie chart, it gives you what you type in there. So in this particular software, whatever is in the name will come in whatever analysis you do. But if you want an expansion of that, you write that in detail. So serial number, I don't want any change. Gender, I don't want any change. So this is bank type. So I want it that way. Age, I don't want it. This is educational qualification. So that I have entered income. This is length of association with the bank. So all these are things which I have entered there. A1 onwards, I am not telling you what the variables are. There are 5 variables, like 6 variables, A to F are there in the data sheet. Okay? So now value labels. We don't have any value labels for the first serial number because it is 1 to whatever number it is. So second one is gender. So while I was conducting the study, the gender options which has been given was male and female, which is 2 genders. So I have to enter that. Double click on the value label at the gender row, in the gender row. So you get something like this. Did you get it?
Yes.
So 1 is male according to my data. 2 is female according to my data. Okay, I want F changed, so I click on that. Over here you get it. You replace, enter. Okay, so do okay. So it will be out there. Okay, simple. It's just that we have to process all these things so that when you are analyzing, it will tell you that in a pie chart this many percent is male and this many percent is female. Otherwise also it will tell you this many percent is 1, this many percent is 2. But then you will have to go and change all those things. You don't want that, so you put it already up there. So now bank type 1 private, 2 public, 3 Newgen. So this is all based on the survey questions that I have asked. I have asked them to, it's a multiple choice question, they'll click something, the answer comes in. So it's based on that. So private, public and Newgen for the bank type. Age 1 below 25, 2 25 to 40, 3 40 to 55, 3 4 above 55. Above 55. This is how I classified it. So usually in any survey, we always ask them to fill their correct age rather than asking these options. Because sometimes it can so happen that one of this bucket may not have enough data points. So then you will not be able to do anything. But otherwise, how do you do it? You ask for data, you ask for age, then you take a frequency, you take a cumulative frequency. If you want to classify into 3, you see the cumulative and see where 30 to 33% is and cut it there. If you want to make it into 4, you see where it is 20 to 25% roughly and cut it there. So that's how we do it. Okay? So this is okay. So educational qualification and all I'm leaving. Now the major important part is A1. In A1, from A1 till the last, it is going to be strongly agree to, strongly disagree to, strongly agree. It's a 5-point Likert scale. So what happens is like you can enter 1, but then you have to enter it to every of that one. You can't copy paste the value labels. So if you enter 1 time, it's going to be 1 is strongly disagree. 2, for easiness I am writing like that, I didn't want to type everything. 2 is disagree, 3 is neither agree nor disagree, 4 is agree, 5 is strongly agree. Okay? Now what happens is I want this value to come in all of them. So in SPSS you just copy and paste it, it comes. So these people have not made it very handy for us. So what we do is, so I did like 3, 4 when I was trying for the first time. Then I was like there should be a better way of doing it. So I went and searched copy value labels in PSPP. Now I just did it in the other class. So value labels I have to copy. So this is there in that manual. So there also you can go and search all these. So it came. So I checked this. This is not the one which I wanted. Yeah. So you can see that there are these things. There are 3 different ways that they have done it. One is like writing all the values till the end and saying what it is. 2 is like from a particular point, from a particular row till a particular row with a name that is given. 3rd is like if the entire sheet is with this particular Likert scale, then how to go about. So ours is going to be this one, right? Value labels and all these things. So where will we put this in? So you go to this and file, new, there is syntax. Click on that. So you can copy paste it because I searched it, so we will write it. Value, all in caps, space, labels. Backslash. So ours is A1, right? And you guys go back and your last row, name it as F5. According to the sheet, it is F5. So name it as F5 so that you can call that. So A1, I don't know whether there was a space, we will check it later. 2, F1, F5, yeah, F5. So now I have written SD and all that. Let's keep it like the full one. So it was 1 space, quotes, strongly disagree, 2 space, disagree, oops, 3, I'm putting it as neutral, actually it is neither agree nor disagree, 4,
Which shortcut you used, right? SD.
I did that. So I want to show that even if I do this, it will get changed there. You don't even have to do that. You can do it for once and all. So you can put it whichever way, shortcut also, whichever way you like. 5, strongly agree, and a full stop is there. Okay? Are you guys with me? Whatever you want to type, you can type. It's okay. SDA, you can do that. Now I'll go to run all. So MacBook guys, make sure that the tab is clicked. Okay? You run all. It changed. See? Is there anything you check? So whatever, you don't even have to do one. You can just go and put it in syntax. So all the things that you want to do, the syntax is available. You can go pick it up and paste it there and you will be able to do it, and the syntax is available in the PSPP manual, which is available in the link that I have shared. Okay?
Ma'am, did you save it or did you not save it?
I did not save any of these things. What should I save?
नहीं ये सेव हो जाता है ना
हाँ, this after this I can save it.
No, after that what we here after? Okay, run.
Run, yeah. All. Top, yeah. and now it would have come. Yeah. You can close that editor, you can save the editor, I mean syntax editor, whichever way, it's okay.
But
if you are repeated, it's not like you don't have to save it.
Copy paste it will not allow. So will it allow to, let me say for another column I need to the same.
That is what you did, no, right now?
No, this is for this one, but I want to implement for another column also.
Another sheet.
Yeah, sheet also.
Another sheet also, then this editor is there. So usually what happens is like 2-3 times you will know how to type those in.
नहीं वैसे भी सेव कर लिया ना उसको
You can use that. Yeah, you can open it and use that. Yeah. So always, so this one is something which we always use. So you can save the syntax editor, and you can call it at every point, so that you don't have to keep typing those entire things in. Yeah, you can run that editor, syntax editor, you can save that and keep it. You have to run it again. So it is like, yeah, so the function actually allows you to give the value. So what it is doing is assign value labels with water from this variable to this variable name, as 1 is this one, 2 is this one. So you don't even have to copy paste whatever it is. It's like you are directly assigning. Yeah. Yeah. So you have all these things in, like you can even give the variable whatever assigned values are. You can say that from this. So whatever is in the variable name, from where to where you just give. So if you have more, from there to end, you again write this code and run it. All done? Cool. You got it?
You have to know it's not working. The stuff को crash हो गया यहाँ पे देखिए
आज की डेट
I think there will be a lot of software which is already installed that is unable to. So these kind of softwares actually have heavy algorithms behind it. So yeah, it doesn't have a hardware. Certain things which has a hardware behind it will not run also. So then yours will be easier. I mean, it will be easily downloaded Is it fine? All done? So this was our job today. Just having an understanding about what it is. Now any data. So anybody else find it also, they will be able to understand what you have done. So even for all these ones, no, A1, 2, we will name it, we will write the labels, so people will be able to understand. From this point, analyzing becomes very easy. Like, so you will get like this. It's like 2 clicks you will get things. This is correlation actually. So it will give you values, how much correlated they are, significance. So this is what I wanted to teach you guys. How will you interpret this small table? But if I just tell you the table, you will ask me like 1,000 questions and it becomes very difficult for me. So it's better to give you the codes to do that. So when we do hypothesis testing, I'll tell you how to do that. Right now, that's not our intention. So now what you guys can do is, the data is already with you. So you can try the combination. What is it that require? So what you really need to know is like, so over here there are analyze, descriptive statistics are there. You can run all of them. Compare means, if you have some idea, you can try. Univariate analysis is there, bivariate correlation is there, factor analysis, reliability, regression, all these are there. So these are the tabs which is available in PSPP. But I think PSPP can handle all which SPSS can handle. So these many are available in SPSS over a period in time. So PSPP try to do all what we are really doing on a day-to-day basis. But I think, as far as I can understand, there is a syntax for all of these available for PSPP. The tab has not come, the buttons is not still there. That's what I can understand. They will be updating it as and when they feel that there is an importance for it, like how we have figured out this. So over here it's just copy paste. You can just copy and paste it, run it, all those can be easily done. Is that clear?
Yes.
So, yeah, so next session we will do research design. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, why do we need
PSPP is free, SPSS will cost you a lot. So we have institute has around 60 licenses, out of which like professors itself have a lot of copies. I mean, I have a copy, so we are at 36 people. So the rest of them, we have to keep the system open there to give you a time sharing and access and all that. And when you are outside the campus, you will not get it also. So I was trying for, so last year I did time sharing. And it was very bad. People were fighting like we all wanted it from 10:30 at night to 12:30 at night. It is not possible. So that how to develop that macro and how to get all those things which I am not good at and I don't want to do it. So this is like that time is not there. Now you have the data in there. This is the session. Now I just want to tell you for regression, even you go by yourself. No? You by watching the 3-minute video you'll be able to do it. So the other one is like, so that's the difference between like teaching a tool. So I'm not here to teach the tool, but I want you guys to get the results which I can interpret for you. So this is an easy way to do it. So that is when we use SPSS. So next year probably, if I feel this is okay after I finish this course, then I'll continue with this. Otherwise I'll create our modules. The modules. But there also the problem is every module when it comes to you, you will have to learn how it is. This one only this much is needed. Now you can even see a SPSS video to actually do it.
What they submitted in those Google Docs and forms, this is the same thing what is in
So whatever is in Google Docs, Google Forms, you get uploaded here as a data, and then you pre-process it, you keep the data key, and then you start analyzing it. So over here you can just go, no? So right now, just by looking at it, okay, the easiest thing to do is analyze. I know correlation can be done between any scale. So, which variable do you want to do it? So I'll go down, I'll say that F1 is there. I selected 2, I put it over here, so A2, F2, all these are there. And I'll go for an OK.
A1 is the name of the data. Pura data.
So it's up there. All the values. So just click away and this you can actually do by yourself. So for me, VRM, I need things which doesn't waste my time. Because for me,
तो अब देखो जैसे मैं जेंडर के हिसाब से पहले बता रहा हूँ जेंडर में 1 is डाला है 1 equals
so that's more important for me. This spending time, I don't want to waste time on that. I want you to interpret. So what you should be doing and how will you interpret this table is more important.
More simply,
3, 4 सारे हैं activity तो पता नहीं मैंने बस 1 and 2
there are thousands of
one जहाँ
people buying
मिलेगा
1,000 types of different products.
2 जहाँ रहेगा एक में से
If a
female
company wants to analyze what percentage of females have
हाँ,
been buying this
one
kind
है
of
तो ये
product, or
male
what percentage of male, what age group is buying,
Yes.
which should, and specific what should be the
Yes.
front place.
So it's like I'm telling you, like I want to see whether, so that's going to be my hypothesis. So I want to analyze this. People above the age group of 40 prefers males above the age group of 40 prefers to use a private sector public sector banks online banking compared to the private sector or new generation. That's logical, no? If we think our parents always like public sector. We like private sector because they are very easy to access and it's easy. Yeah. So these kind of information. So when somebody says this, find me whether this is right or wrong. So then I should be able to know that I'm using private sector, public sector. There are 3 groups in it, so I cannot go for rank test, but it is compared to and I should actually go with that variable which, so if it is it satisfaction? So yes, so satisfaction should be my dependent variable there. And now I have to run an ANOVA with satisfaction as dependent variable, 3 groups like this. And then what happens is again male or female, so to bring gender interaction to it, so it goes to a MANOVA level. So I'll add that also into it. So MANOVA is what I should run. These are the variables that I should keep as independent and dependent variable. And this is the result I've got. So your information is that. If somebody comes and tells you that you should do regression, you should be having the knowledge to say that regression will not give you what you want. And then once the result table comes, and they would have interpreted something. So you should be able to know that what you're interpreting is what. That is the objective. So in between, the doing part is actually not in your hands. So if you are a manager, you must be doing most of the things. You will be there in a meeting where they are designing a certain thing. Then finally the report comes to you. You have to do data analyst, data scientist. Those kind of people are in between and handling it. But whatever they come and tell you, you should not follow.
No, but no, what we are doing is, so,
we are also doing the analysis part. So that you will be, so I tried showing this alone and telling students that these are variables. Let's assume A1 is something, A2 is something, A3 is something, A4 is something. And this is the result. We also understood this situation, you have to use a correlation. And this is the table that I have got. And then I started explaining, other thing is, you click and you got a result. You listen to me. Otherwise you'll be like, what is this? That's why I'm making you do it.
now this is a security, there is no issue, no?
No. Yeah, there's no security issues. I think I've sent it to the MBA students that there's no security issues, you get downloaded. So it's a GNU project, you can go and search in GNU. So this is new, that's why it's still showing the pop. Just 6 months or 7 months.
ये जो तुम डेटा है ना यू एंड इट बिकॉज़ यू स्टॉप रन हो गया तो A1 से लेके F5 जो मैंने सेलेक्ट किया था सारे के लेवल चेंज हो इसके बाद आता है यू
अगर हमें फार्मूला नहीं है तो मैन्युअली में पुट कर सकते हो
हां हम लोग के ग्राफ पे ये बचा बैठा है डेटा में नहीं ये आप इसका डेटा ना सर
वेरिएबल इसके बाद आएगा डेटा
उसके जैसे थोड़ा थोड़ा करते खिवाना हो जैसे पेड एडवर्टाइजमेंट्स है जो कंपनियां हैं वो फेसबुक को अमेज़न को बोलती है जैसे कि पेड एडवर्टाइजमेंट्स है कितनी क्लिक पे कितना कन्वर्ट हुआ है बिजनेस मीडिया का लीड में ये सारे एनालिसिस
कवर होता है आईफोन वाले ब्रांडिंग
मैं पता है फिर दूसरे अपनी बाइक लेके बाइक
यार ढूंढना पड़ेगा इनका खुद का ही इनबिल्ट है
हो ही जाता है
तुम निकल क्यों रहे हो
मैं मेरे से मान लो जैसे भी
Hi, everyone is back? So the next topic is research design. So you're clear with the data entry part, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So you can try different analysis and all those things. You can go back and check with the data, like what all you can do. So you just need to know like what happens with the variables, which is a scale variable, and what all can you do based on the scale variable and analysis which was there. So you can search that and see like if you can do or something like play with that data, we call it, if you get some time. That's the major thing. So now it's research design. So this is basically, can I get that one closed, please? So yeah, so the first module actually comprises of what all things? It's about like understanding why we do business researches, and what we did was we realized that you see some sort of an issue somewhere and you want to find some solution to it. So you identify what exactly is your problem, and then you figure out or you state what the problem is. You then see what is the objective that you should be satisfying so that the problem is solved. And to satisfy that objective, what all are the hypotheses that you want to test. So in order to come up with the hypothesis, you need to have an understanding on all the variables that is required to support your hypothesis testing. And then from there, you go into research design. So we, in addition to all those what we have said, we also have learned on measures, data quality, and the sampling. So these are things which are supposed to come in your second module. So we just kind of rearranged it. If you see the textbook also is not in order. So that's because like research design, when you plan, you should be knowing a lot of things so that you can design it appropriately. So when I say research design, it's actually the entire flow in which the research is undertaken. So it's called as a blueprint of research. So it's actually back and forth kind of a thing. So when you are trying to identify the problem itself, you should have a clear understanding about where will you reach at the end. So you'll reach there only towards the end of the session, but still right now we have enough things. So what happens in industry is you see that pattern. You identify all the variables and all those things. You will know how to collect the data. When you're collecting the data and the type of the data that you have, you will know what is the method that you can apply to it and all those. So that comes in your research design part. Okay? So research design helps you to execute your research. Right? Until now, we were preparing to start the research. So we understood like what is it that we are supposed to do. Now how to do what we are supposed to do is your research design. Yeah. So this is actually not very clear here. It's there in your textbook, the diagram. So I also have taken it from there, so that's why it's not very clear. In textbook it is clear. So the red color part, so those are part of research design. And we are dealing with primary data collection kind of a design. So all this design can be used in the secondary data which is available also. We are putting in a lot of focus on primary way of collecting and doing the research. So if you see the rest of the things, it starts with a problem statement on this side, and on this side it is data. What's the field of the data? How do you measure the quality of the data? And last is hypothesis testing, which is our third module. And below it is like the data collection method, which we will learn with the research design. We but know that we collect data by secondary means. We also collect data through interviews, observations, focus group discussions, surveys, and so on and so forth. Okay? And the second one is sampling. How do you do sampling? And the third one is like what is the measure, how do you measure the variable the way that you want to measure and all that. So those parts are the ones which we try to already know before we go into the research design. So if you see research design, there are like 6-7 strategies which is over there. So it starts with experiments. So experiment is one research strategy. You can conduct an experiment to find out something. Then comes survey. You can use survey and the outputs of the survey to actually figure out what you are supposed to do. You can use observations. So by observing some things, you will have some understanding about what you're doing. So that's another research strategy. Then there is case study. So case study is like, you will have to, it's just a single case. That's what is case study. So you might be studying an institute, you might be studying a person. You can study anything, a group of people. So what is it you are studying that you will explain. But it is a single case-to-case basis. So the case studies that you have, no, like the Shodh case and all that. So these are all like Shodh case, they were actually studying Shodh. That's what they were doing. Okay? And then what you have is your grounded theory. Grounded theory is like, you have no clue what is happening, you are seeing some pattern, you are continuously seeing it, you check it different ways and you make a theory out of it. That's grounded theory. So that's completely exploratory. Case study is also exploratory to some extent. Some people go into quantitative approach also in case studies. Then you have action research. So action research is like an action is required. So it's basically like problem solving kind of researches. You have an issue in place, you solve the problem and finish the issue. So for solving that problem, you might require some sort of a research. That's what you do. And then you have mixed method. Mixed method is combination of any of these. So that we have seen it in Research Onion, I guess. Mixed method. Okay? Then you have extent of researcher's intervention. So extent of researcher's intervention is how much does a researcher intervene. So if it's a secondary data, which is already existing data or automatically generated data, researcher intervention is really low. Because you as an individual is not a part of it. But when you have primary data collection, if it is a survey, again you as a researcher's intervention is lesser compared to the interviews that you are taking. If you are taking interviews, your intervention is high, right? You actually are being a part of it. You are guiding them in answering the questions and all those things. So that is called as a researcher intervention. So it varies according to the design that you actually take. And based on the problem, if you already have a bias, if you already have an opinion on the research, you know that this is what I should be doing, or this is what my research should be doing, then the issue is your intervention will be higher there. So then you should stay away. So accordingly, how much interventions you might put, accordingly you have to select the research strategies. Okay. The next one is study setting. So study setting is contrived or non-contrived. So it's like whether it is in an artificial setting or it is in a natural setting. So artificial settings are used for experimental design because you have to keep every other external factor a constant. So you use an artificial setting, and in that setting there people have to come and give the data. Whereas natural setting is you actually be a part of the data. I mean, you actually be a part of all the people who are in their natural setup, and then you collect the data. So there what happens is you're not controlling for anything. You're just letting them be. Whatever might influence them will influence them irrespective of what is happening. But that is in the natural setting, and that is how usually things are. So for correlational kind of studies, that is okay. But if you really want to identify some factor as a causation, then you need an experiment because of this reason. When everything kept constant, then only we will be able to understand whether the reason for the change in the dependent variable is because of the independent variable, which we have causal variable that we have selected. So for that, artificial setting is always better. Next is unit of analysis. So unit of analysis is your sampling unit. Who is going to be your respondent? That becomes your unit of analysis. So it is like if we are taking consumers or employees or all that, it will always be like one particular individual who is a unit of analysis, right? And that's an individual being a unit of analysis. Should individual be the unit of analysis? Can there be something else who is the unit of analysis? You can see there, but what are those? They say diets. What are diets? Diets being DYADS. Diet is like two individuals, right? So tell me a situation where diet is going to be our respondent. Couples. Studies where couples are involved, then? Yeah, if siblings needn't always be diet. It can be more than a diet also. Huh? Twins.
Gender study. I mean,
No.
category.
Yeah. So where else? From a business friend, where else?
We have multiple entities, 1+1 free of our products.
1+1 free. No, unit it is. So whoever is going to, so see it in a way that whoever is going to respond to your questions. Yeah, so usually buyer seller will come in. That's officially from where the diet actually started forming. Buyer and seller being part of a response. So then the couples and all those things where the study requires both the people to give a reply together on something. So that can also be a unit of analysis. So two people together is one response. That's what it means. Now groups. Where does groups come in? So he was telling about siblings, then
Teams.
teams, friends, then family businesses. So all these are groups. So everybody together is representative of one response that you're getting. Now organizations. Organization itself is going to be a respondent. So who will respond to that if organization is going to be a respondent? No, who will actually give you data? So you will use automatically generated already existing kind of data, like how you use in finance and all. So like for any sort of data which is publicly available or it's available through some databases, data sources. So otherwise, yeah, top management. If you're going for an interview based on all that, is the top management. It can be from CEO or whoever is available who can represent. So on that particular topic that we are studying, the people who can actually represent the organization from that angle. So if it is something related to technology, then yeah, so it's kind of like that. So that person is going to be appropriate to give you response from the institute or the organization level.
Annual report can.
Yeah, annual report can also be. So we use in all the financial statement analysis and all those
Even
things.
the operations of the organization.
Yeah. So anything which you use the existing publicly available data or the data that you receive from any of the secondary resources whose like stores all these data, so that can also be an institution's or an organization's data. And you can have multiple organizations do a comparative study and so on and so forth. So next is time horizon. Time horizon is single shot study and longitudinal study. Single shot study is like you can actually give it to everyone as a single go. So that's a single shot study. So single shot study is like you send out the questionnaire and all that and you get the data once from whoever is the respondent. That is single shot. Then you have longitudinal. So you guys have been approached. So you call them as panel data. So it's kind of like there will be a panel which is assigned. So this panel is going to stay for longer period. So usually a study which requires data at intervals and we need it from the same people, that's called as a longitudinal study. And the one which is commonly used is again in finance because you study them over years on various variables. So usually they handle panel data and all those which we are learning in BRF, you apply it in panel data also. There's a different way in doing it, but that's also there. So panel data regression and all those things. So it's kind of like 4 variables from around 30 companies for over a 10-year period. So that's what you might be doing. How they are changing, what's happening to them and all those things. So that's about the longitudinal one. Is that clear? So these are certain things which goes inside a research design. So the other things which comes in research designer, so sampling unit I said, what is the sampling process? How do we measure the variables? So all these are part of research design. So research design starts with what is the research strategy and how are you going to handle that? How do you collect data? Who is your sampling unit? Who is your population? Whether you have a sampling frame or not? What's the sampling technique? How much data? What's the number of, sample size? So that you will collect. And then what will you do? You will actually see that, okay, these are the variables and their interrelationship which we want to know. So how do we measure these variables? So you define, operational definition of the variable will come, and then you actually say that this is measured using 5 questions, which is a 7-point Likert scale and so on and so forth. So that will also come into picture. And then what comes is like, what is the research, method that you are going to undertake. So these are the variables, these are the way we measure it. So these are all interlinked. What's the method based on which the measure changes? That's how you want to measure. Based on the measure, the method also has changed. So you will be saying that, okay, I'll do an ANOVA and a regression. so that I get an answer which will help me solve the problem which I'm having in my hand. It will help me gain more information about it. Okay? So that is the, yeah. So these are the things which actually fall inside a research design. Okay? So now, what you can do is, you guys are sitting here now. So form a group like this only and see that like if we have to understand what is trending, what is the actually like majority of the people. So I think I was discussing with these two. So let's think about it that way. So the people watching the stand-up comedies and related stand-up comedies, reels, you tend to overspend your time in all these activities. So what is its impact on people or like on similar lines? So I want to understand that whether it is having a good impact. So it will have multiple facets. I am leaving that facets open to you. You can pick the perspective that you want to be. When I say perspective, whether you are looking at it as a solution for problems or like whether you are looking at it as this is actually burning you out or you end up wasting a lot of your time. So what is its influence on people? So it can be from the, it can be, what to say, it can be a society who is a stakeholder who don't want its people waste the time like that, or it can be a marketer who is pushing advertisements through these, who want to promote these things. So if this is a study, so I am just letting you think about the ways that you would want to do it. So what's the impact of these on people? If I want to study that, how will you set your objective and your research design? What are the variables that you will study? How will you collect the data? So whatever we discussed now, right? What all are the things that we need? Sampling unit, sampling design, all this. So just note that down quickly, 5 minutes.
How to measure? What are the parameters that you measure the impact? It's broad. Marketing wise, we have to follow. Then we will discriminate the society into various parts. Impact. How to measure the impact? What is the ways to measure the impact? Measurable parameters. Quantitative parameters. Qualitative. Then this will be passed to the audience. Sampling who is the population. So sampling organization.
Take it from my screen.
Other sharing group of groups, sorry. Sampling will be groups. So groups who are in the audience who are participating.
In addition to this, I have also said some more things that should also be there.
This section of starting research strategy. Research strategy will be primary research. Research strategy primary. Survey research and action research strategy. यहाँ first देखो research strategy में action research किया था red वाले में research किया मैं बोल रहा हूँ action research किया इसमें लिखा है experiment survey research observation है ठीक observation कर सकते हैं research studies experiment survey research
Which one?
research strategies can you list out what are those? Experiments,
survey research.
observation, case studies. Okay, that's fine. I can.
Action research. There is grounded strategy. Last is mixed methods. Active and mixed methods.
Survey research. Third, observation. Yes. Case studies. It is not right. Don't take it. Case studies.
If you are like something like that, then you stop
But this start the read. You will not
बस
be
करना
well
दो नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन है एक्सटेंट ऑफ रिसर्चर इंटरफेरेंस ठीक है कितना इंटरफेयर करोगे फर्स्ट इज मिनिमल स्टडी और मैनिपुलेशन बताओ अरे कब पढ़ते हो बता रहा हूँ मिनिमल स्टडी एज दे नेचुरली
That's why I said I was telling that it is good or bad. It's up to you to decide what length you're taking it. And you frame a problem. What?
तुरंत आ जाएगा देन स्टडी सेटिंग सेंटर्ड और नॉन सेंटर्ड रखते हैं स्टडी सेटिंग सेंटर्ड और नॉन सेंटर्ड नेक्स्ट यूनिट ऑफ पॉपुलेशन टू बी स्टडीड
So I asked you around that create a research problem. I'm not saying that.
टाइम horizon
What is problem? So
one
you have to
shot
find a
or
problem.
long shoot
You have to find a research and you
one shot
what is their impact to it? Whether it is positive or negative. So is it even if it is good to say?
ओवर द पीरियड ऑफ टाइम ही करना पड़ेगा क्योंकि डिफरेंट डेटा
You can't just sit and say that I wrote this. So how will you frame all these things so that
बेसिकली ग्रुप
whatever
बनाओ
you stated,
ठीक है
that's
ना
the proposition.
ओके फर्स्ट थिंग पैरामीटर 4 पैरामीटर या क्वेश्चनर बना लिया सर्वे का ठीक है ना उठा के गए हम लोग वहाँ पे जो
पैरामीटर डिफाइन करने बताना
डिजाइन उस टॉपिक में बताया नहीं ठीक है ना रिसर्च स्ट्रेटजी में बताया चूज करो ठीक है ना ये नहीं होता है क्वेश्चनर नहीं क्वेश्चनर क्या करना नहीं तो फंस जाओगे
मुझे क्या पता इसके व्हाट्सएप के पास
अरे हुआ
ऐसे याद हो जाए
हमारे से बात करने लगे वो उसने लगे
Ma'am, questionnaire we not to prepare, right? Yes, ma'am. Only the research grant on the basis of the 5 blocks.
So many other things also I said. What is your sampling unit? What is
Yes, ma'am. That we have. All these things we have.
How do you sample?
The sample is the group, ma'am. The group straight away the water, the group is available in the.
So how do you get that sample? Like what is your population? So while I was saying that, I said so many other things. What are the variables that you're studying? How do you measure those variables?
That's the variables with the first thing is that in the survey form which we are going to circulate. Those will be those will have the variables.
So you have to write the variables. What are the variables that you're studying? You don't have to come up with a survey, but you have to study the variables that you're studying.
ग्रुप को भी करेंगे इंडिविजुअल एक
So you have objective. So now
Questions तो बाद वेरिएबल्स जो हम क्वेश्चन क्वेश्चन एयर में उस वेरिएबल्स के थ्रू एक्सट्रैक्ट करेंगे यूजर्स को ऐसे क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे जिसका आंसर हमारे उस वेरिएबल को मैप करेगा कैसे टाइम तो एक से भी करो और बहुत अच्छा इम्पैक्ट करे 10 घंटे करो और कोई इम्पैक्ट नहीं
ये इनका मतलब ये है जो मैं आपको बैकग्राउंड इसलिए बता रही हूँ
Abstraction means the quantity of the time a person is very spent over. Variables will have number of hours spent by a person. How tells you the answer that you impact कर रहा है. एक तो होता है just is a leisure, just a leisure. Okay. Now next one. How to measure the stress of the person? How the person are going to?
That there are people missing.
What is the number of hours you spend in your job? Then number of visits or time you spend in the community. ये दोनों क्वेश्चन को कोरिलेट करवा लो. अगर वो स्ट्रेस बहुत हाई वर्क वीक बहुत हाई ये पॉजिटिव
Share the group with them. Yes. We should write a mail to them. For the project proposal. Guys, come back and sit down. Let's discuss. Who want to go first? Guys, listen. Enough. Yeah. They are discussing. So let's listen to them.
Yes, so ma'am, we are starting with the objective first. So our main question that we want to target here is that is it affecting the productivity of the citizen of the country of India? So that is our complete question. We don't want to leave it as an open-ended question. So we have started with an objective.
So who will get benefited? So this is the way you have to go about. Okay. So she said that how is it affecting the productivity of a person?
Not personal, citizen.
Citizen. That's her way of saying it, but yeah.
So we want
To
to
be
give
more
the
clear.
information to be complete.
To be clear. So then, if that is the case, who will get benefited from your research?
Yes.
No. Who will get benefited from your research?
Oh.
All
Like if
persons,
we,
ma'am.
like if all the persons will benefit.
All citizens.
Who will be more interested in once the result is published? Who's more interested?
Media business.
Is it advertised the way you have framed it? Is it they said? So you all heard, no? You all can also answer. So who will be benefited from such a result?
Medical industry will target those customers. Means medical industry will target to get that information. Who is medical industry actually this data helps to doctor to get their patients.
So doctor will be sitting in the stand-up committee.
Stand-up committee नहीं stand-up committee के कारण means what is happening
Their
now?
workplaces.
There is 24
Productivity, yeah.
Workplaces.
So workplaces will be one place. Then who else? So you have to kind of think your direction is right, but
what I am trying to say, there is 24-hour limited to all, right? In our sample, there is children, there are working guys, there are some retired person also, right? But those who are from working environment, they have to spend 8 hours for work. After that, they have limited 8 hours for sleep and 8 hours. Meanwhile, what happens? It's an addiction. It's gradually improving, right? And they are compromising with work as well as that sleeplessness is coming.
So yes, so this is all like you're getting into what you're doing.
Yeah.
So again, you state your statement. What was that?
Is it affecting the productivity of the citizen of India?
So their study is to understand. So they have not actually stated the problem.
Yeah.
So they have given the objective that they want to understand whether watching all these things, is it actually affecting the productivity of an individual. So if this is a study that you're doing, then you should be able to say that once my results come out, it is going to help who all. Okay, so obviously advertising will not be part of it. Because you are, the way it is positioned, it is like it is the affecting productivity. So you are not saying that it is going to affect it positively. The tone was, it is going to negatively influence your productivity. So by negatively influencing your productivity, this is not going to help you. That's the angle that they have shown. So if that is the angle that they have said, then what can be the, like who will be interested? So one will be like organizations. They will say that they'll use this to prove that you guys should not be wasting your productive hours by watching all these things. Because as I've seen, in between for a break, 5-minute break you will start and you end up wasting a lot of time. So organization obviously will use it to state with evidences that this is a problem.
Parents for the children.
Parents for the children will use it. Then schools. Yes, then.
Data providers. Their data.
Wives for the husband.
I don't know in which way to say that.
The health apps.
So I think it is bi-directional. Both of the people may think the other person is wasting time and both of them are wasting time.
The health apps.
The health apps, yes. The health apps will be using it. They'll come up with this is where they say that you need meditation, you need yoga, so you can control yourself, your self-regulatory mechanism works. So they will use it.
Even a phone now tell us no that you have spent so many hours using this app or using the phone, so
So yeah, so you don't ask the phone, so you will stop all those pop-ups so that you don't feel guilty about it. Right? So that is what you do. So this is where you sell your research. So I would say that when you are stating this, since it's an objective, while you are stating the problem statement for this, you have to come up with a problem statement for this. That will include all these issues, which they are, it will give that correct connotation to whatever you are trying to actually state. So that is where it all starts. So you know who is getting benefited out of it at that point in time, and then you start discussing about the research. Yeah.
We have a topic that how digital media platforms are training human brains to consume shorter content that could result to adverse effect. like
Digital media, sorry, come again.
how digital media platforms are training human brains to consume shorter content that could result to adverse effects. The people are getting trained to consume short content. Like
1 minute, you figure out what is the problem statement for that. Yeah.
So people are getting trained to consume shorter content, 15 seconds, 1 minute, 1.5 minutes.
That's a good one. Listen to that. Yeah.
Now what they are doing, every time the human brain is trained, earlier YouTube used to have 10 to minutes, 15 minutes content, okay, and every other platform have this kind of content. But right now they are training human brains to consume 1 minute solutions, 1.5 minute solutions. Now people are coming and just watching 1 minute solution, 1 minute video, and they try to consume everything out of it. Now even in a lecture when we said, okay, so what we consume, our human brain what we is consuming, that we are watching a content, and every after 2 or 5 minutes human being will get boredom, because now the brain is totally trained. Every day we are training our brain for 2 hours to consume for 1 minute content only. Now we need something different. Now even in the lecture process also, the professors has to come up with a solution that if they can make it like every after 1.5 minutes, if they can change the topic, that lecture will be really entertaining. But if a professor will take that lecture from minute to 30 minutes, that lecture will be boredom. So this is a really harsh truth, and the fact is we can prove it from the instant solutions. A guy from Himalayas, they train themselves on a single finger, they can pick up like 10-20 kilos of weightage. Just giving an example.
You're going off the tangent.
I'm just giving an example from previous years. People used to train themselves for years and years. Now the training modules are getting lower side. Now we came to 1 hour, 2 hour, 5 hour lectures. Now we are training our brains for 30 minutes, 20 minutes.
So come again with your topic.
So
this is another thing.
This is the attention span.
So
the patience level actually.
So even digital media platforms, the fact is the digital media platforms training human brains to consume shorter content. This is it.
Yeah. So if that is what you want to test, you are actually planning to test.
Yes.
Then the problem, whatever you are explaining, will become your problem statement.
Yes.
So how do you go about that?
Ma'am, we have number of examples for that. We can test through it. Like every digital media platform is creating the products which have shorter span.
So who will be benefited from this?
From society, people in society will get
Only society is benefited?
Yes, because for example nowadays you can see that, for example, if any whatever the things are going on,
guys,
things can pass on in social media through LinkedIn or some other ways. You can pass the message. Previously we used to keep that and here or something like that. Nowadays in a WhatsApp, if you keep in a, yesterday we went to walk water. If you see that I am in walk water, people in your context everyone knows that you are in walk water. That is passing the message in a people manner where you are some kind of thing.
What did I ask?
Digital media platform, how the people getting, what is the good or thing or bad. I am saying the digital media platform, now we can easily pass the messages, even though it is a bad is there, but we can get the...
So, again, yeah, guys, so, your quizzes, where if it is not objective questions, and your end term exams also, I like clarity in your argument. If you go off the tangent, then you will not get the mark. Okay? So, I would still say your topic is very good. It's very good with respect to the current situation and what I have asked. But your arguments are, yeah, not right. So who is? Let's keep it open to all. Who is the stakeholder? What? Sorry.
Then actually we have the same topic, ma'am.
So that's why you have been fighting. I'll come to you. Let's see who is the stakeholder.
I know who can get majorly affected, like industry from digital media platforms might get affected. But if you can say who will get positively affected, if the government take actions against this, then...
So government, okay, I agree government, whatever government can do. Let it be like you can fancily write. Who else? Who else? Will be benefited from such a research? Who will be interested in the results that...
Public. Startup.
No, not public.
General public will not bother about any research which is happening. Unless and until it is instilled in them. So that instilling is a stakeholder, yeah.
Is it the attention spans? one of the.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about, yeah.
So again, content creators will be interested because they
So content creators will be interested to know the level, unit and all that exactly. Then technologies, advertisers.
Ma'am, social media platforms like YouTube, social media means Insta and TikTok and any other platform. But the fact is like I don't think they will like if the government implements.
It's not about liking. It's about who is getting benefited what. So for example, you are analyzing and you are proving that people's attention span is reduced and this is what they can actually take in.
Yes.
They can use that. It's an evidence, no, free of cost. They are not doing anything for that.
Yeah, but that would be research. People will start creating more shorter span content and products only.
Yeah, so that is, I'm not denying the fact that it is, so see, research is not like it is giving only positive results. It's like how you become an advocate. Whatever you have to substantiate, you will do it. That's another thing. It depends on your ethics, that's all. But that is also a stakeholder, yeah.
Does research need to have a positive or negative outcome or just a statement or just a distinction?
So I would say research outcome is an outcome. If it has no impact also, it's an outcome because it is telling that there is no relationship. Getting the point? So no, positive, negative and all is different. But what is the result? It matters. So they were telling, so they are one of the stakeholders. They would want to know, but who else would want to know? So government, they said, government will do what with that?
See ma'am, for
So
example.
media houses can be one of the like the media houses who are releasing movies and they are releasing movies for 1.5 hours or 2 hours duration, but as the patience level are decreasing for the people, so I think the young generation are not willing to go to theaters and watch that 3 hours and 3.5 hours movies. So one of the they can be the stakeholders.
Yeah, they can be the stakeholders. Yes, then.
Training schools like primary, because once you prove that the attention to detail span has reduced, they can utilize that to create modules to extend that.
Yeah.
It's a practice.
So that's a positive way of doing it. Yes. Then who else? Schools and everything.
Ma'am, coaching centers can be benefited. Reason is teachers will know why students are getting lower attention or why teachers are getting lower attention on their topic. So people can, teachers and professors can pinpoint their lectures and engaging, they can create engaging lectures according to time, how people are engaging with the content.
Okay, so we want other side of it then.
I think
because I am more interested in that, because what we are doing with respect to this particular research is you are trying to figure out the time span which is beneficial for the advertisers, digital platforms and all that. But what are we creating people out of? So I want to turn it around. I want to understand the moderators which is going to reduce the impact so that your attention span increases, because right now what is happening is, if I sit and ask a question, every one of you might be having a quick answer to it. The next question, you are done. No follow-ups are possible. So we are creating a generation who have no depth. Because you feel that it's kind of like students say, we learned regression from term 1. Do you know it? You ask in 5th term, do you know it? We learned. Because that term they know. But do you really know it? They don't care. Because that's not a new fancy term which can be used in the conversation. So if I want to use it the other way around, how will I use it? So what are the other side stakeholders? So this is one side stakeholders who are getting benefited by understanding that, okay, 7 minutes is what they can actually hold, or 1.5 minutes is what they can actually hold. Why is the advertisement in 5 seconds right now?
Yes.
Because you create the content. Nobody wants to watch anything which is consuming more than 5 minutes. Everybody wants news. So it's kind of like our interview sessions are going to start. It's kind of like you ask, what is the news today? They'll say 10 newses. But we'll ask, tell me one news which is of your interest. They might be able to figure out one from that. So tell me, what is the news about? That's it. Gone. Done. because we want to stay updated to the level that you can just show off that you know these things. But without depth, there's a lot of problem. I mean, which right now we will not face because the impact started now. I mean, the introduction, the causation started now. The impact is going to come after 10 years when these people are out there. So that has to be arrested.
Now even now.
Then who will be the stakeholder?
Ma'am, even now we can see the impact, ma'am. We can see the paper media is losing their interest because people are not showing interest in paper media. Now digital books or digital video platform books are getting more interest compared to like digital paper books. So these are the facts that currently even we are facing. We can face like.
So paper conversion to digital platforms is not a big deal. That is okay because you don't have to print and you are having something in circulation. That's okay. But your window is available. So are you able to sit and read for like 20 pages together? Or you get distracted in between? So who is getting benefited? So there can be an entire like what to say, if you see it as a negative side, then your schools can inculcate this. So schools are majorly the first set of people who can inculcate the deep thinking, deep learning kind of a setup. So all these are the other aspect to it. So every research will have multiple facets to whatever the results come out, and the stakeholders also. There will be people who are using it in a positive way and a negative way. So what about your topic? What was it?
Ours? Same.
No, I would like to hear it from you. What was it?
Okay, so now how the short videos are impacting the patient's level?
How the short videos impacting the
patient's level.
So where is the so attention span. So again it's the same, similar I would say, because what are the variables matters in both the cases. Anyone else?
Our problem statement was to start through the study. We wanted to establish a correlation between stress to the amount of time spent on stand-up comedy. That was the problem statement that we were trying to correlate.
Okay, so guys, like I would like whatever you have said is all objectives or research questions. So how will you narrate a problem statement for all these things? I think he tried to explain it in some way, but the explanation was not in the right angle, but otherwise that is the problem statement. So yours, how will it be?
If we say like, is overconsumption of reels or social media affecting work-life balance, sleep, family life, attention span?
So these are all after, like.
So I wanted to ask here is that all these will be different variables under which we have to like conduct different research, or it will.
You can decide on what all are the important variables. You always will not be able to do a research with all the variables that are affecting or being a part of it. What is the most important thing? That's why I was asking about the problem statement. What exactly are you seeing as a problem? So their thing also, the attention span thing. So you can phrase it. So if it is a digital content generator who wants to know it, so that will be, the problem statement will be, we can clearly see that people are not, so it will start with that. Ideally, people are supposed to watch the content which is having longer duration, and that's how it has been. But with the recent trends, the younger generation are not actually continuing any content. We can see from the impressions that they opened, but the time duration that they watch is comparatively lesser. So the content which is generated, where the major crux of the content comes after the time duration in which the people are watching. So somehow the crux of the content is not being like watched. So it's not being watched. So hence, should the content be reduced? Should the content that we are producing, or the time duration for which the content, so you will say that, so there is an impact. You can see that the people are happier to accommodate these lesser time consuming content. So you don't want longer content. So That is how you actually kind of frame. So there is this situation scenario, and currently people are not spending a lot of time with any of the content. So what are the factors that are actually influencing this, and how can you be a part of it, right? So you will say, because of these issues, there is a gap between whatever the content generators are generating and the viewers are expecting. So how do you address the gap? So the gap is addressed by whatever is your objective of the study. This is how it is framed. So the moment the problem is articulated, you will understand who is the stakeholder and what is the direction in which your study is expected to move. When they stated we had multiple stakeholders, whoever wanted to. So even if you do it this way, there will still be multiple stakeholders who will say yes. These content generators have identified that the content, lesser content is what is working, and hence they are planning to do a less content things so that people will sit and watch. So their self-regulatory mechanism is getting affected. How will you hold the self-regulatory mechanism? So being mindful is something which is going to help you there. So being mindful can be a moderator in their study, which is going to reverse the impact that it is already creating. So if I am coming from the angle where it should not be, then I'll say that being mindful is very important. So if you are being mindful of the time that is consumed, then you actually will not end up in wasting your time. So that is with respect to wasting the time. The other one is like, it's your being inquisitive. So it's like it goes one level deeper. So you hear something, but you're inquisitive that you want to know why. One why is enough that you go deeper, right? So inquisitiveness of a person can be another moderator, which will say that even if the short duration contents are being considered, being inquisitiveness of a person is there, then they will go for one more layer, or they want to understand. So all this will come in, yeah.
Ma'am, there was a YouTuber, ma'am. So how exactly he trained that he was an ITN. So he challenged that I will grow my subscribers within a week. So what he does, this is the only that you are describing right now, surprise and dopamine effect. So what he did, he took a guy, a boy, and he said every after day, means by today, if you will go, if I will get this subscriber, if I will get this many likes or this many watch time. So what I will do next day, I will show you this part of boy, means hand, then face, then nose, then eyes, then I will show the overall that he is engaging in his video. Even after a week, that the YouTube channel has shown exponential growth, because people want to know that who is this exactly guy and who is regularly coming into his video. So this surprise effect, he's showing some part of his face, like he's shown his like head, he's shown his hair. So after
that is what is like you are trying to keep. So that is what. So variables will have different. Like it's about the context. So their inquisitiveness is used to get some advantage.
Yes.
Yeah, to get some advantage. Whereas the inquisitiveness, which I said, is like you getting deeper into whatever you are watching.
Yes.
So are you really watching? So nobody wants to actually sit and watch something. So that's because you don't have the patience, because you have options to do multitasking. So if you go to a theatre to watch a 3-hour movie, you have to sit there and watch that. You cannot keep your phone open. So how many of you do that? Like it's not just the movie. So you have the movie going on one side, you will have your laptop, you will have your phone, you will have so many things. And what do you get? You think like you achieved everything. But ultimately, it's just a perception that you have achieved everything. You did not have an entertainment, you did not relax, you did not work, you did not feel happy about it. But you feel that you get that sensation of satisfaction that you're an all-rounder, you achieved it all. So there is this research which actually tells that multitasking harms your productivity. Who will be the stakeholders? People are asking for multitasking as a skill that you have. So that multitasking is not doing 10 things at the same time. You actually scheduling and doing accordingly. So if I'm not disturbed, I'll finish the work in 10 minutes. If I'm disturbed with another 10 job, I can finish that 10 job in 2 hours. If I schedule it properly, if I'm trying to do all of them together, I might end up doing it in 5 hours. But I'll finish it. So how do you want to do it? So there are researches which is coming out which people can use it in both the sides. Okay? So now let's move on to the next one. So problem statement narration is very important. So next one is, what is the next step that we need? Objective is there. Variables can be whatever. So you were telling so many variables now.
So we wanted to study on psychographics and demographics.
That is okay. That you can leave it. Yeah. What else you want to study? Those are not the variables. That are just defining part. Yeah.
Yes. So ma'am, we were just trying to formulate as to what kind of research strategies we will opt for this objective. So we want to go for survey research and observational research.
So what is it that you are surveying or observing?
Ma'am, we are surveying individuals from the unit of analysis is individuals. So we are formulating our questions in a way that that it is actually benefiting the stakeholders who will be taking help of the research.
What are the variables?
One is survey we will do and the...
1 minute. What is my question? What are the variables?
Work-life balance.
Sleep,
Sleep.
family life, attention span, and instead of, like for in case of children, instead of playing some activity on the ground, instead of that, they're wasting time on this. So
Psychological impact on
number of videos that they watch
during a day. How is it influencing that? Okay. What about your variables? So usually all of them are scale. Yeah.
Ma'am, average time spent on your job, average time spent in watching the stand-up comedy show, and average time spent with the family. So these 3 variables we try to correlate. What from the first variable we want to see that if the time spent is more and the time spent in the stand-up comedy is also more. So what the conclusion with the positive correlation, it should turn out that more the time a person spends in the job, the more the time he wants to relax, and hence this stand-up comedy as a event is positively impacting in productivity of the individual. So this is the way we want to course. So only 3 variables.
Only 3 variables.
And based on that, a correlation graph will help us the positive side, whether they are positively correlated or there is no correlation altogether. So that stress versus this relationship.
Okay, you guys. What are your variables?
We were studying how it is affecting sleep.
Okay.
So the variables will be similar to.
Yeah, tell me the variables.
Yeah, but it will be mainly on physical and eye stress. That would be primary, along with the demographics. Like age, gender, urban or rural.
Okay, demographic I agree. What are the other variables?
hours of sleep, source of the app, whatever app it is, physical, the quality of sleep, time spent on the app. These are the variables.
What are the physical stress?
Not physical stress, but physical lack of movement can cause health issues.
Oh, that's physical stress only.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's again. So we
Okay.
can drill down into that and we can track.
Okay. You guys?
For us, it was the average time a user spends watching a reel or in any platform, in the different platforms which we have currently. Then, other than that, the second variable which we wanted to track is what is the format in which they like what is the time duration, like whether it's 5 minutes or 10 minutes, like what is the average time duration.
Okay. And you guys? Did you identify the variables?
Mostly similar. Attention span and narrow knowledge and
consuming a load of information and we don't have exactly how we define the variable.
thing is will be, it's like how much time we are using that one. That is a common variable I can see here.
Yeah, obviously that is the independent variable which I asked. So that's why it's common. Right? That's what I asked, no? That you spending time with the reuse of stand-up comedy. That's what I asked, and that's why it's common variable. So actually no. This is what is called as a research aptitude. I mean, you have to come up with exactly, it should be like bullseye on the dot, like it can't be anywhere outside the target. So you should have a story which is tightened up, and then you should know the clear variables. And in all these variables also, there are some things which are proxy. So the quality of sleep can be connected to the stress level that you are having. So you needn't actually study both. You can study one and maybe gain whatever is most important you can study. So keep the number of variables lesser. So what is it that you really are interested in will be the variable that is coming out. So 4 to 5 variables is good enough. Don't keep anything more than that. So that part you can narrow it down. So now it's like we have the problem statement, the objective and the variables. Now it is there. So how do you measure these variables? So whether you observe certain things. So for example, they were saying physical like eye pain and all those things. So that's an yes/no kind of question. Yeah.
Like in our case, ma'am, if we want to take since I didn't define the variable exactly how it works. So I'm saying in our case, it could be like how the consuming content was like and how the consuming content is right now and in trending. So is this?
So how do you measure that?
So ma'am, there is a number of ways that we can measure it. So if you want to consume how the content is being consumed today in the trending and it was used to be, we can measure it through the data, source of data like currently YouTube is handling. How much content time is consumed by shorts, videos, reels, and how much the 10 to 15 minutes videos or 1 hour, 2 hour lectures.
Who will give you that data?
Ma'am, we can collect the data from YouTube only, ma'am. Like we could have a lecture. You can see the lecture videos from number of ITs and IIMs, and the Swayam app is there. Okay, so you can see the app is showing for a particular lecture. People have watched like 1,000. Okay, and we can have a watch hours like approximately an idea 10 hours that people have watched it. Okay. And from the furthermore, when we come to the shorts, the 30-second video people have watched it like 200 hours. So from these data, we can sort out these contents have more consumers and more people who can views, people who are preferring this stuff, and the people who are watching longer videos and informative videos have shorter people.
So you say that people are watching now. So how do you connect this to?
Using the software that they used to watch, we can filter like less than 1 minute is this much number of videos watched, 1 to 5 minutes this much videos watched, like that we can on a monthly.
So I agree. So in this way, you are getting your left side.
Yes.
So how do you link that to the right side? What's your right side? What is your dependent variable? It's affecting
sleep, number of hours of sleep.
So how do you link that? You don't have a sleep data in that.
The number of hours subjects have to be provided with Fitbits.
So ma'am, how exactly you are saying that what should be the right side? How exactly that exactly it affected? Okay, and if it is not there, you are saying, then how it could be in future? So ma'am, it's a bit tough. Think about it. You don't have exact idea right now, ma'am.
Yeah. So actually, that is what. So if you are so this is another thing. So if you get one side of the data from somewhere, you need the similar respondents to be on the other side also.
Group of people.
Yeah. Yes. So the way to go about, so to showcase, so whatever you said can be used as a background to writing or narrating the problem. Stating with exact numbers, this is how the situation is. And hence there is a need to understand whether people are interested in short contents which they can watch with short time duration, because it is not wasting their time and they get to know what they get to know. So while writing that, you can use this. But otherwise, for that particular study, I will say an experimental design is the best design. We will learn about that, yeah.
Just got a solution to this, whatever you said, ma'am. So we have number of viral videos currently, okay, for 30-second videos. This guy said this one stuff. When you get deeper and we dig deeper, that particular interview have a long 1 hour video, 1 hour video. No one watches 1 hour video. When you dig deeper, and
so that is what I'm telling you. You will get the number of hours spent, the number of hours watched. Everything is your independent side.
No, that's where I'm coming in now. Okay, so here you can see the comment side. People are thrashing him with the threats that you are not a good guy, vagera, and everything. Okay, and then you will come to that side, the longer video side. The people now get to know everything, every aspect of the content. Then you will see the comment side. That what exactly people are saying to that particular person only. Okay.
But does it give you any idea about what was your research problem?
Ma'am, how exactly how these media platforms training human brains to consume short visual, short content. So
so what is your dependent variable here?
Time.
Time of?
Ma'am, this I can't explain it.
Actually, because how much time we have, how many users are seeing the time, and how much time they are consuming the particular video.
That is independent.
We need to give time.
So that is, I would say that is a stats.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's an information that you can get.
Yes.
And based on that information, what is the research that you can do, or what is the research problem that you can address is another thing.
Yes.
So what is it that you address is more important. But the stats, whatever you're saying is right. You can collect secondary data or already generated data to understand the time consumption. But the time consumption, but if it doesn't affect anything else, then you don't have to worry about it, right? If it is actually affecting something, that's when you have to worry. So this is saying that this will merely state that people are more interested in short content over the long content. So that we'll understand from this. And with respect to the time in the longer contents that people stop and go. So based on that, you can clearly state that. So what? Should also be part of the research, right? So getting all these frameworks and pieces done becomes your research design. So what is the sampling? So they were saying individuals. So who are these individuals? So you have to define your population. The population is anybody who has internet in their hand and who have these apps which create shorter content and views those content. So those are the population. So from that you make a sample. So your sampling unit is what you have defined and the population is all of them. So what is the sampling method that you use? And for measuring sleep, how do you measure sleep? How do you measure quality of whatever that is? So are you using questionnaire? Are you doing an observation? Are you giving a Fitbit and counting the hours? So that all should fall into place. That is when the entire research design is complete. Okay? Clear? And again, these research strategies, so ideally I would want to call it like it's a 3 research design. So it's like exploratory research design. The combination is what is given there. Exploratory research design, which is your qualitative part, you are exploring. And this is your induction. Descriptive and causal is your deduction approach. That is conclusive. Causal is your experimental. Okay, it's interchangeably used. So that's your conclusive. So hypothesis testing is on the right side, whereas left one is propositions only. You find some patterns. You see whatever they were saying, that can be put over here. That's just you're exploring and you're trying to find out. You say, you come up with a proposition that people, or you state that the people consume, people do not want to consume a lot of time watching the same thing. I mean, an extended video is not watched compared to a short duration video is watched. So that is something which you come from an exploratory research from the data that they have. But that one is hypothesis testing. Is that clear? So this is about the research design part. We will be dealing with one design after the other. So 3 designs we will learn, all the 3. So next session, you have a case. So I think it will be uploaded. They already have it. So It will be uploaded, and please read the case. Okay? And I think we will send a mail for your project. So your project proposal will also be required. So I will have to send a mail on all of these things, and you can remind me, not today, you can remind me on 10th. Okay? So I'll try to send a mail on 10th stating what all you are supposed to do. Okay? If I do not send, just send a mail to me stating that where is it. Yeah, if you remember, right?
No, I'm just going to
Okay.